And we're live. Welcome back, everybody, to another episode of the Network Show. We are on episode 73. Welcome back, Mama Bear. Welcome to everyone in the chat. How you doing? Hey, Bear. How you doing, Bear? Who else we got?
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone around the world.
Welcome to the show. Right. So how are we doing today? How you doing, Mama Bear?
I'm doing good. I've had a few days of resting. I haven't felt good. I'm doing my absolute to rest. I have not felt good. Unfortunately, my body is telling me I need rest, so I've been resting. Trying to do some resting. Many know last week was a traumatic week for me. I've experienced something I wish many would not have to experience, and I was sick on top of it. So I took some time off this last few days, dealing with the trauma that I dealt with. I'm trying to rest, so it's taking a toll on me. Took a toll on me.
Imagine.
So I am recuperating slowly. Back to the doctors again at the end of the week. So, but I'm getting there slowly. I will make it. I am not a quitter, or I am a fighter. So,
There you are.
BBA, stop terrorizing Nightbot.
Just a reminder, we've got 2 songs premiering tonight.
Yes.
Drop the link in the chat. Make sure everybody gets to.
Yes, we do. We have some good songs coming. Some real good songs coming out, and we have been working on some other songs.
There you go. Both the premieres that are on tonight, 9 and 10 o'clock from my time. It would be, I don't know wherever it is for your time, wherever you are.
4 and 5.
Yeah.
In New York time.
Okay. How about we play a song just to start it off?
You got it.
All I hear is new chain, big house, fast car, it's so boring. And all of that is lies, man, it's so corny. Death threats coming every other day for me, but I don't believe a word, that shit is ghost stories. Hi, my name is Mellows, welcome to the show. If you are easily offended, then you probably should go. My resolution to lose is who my new music is triggered. And just 1 million views on YouTube is 2 big middle fingers. I don't apologize or compromise, I quantify the figures, cause I'm optimized for making a killing and getting bigger. Had to fire all along, I needed fuel in the flicker to light the fuse to the mixture of the rumors and liquor. They got nothing else to do but try to cut me with scissors. But what's a blade to a building made out of iron and pillars? Go ahead and cry me a river, cause I've been dying to go swimming. And I'm decided to find it funny when they whine, cause I'm winning. I just tell the truth, it's up to you to love or dismiss it. I'm just pointing out what I feel that the game has been missing. And every time I open my mouth up, you get offended. You say that talk is cheap, but then you act like it's expensive. You can't afford to speak your mind, afraid you'll get rejected by some strangers on the internet whose lives are all pathetic. I was surrounded by people people who just pretend to be down, and then I blew up off a record. No one's friends with me now. But I hear his new chain, big house, fast cars, so bored. And all of that is lies, man, it's so corny. Death threats coming every other day for me, but I don't believe a word. This shit is ghost stories. Hi, my name is Mellows, welcome to the show. If you are easily offended, then you probably should go. My resolution to lose is who my new music is triggered. And just a million views on YouTube is two big middle fingers. I apologize and compromise and quantify the figures, cause I'm optimized for making a killing and getting bigger. Had the fire all along, I needed fuel and a flicker. The light confused to the mixture of the rumors and liquor. They got nothing else to do but try to cut me with scissors. But what's a blade to a building made out of iron and pillars? Go ahead and cry me a river, cause I've been dying to go swimming. And I'm designed to find it funny when they whine, cause I'm winning. I just tell the truth, it's up to you to love or dismiss it. I'm just pointing out what I feel that the game has been missing. And every time I open my mouth up, you get offended. You say that talk is cheap, but then you act like it's expensive. You can't afford to speak your mind, afraid you'll get rejected by some strangers on the internet whose lies are all pathetic. I was surrounded by people who just pretend to be down, and then I blew up off a record. No one's friends with me now. You say that talk is cheap, but then you act like it's expensive. You say that talk is cheap, but then you act like it's expensive. You can't afford to speak your mind, afraid you'll get rejected by some strangers on the internet whose lives are all pathetic. I was surrounded by people who just pretend to be down, and then I blew up off a record. No one's friends with me now. No one's friends with me now. Can't afford to speak your mind, afraid you'll get rejected by some strangers on the internet whose lives are all pathetic. I was surrounded by people who just pretend to be down, and then I blew up off a record. No one's friends with me now.
I don't get tired of that one.
No. No.
Yes.
Me either. Me either. Wow, I see there is quite a show happening in New York City outside the federal courthouse. I see people have been standing outside the federal courthouse now for over 4 hours. Because I see P. Diddy, Sean Diddy Combs, was arrested in the night. He is facing federal sex trafficking and racketeering charges in indictment. It was unsealed this morning. They have been standing many.
Do we have a video to go with this?
No, there's no video of his arrest. But I do have it pulled up on my laptop, waiting for them to come out of the courthouse. I have it waiting. So as soon as they come out of the courthouse, I will pull it up live so that we can watch it. But it's been over 4 hours since he's been in the courthouse. I know there is multiple lawsuits dropped against him. From many women. There has been tons and tons of lawsuits against him. Diddy's lawsuits there is his ex-girlfriend named in lawsuits. At one time I did have them all, but there is lawsuits. I know one of there's Cassie, his ex-girlfriend filed a sexual lawsuit against him where he she filed a lawsuit against him where he beat her in a hotel. That's a 35-page lawsuit. And there's videos of that lawsuit. That dropped. There is so many lawsuits.
Classic case of the laws for thee, but not for me.
Right. And he did admit that he beat her, but they couldn't charge him in the state of Florida, state of California, due to the fact that it was too old of a case because there's a video
Convenient.
of beating her. That was too old of a case. So, but this case is, it is so big. They did raid his home in California. Hey, Four Corners, thank you for showing up. Our condolences go to you and the family on Genuine Sterling. Our prayers and condolences go to you all.
Sorry to hear about your loss, bro.
We are so sorry about Genuine Sterling. Please pass our condolences on to the rest of the family. Hey, Dragon. But our prayers go out to you, Four Corners.
Hey, Dragon. How you doing? Oh.
But please,
I'm not in the back, so if anyone is trying to come up, the panel link isn't out yet. But
JT.
if anyone wants to come up, let me know. I'll open up the back room.
JT is back there.
He is?
I have not set up, but JT is back there. I haven't set the back room up yet.
Give me a sec. I'll open it.
JT is back there. I haven't even set it up yet. I opened it, but I haven't set it up yet. But please, Four Corners, please notify us of what is happening and keep us up to date on what is going on.
Hey, dude. How you doing, man? You right?
But
I'm good, man. Go sick. Yeah, it's been a while. You been all right?
But please keep us updated. My email is mamabear@vigilante media.
Yeah.
Let us know.
What have I done with it, or when am I uploading it?
Hey, Maya.
All right, well, come up and we'll play the song. Private chat. Links. What's this link you just give me? All right, and you want me to butcher it? And you want me to butcher it? Yeah, I can't play it on the level. But what is it you want me to do to this? You want me to destroy this song through the AI? I'm going to regurgitate it through the AI. Yeah, jump up. There you go. Yeah, don't forget to leave from the back room, otherwise you'll have audio issues.
Is that me or is that you?
There you go.
The echo, is that me?
Let me just kick you from the room. There you go.
There we go.
Problem solved. So what have you been up to?
Yeah, everything and anything, you know. Making stuff happen. You know. Anything you can do. You know, this world is it's if we're not moving forward, you're moving backwards, you know. Doing some writing, doing some playing, doing some everything I can.
Yeah.
You know, I got kids, so it's most of it's that, right? Most of it's raising that damn kid because that's the hardest thing you ever do. I'm telling you, man. You think you've done something hard in life? Raise a kid, you learn a lesson real quick. They kick your ass, the little fuckers that kick your ass.
Okay, Four Corners. I'll send you an email later today.
Oh, Four Corners. Where we at? The chat there?
So here's a couple of tunes here. There's a couple of versions I'll play. I'll find the other two. I don't remember where I put the others.
Oh, there it is. Oh, you remembered.
Let's dance tomorrow is far underneath the moon's bright eye.
It's almost like a proper blues song. Almost.
Feel the beat of our feet on the ground.
That's hot.
And free.
That's hot.
The night is young, the world asleep. Together, just you and me, dancing in the moonlight, holding hands so tight, spinning through the midnight. Everything feels so right. The breeze whispers our song in a world where we belong. Every moment pure as gold. This love will never grow old. Whoa. Laughing loud, growing
Wow.
loud.
It even kept my tone. I like that. It kept my tone.
Soft shadows in the light. Time stops with every twirl. You are a whole world.
That's bad.
Holding hands so tight, spinning through the midnight. Everything feels so right.
Yeah, I got down with that. Yeah. Air clap and take that.
Laughing loud, glowing bright, soft shadows in the light. Time stops with every twirl. You are
So those
That's
those
tight.
people that don't know,
That's
sorry,
tight,
JP.
dog. That's nice. That is
Yeah.
nice. You made me sound good.
For those of you that don't know, the guitar, the string music in there was provided to us by JT 8000. So thank you, JT.
No. But look, you put the words, you put all the bass and the drums to it. You know, that was all you're doing. I like it.
Sure. Here's the version 2. Same strings, different, same lyrics, different version.
That was fun. That's really fun. That's like, it's like you know, like I just recorded that like on a phone, and uploaded it, and then you did all that, the rest to it. That's really fun. That's fun. It's really fun to hear.
In the dark blue sky, let's dance tomorrow is fire underneath the moon's bright eye. Feel the beat of our feet.
Need them mixing together. Those are what I just played.
The night is young in the dark blue sky.
Anyway, I don't remember which one was which.
It's pretty hot though.
There was another one.
A hit, man.
There was
It could be a
another
movie, you know. I can hear that like in American Pie, right?
There's another one. There's another song somewhere.
Oh, there was an acoustic one I sent you, right? Did you get the acoustic one?
Well, they were both.
Or no,
I can't remember what it was called. One was.
I got a message here. I'll jump through it. Yeah, I might go live on Jump through this later.
I should rename him.
Yeah, Dogs, how you been, man? Just doing the same old thing, huh?
Yeah, different shit, different day.
I was watching something about people with AI music, and I was like, so that's what that's what you're doing. You're doing the AI music constantly, right? And then you put them out there, and people listen to it, and people take what you put out there and they change it, but then you get something out of it, or they listen to it and you get something out of it, right?
What, financially, you mean?
Yeah.
There's no financial reward at all.
Oh, okay.
At least not
like, well, isn't that your ultimate goal?
Not my goal. I mean, I'd like to help other people reach their goal, but I mean, my goal is to use it as content to create a show.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
But
yeah, because it was like I saw some of these people doing all this AI music, and they're like, they were using it to generate income, and I was like, yeah, I can respect that. That's fine with me. However you make $1, how do you make $1? I got no problem with that. You
can generate an income from it. I mean, this is what I'm trying. This is what I'm doing with that's what I'm trying to do. Like help people reach their goals. Using whatever means.
Well, that's cool.
If it's software, if it's technology, you know what I mean. My primary goal is not motivated by money at all.
Well, I don't have a problem with people earning money off of their time and labor. For me, that's you spend time and labor. I think you deserve to earn money.
Yeah,
it's just I don't see a problem with that. Other people do, but I don't. You know, how you spend your time and your energy, you deserve something for that, especially if it's marketable. You know, then hey, you deserve what you can get out of it. I've never begrudged anybody for making money. For
Originally, it was to try and bring, you know, together a community of people who.
Well, that's great too. And if you can do that and earn some money too, then what the hell?
Yeah,
Win-win.
It's not as. It's never easy. Nothing is ever easy, put it that way.
Well, like you know, like cop watchers, you know, and others. It's like I don't begrudge them a penny. It's, you know, but there's frauders out there. They go, oh, frauder, the trolls. You know, they go, oh, well, you're just trying to make money. Yeah, and so what? I'm spending my time and energy.
Well, they're making money criticizing, right? I mean, these trolls.
Right, exactly. Well, they're making money criticizing.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, hypocrisy
There's no problem.
On another level.
However, somebody wants to make money, that's their choice how they want to make money. And you can spend your time and labor to make money, then so be it. I mean, that's fine with me.
I don't see why people can just go on with their own shit and worry about their own shit. I don't see why they need to involve themselves in other people's bollocks, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Why you open my underwear, man? I'm just, you know, I'm pulling my cock out to take a piss and you're all up in there. What the hell is all this about?
Where the fuck is this song, man? I've forgotten what it was called.
People got to get up all in everybody's ass about everything. It's like, wow.
I don't remember what I've done with these songs. Bollocks.
But you know, everybody's got different about everything, right? At some point, we understand each other, right? But you know, it's always hard to get there.
I'm looking for the other song I made. I made a couple of songs.
I was hoping to see Inferno in here too. I texted him, see if he'd come up. Inferno's a good egg, no? Inferno's my boy. Mama Bear's a good egg too, but she wants to say hi to me.
I was doing a couple things here.
How you doing, sweetheart?
I'm doing good.
It's good to hear. It's been a while. I haven't heard from you in a while.
Oh, I'm always here. We took a few days off, but I'm usually here.
I haven't seen Vigilante up there in a while. That's kind of why I came in, because I haven't seen him in a while. So no, glad to see you here too.
I was answering some questions for Four Corners.
I love Four Corners, man. That guy has been through it. Just trying to be an American, just trying to be a good person. That fool has been through the ringer. No. Four Corners, if you hear me, JT sees you, dog. You're a good man. You know that. Love that fool. Where is he at? Is he in the chat or is he in the...
He's in Grimm's chat.
Comments? Oh, comments. That's where he's going to go. There he is. Yeah. Four Corner. Yeah, you see me.
I'm all around. I'm in all the chats, and we're on Kicks, and we're on Rumble, and we're on X, and I'm monitoring what's happening on the Diddy case. Because they arrested P. Diddy last night, in the night. We aren't sure what time he was arrested.
They just arrested him last night?
Yeah,
After all that stuff he's done.
yeah, yeah. He was federally indicted.
Different
Real
laws, different
indictment.
rules. Different rules apply for these people.
Yeah,
Yeah, well, you got money, different rules apply. That's for sure.
yeah. He was indicted on sex trafficking and racketeering charges.
When are they gonna get Beyonce? I
Creating
want to hear
yourself.
them tell Beyonce. I want to hear them tell Beyonce, that's not R&B, woman.
Well, are they going to take Jay-Z, Beyonce? How many of them are they going to take down with this?
Right? Will Smith and all them. Oh, they're gonna take him down.
Justin Bieber, Will Smith, Beyonce. How many are they going to take down?
Well, Justin Bieber's gonna testify against them because they done a lot of stuff to him.
Right. You know who else is involved? This goes all the way to London.
Kevin Hart and now LeBron James is teaming up with Kevin Hart, and I'm like, what the heck is that?
Oh, this is even going to take down. This is going to take down even inside London. This is going to take down Harry, because Harry was involved in this.
Oh,
Harry was involved in this.
Damn, even in London. It's going down in London town.
London Bridge was
That's
falling.
nasty.
London Bridge was falling. Oh, Harry was involved in the city.
Timberlake's gonna come back. Timberlake's gonna come out and say,
Harry was involved in this.
Timberlake's gonna come out and say they did sex me on my back. That's what Timberlake's gonna say. It's gonna go way back. You know that? It's gonna go way back what they were doing. You know, they were trying to be like that 1%ers, right? They were trying to be like the bankers. They were trying to have their own nasty crew, right? They were trying to have their own Epstein Island.
I wonder if they're going to seize his airplane. Well, you know, they arrested one of his guys. They arrested one of his guys in Florida right off his airplane.
Yeah, they're trying to have their own P. Diddy Island, you know? This is going to go deep. This is doing nasty. Ooh. They got them other fools.
Well, look how many recording studios he had.
Yeah. Look at that fools looking like the Gimp from Pulp Fiction and shit, you know?
Hey, Mellows, we may be able to get a recording studio and do our own.
Do our own what?
Underneath P. Diddy's skies.
How many recording studios did he have? I know his house in California had its own recording. You know, he had cameras set up in every room, in every angle.
Which one's the closest?
Yeah.
I don't want to travel too far, you know what I mean? It'd be too far for me, any one of them. Has he got any over here in London?
Probably.
I'll bet you he probably owned the Jimi Hendrix studios. Was it the Rainbow Bridge or whatever the heck it is in New York?
Well, in his house in California, he had cameras in every room and with every angle.
Oh, sure.
Well, they raided his house in California. They raided it military style, they said.
Imagine they would.
Oh, slavery and
houses in Florida, New York, and I don't know why he was staying in a motel because he has a house there in New York.
Well, wait till like Tevin Campbell tells his story, you know, when he's a little kid, and wait till these kids tell their stories, and it's like it's gonna be worse than Michael Jackson stuff, you know.
Well, are they going to take Kanye West down now?
Ooh. Ooh. Probably. But he's a goof. Kanye West is like he's a simpleton who was told he was a genius. So you don't know about him because he was probably just going along with everything.
How
Like,
many?
dude, you're a genius. He's like, what? I'm a genius? He's a moron.
How many are they going to
So
take
who
down in
knows?
Hollywood with this? How many in Hollywood's going to go down in this?
Right, right. Yeah, I look at Taylor Swift and I'm like, okay, blood drinker. You know, like she's part of it. She's fully part of whatever the hell is going on. Like that person ain't normal, right? And you're just like, well, how many people are with her that are like not normal and know what's going on and are fully, invested in this
I can't
crap.
stand her. I cannot stand her. She just
Yeah,
loves
she's part of it because
Ari.
she's part of it. She's
You know,
fully part of it. You know she is.
anybody that
She-
stands on stage, anybody that stands on stage half naked and flaunts her goddamn ass the way she does and thinks that every teenage girl wants to be her, I'm sorry.
well, yeah, it was all that stuff she pulled. Like you can just remake albums and cost these people this money and not have any consequences. I'm sorry, you can't do that. You can't do that.
Every song that she does is nothing but a breakup song and how she hates men.
Yeah,
I'm waiting for her and this football player to break up.
yeah, right. It's like either you like the ween or you don't. You know,
Think about it. Every song she does is nothing but how she hates the guy she just dated and was in bed with.
right,
You have a great
right.
day also, Four Corners.
My old lady's broken with a few guys before I met her too. But she was out there making albums about how she hates the wiener. You know what I mean? She just like, oh, I found a good one now. That's the album she wants to make, right?
No.
But Taylor, man, she's so weird. That shit is so weird. It's so weird. Like, why would you make a song about every man that you broke up with? Like, really? Like,
She ain't got no other material.
You were the one that was done wrong. Every single one of them did you wrong, right? Every single one of them did you wrong. You didn't do them wrong. Never at all. Never at all were you wrong. Really?
They didn't have enough money to and she finally found somebody that's got enough money.
It was there you go. It was the money. There you go. Well, she was with John Mayer at one point, right? He had the money.
But he wouldn't give it to her.
Yeah, right. Yeah, John Mayer was like, "No, you can't own it. You can use it, but you can't own it."
He wouldn't give her everything she wanted.
Yeah, he wouldn't let her own it, right?
And this guy is giving her everything she wants.
You can rent it, but you can't own it.
He's gloating on her. He bought her a house. You want a house? We'll buy her a house. He sold his house and bought a house that she wanted.
Yeah, but she earns 10 times what he earns. I mean, he's a football player and all, but shit, she out earns him.
But what does he do? He gets her the best penthouse at every game. He gets the NFL to gloat on her.
No, he wants to be part of it. He wants to be part of that 1%. He wants to be part of the blood drinking crew. He wants to be part of it all. You know, because she is. She's part of the whole upper 1% thing. You know, he wants to be part of it too.
You know, but I guess it backfired with her supporting Harris because people are sick of it. They didn't want any part of it.
They're all blood drinkers, man. All of them.
I guess it
They don't like
backfired.
it.
I guess it backfired with the elections.
I think they're getting exactly what they want with the elections. I think elections, it's not the elections, it's the selections, right?
Wow.
It's not about what's good for anybody. It's about who they want in there and call the shots, right?
I think this is all a bunch of bullshit. What's going on with the elect? They're not talking about what's good for the country.
But well, yeah, because it's not about that. It's about who they want in power, and they're going to get who they want. You know?
It's just like this. The Who. You know, they don't understand. Everybody's talking about the Who. Oh, they're going to do this. They're going to do that. You know, when they get control, they can't sign the treaty. Biden can't sign that treaty. And everybody knows about it. Biden can't sign that treaty. He will get it. It's treason if he signs that treaty. It's treason.
Nothing Biden does is treason right now. He's president.
But he can't sign that treaty with who? He can't sign it. He's committing treason with our country. He cannot sign that treaty. Because who cannot?
With Russia?
No, with the WHO. With WHO. Biden can't
I'm sorry.
Biden cannot sign any treaty with them.
Well, that actually would be treason. Yeah, WHO. Yeah.
Yeah, it's treason.
They're trying to bring another pandemic on us. World Health Organization. They're trying to bring another pandemic on us.
But that treaty that they want to sign, it cannot be signed. And people got to understand that.
Trump signed one.
What, with who? WHO? Oh, no, he didn't.
Yeah.
No, he didn't.
He didn't?
No, they cannot sign any treaty with them.
You sure he didn't? The CARES Act? Remember the CARES Act?
Hey, Mitch.
The $8.8 trillion CARES Act? They gave $6 trillion to the bankers. Remember that?
That wasn't with the WHO's. WHO.
No, you're right. It wasn't. But before that, he signed the. He signed the. He gave the WHO.
Trump's against the WHO.
OG Mitch in there?
WHO
OG Mitch.
is the World Health Organization.
Right. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. OG Mitch, my dog.
Get ready, Mitch. 2 new songs dropping.
There was a lot of things that Trump did that people don't recognize. It's just You know, they don't see that the bankers own everyone that's elected, and him too. He even had 4 bankers in his cabinet, more than any other president. Um, Bump stock laws, the red flag gun laws, the
You know who's behind everything?
banks.
Not just the banks.
I mean, the Federal Reserve. Do you think the Federal Reserve is part of the American government? Do you think the Federal Reserve is part of the American government? Do you?
Yeah, they're not part of the.
They print our money. They print our cash, which is against the Constitution.
The Federal Reserve is no more federal than it does, and it does not have any reserves.
Right. I could make a car wash tomorrow and say the United States Government Car Wash of America. Right? I could do that. The United States Government Car Wash of America, the Federal Car Wash of the United States Government of America. Right? I could do that. I could make that my business tomorrow. Could I or could I not? Yes, I could. The United States Federal Car Wash. And some people would believe that car wash was the car wash of the United States federal government.
That's called free enterprise.
But if you had a brain in your head, you would know it's just a fucking car wash, right? But a lot of people would believe that car wash was part of the government, would they not?
It's because there are a lot of brain dead morons in this world.
Well, yeah. Right? Like millennials can't do 10 times 10. It blows their mind. 10 times 10? That's a million!
That's not exactly correct. I mean, you just singled out and labeled a whole bunch of people. It's not true, man.
Well, I happen to know a lot of them. I happen to know a lot of them, so I will single them out because I know at least 100 millennials, and
mathematically,
math is not their thing.
Mathematically, what you just claimed is literally impossible.
That millennials can't do math.
Well, no. The probabilities are there are at least a small percentage of people of millennials that can. Right?
Oh, sure. Okay. Yes, I'm being facetious.
So
I'm being facetious.
Correct.
I'm being facetious. But you know what I used to do, Mellows? You know what I used to do? I used to, when I was working, and I used to go into, say, a gas station, because I used to, in my job, I would go to a lot of gas stations because I was on the road constantly, and I was in a truck. I worked out of a truck. Okay? I repaired boilers. And I had a work truck. So I was in a lot of gas stations. And I used to add up what I was buying, plus tax, and I would go to the register and I would tell them my exact total. Okay, I'd get a soda, a hot dog, a bag of chips, and I'd go, okay, $9.95. That was everything I had plus tax, right? And they would go, they'll bring them and go, oh my God. They would look at me like I was a freaking magician.
Why do you think that is, though? I mean, you say millennials and whatever. I mean, why do you think that
because
is?
That's who I was talking to, and I know because I have a niece that age, so I know exactly who I'm talking about, And they just couldn't do math.
Do you think it has anything to do with computers and stuff like that?
I do know that with my niece and nephew when they were in school.
Here's an example for you.
I'm trying to tell you. They had a hard time teaching them math. And I would come down on holidays, and I would go through their homework with them, and they'd be like, "What do you mean you know what 8 times 8 is?" Because that's, I have fun that way with these kids. Let's go through your schoolwork because I want to know where they were at because I couldn't be there every day. I could only be there, every other holiday, and so that was part of how I interacted with them was let's go through your schoolwork, and so what is 8 times 8? And they couldn't tell me 64, um, it just wasn't something that their school was teaching them. They didn't care. It's in America, it's all curriculum based and standardized testing, and teachers aren't teachers. They're people that present the curriculum. It's not. When you go to private schools, then you get teachers, right? And you don't have the standardized testing. You don't have curriculums. In private school, teachers are actually allowed to be teachers, but in America, we have the bottom third of college students who have nothing else to do apply to be teachers and get their automatic 50 grand a year, so they can now validate themselves as working humans, and they go into schools and they present curriculum and they present standardized testing, and that's not about teaching our children. It's not about education. You understand? It's about this is a job, and these kids are here, and they're not here to be educated. They're here to accept this curriculum and be graded on their standardized testing, and that's all it goes for. In America, we spend what? We're in the top 10 of spending per student, but we're in the bottom 20 as far as test results. Like, how does that equate? Japan is in the top 2 of spending, but they're also in the top 2 of results because they actually go up to the 14th grade, right? Like in Japan, you actually go through basically junior college. You actually earn a junior college degree before you get out of school in Japan. So no wonder why they spend so much. But when you come out, you know something, right? And in England, it's pretty close to the same.
What's up?
Right? I mean, in England, you guys are pretty much educated to the 13th grade, right?
What's up, JT, man? You good?
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry, Mellows. Did you hear me, man? Who's this? Who's this? Oh, this is Aussie. Who's this?
It's BBA.
VBA. I'm sorry.
Hey, don't be sorry, mate. Don't be sorry. Hope you're well.
Did I forget you?
No, I've just turned up, man. I was sat watching a film. The Hitman. You ever heard of it?
Yeah. No, I've heard you. I know you before. I've talked to you before.
Yeah, old film, man. Thought I'd sit and watch that.
The bald-headed guy, right?
That's the one.
2010?
Yeah, that's the one.
Oliphant? Timothy Oliphant?
If that's his name. So, what's new? What's new? What's going on? What's everyone saying? Mama Bear, you good?
Yep, doing good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you.
Things could be worse.
You just getting out of work?
No, I had the day off today because it was my daughter's birthday. So,
Oh, that's right. Happy
I took it
birthday.
on.
Hey, congratulations.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Happy
So yeah,
birthday.
she's had some friends around after school. They've had a little tea party kind of thing, you know. If you
Yeah.
put a buffet out and stuff for them, so they've
Cool.
enjoyed themselves.
Yeah, we worry for our daughters, don't we?
Yeah.
Cool.
The boys can fuck all, but we worry for our daughters. You know,
Hell
that's
yeah.
what Mama and Barry don't. Mama and Barry don't know that her daddy wants worry for you. You don't even know.
I had 3 girls. Spoiled rotten.
Yeah, I know, but my wife, you know, the way she treats my daughter is like, oh, that's old school. I'm like, that ain't old school. I mean, you're assuming she's like you. You know, like that's what I tell my old lady. I'm like, you're assuming she's like you. And if somebody came up to her and grabbed her tit, like she gonna punch him in the face, well, you would punch him in the face. That means she would. You didn't teach her to punch him in the face. You get it?
My girls would have laid them out.
Damn straight. That's where you gotta go. Keep this world correct. You don't get that without nothing. You gotta
Right.
earn that.
All I know is I know as a male myself what males can be like. So, yeah, I'm gonna be one of those protective dads, man, for real.
Yeah.
They had 2 brothers. And
Good.
both brothers were football players and wrestlers.
I was a protective brother too, and I was a football player. I almost stabbed a guy from my sister. My sister told me a guy punched her in the face. I said, throw your clothes in a trash bag, and I'll be there in 5 minutes. And I drove in my car. I went down, and then I went in the apartment. She was already gone, but I had a screwdriver in my pocket. And I said, "Where's my sister?" He tried to come out like he was Mr. Karate Man. He was kicking at me, and I grabbed his leg and I pulled a screwdriver in my pocket, and I said, "Where's my fucking sister?" And he went, "She's not here, man." all of a sudden, he Mr. Humble. Hey, don't come on my sister. You don't get to punch my sister once. You don't get away with that shit.
But everybody in town knew who we were, so we didn't have much problems with my kids. They knew their daddy was a pistol packing daddy.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I didn't have the luxury of having the father on the backside, you know.
He worked for the county, and they all knew. He knew every back road. We were in the fire department, and they knew we were pistol packing.
Hell yeah.
What do you reckon about what do you guys think of this second assassination Trump on attempt on Trump? Do you think it's a load of shit?
A second?
Yep.
I think he failed.
I think the first one was shit.
He failed
What?
They failed on the second attempt.
The first one was bullshit. Have you seen how his ear miraculously healed and grew back? I mean, come on now.
Well, shapeshifters can, I mean, to be fair, shapeshifters can grow back their ears.
Yeah, well, yeah, there you go.
Oh, you're onto something, man. This could be evidence.
What is
Real
this, a TV show?
life
He
evidence.
nicked my ear.
Remember
Is this
the
TV
Skinwalkers?
show? Are you kidding me, man?
Was it Skinwalkers or Body Snatchers? Remember? When it just wear the humans as suits.
That's funny.
You know, aliens have already invaded, right? And they're pretending to be our government.
You were assigned to the Trump suit this week. Oh, Ma.
Listen,
I
guys,
wanted to wear the
I'm being
Biden
serious.
suit.
I'm being serious now, right? Just for a second. Imagine this scenario for a second. Imagine that there
Pigskin.
are aliens that have invaded the Earth and they are pretending to be our leaders. Imagine that for a scenario.
They are pretending to be our leaders. What are you talking about?
These aliens are here wearing Donald Trump's skin and Kamala Harris, Kamala Toe Harris. So,
What her toes look like. They keep saying Kamala Harris toes. I wonder what the hell her toes look like. Always wears closed-toed shoes. I wonder what the hell her toes look like.
it's more about her camel toe.
Camel toe.
Have you seen her in a bikini?
I don't want to see her in a bikini. I mean, honestly, if I'm being honest, I think those sort of images should be banned off the internet.
Yeah, they should be banned from my brain.
Come on.
So, well, it's not so much about her toes; it's more about her camel toe.
Oh God.
Yeah, that's not hot. Paris Hilton called. That's not hot. Oh, oh, oh.
Toes. I don't even know who came up with that saying camel toes.
Camel toe Harris.
Moose knuckles.
Don't eat the cars. Don't eat the dogs. Don't eat the cars. Don't eat the dogs. God, you and that. It keeps coming to my head. Why?
I don't think JT has heard it.
Oh my
Moose
God.
knuckle?
God. Don't eat the cars. Don't eat the dogs. Don't eat the cars. Don't eat the dogs.
Yeah, let's see if we can find this song.
Don't eat the cars. Hello, Java. You have a beautiful day too. But don't eat the cats and don't eat the dogs. God. Oh God.
Oh, God.
God.
Oh, God.
God. Don't eat the cats. Don't eat the
Oh,
dogs.
God. Pots of cod, yard.
We don't have the rights to this.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets.
That's wrong. That's fucking wrong. That's wrong, dog.
This guy is good. This guy is good. You gotta watch. Gotta go.
Gotta go and watch that. You want to watch that? This song, it should come with a government health warning on it. When you listen to it, it's gonna be stuck in your head, right? You're gonna be singing it, and you won't be able to get it out your head. Yum 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 yum. JT, go and listen to that song, man. Click the link. It's only a couple of minutes song. Meow, 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 meow. Let's play a song.
Hello, freaking. Yes, it should come with a government health warning.
In the streets we stand so tall.
Not the cats.
With our cameras we see it all. Capturing truth when justice falls. Fight for the rights, one and all. Lights flash red, blue, shining bright. We see through the endless night, showing the world wrong from right. Voices loud, we join the fight. Rise up together, make it better. Hold the line and never sever. Stand for truth and never tether. Good guy activism lasts forever. Every clip we break the chains. Spread the word, let justice reign. From the shadows to the plains, standing strong in sunshine and rain. Educate on what we see. Public learns to break free. Holding power to the key. Together we'll write history. Rise up together, make it better. Hold the line and never sever. Stand for truth and never tether. Good guy activism lasts forever. Rise up together, make it better. Hold the line and never sever. Stand for truth and never tether. Good guy activism lasts forever. Every clip we break the chains. Spread the word, let justice
Big up
reign.
Four Corner as well, man, if you're still there. Condolences, brother. Condolences.
Rise up together, make it better. Hold the line and never sever. Stand for truth and never tether. Good guy activism lasts forever.
Yeah, big ups, big ups, big ups. Yeah, I don't know if Four Corners still in the chat, man, but condolences. Our thoughts are with you, man. Randall, you're a funny motherfucker. I see you in my comment section. There with your wooden spoon. You fucker. You know what Randall's like, right? You can only imagine. You had a good day, Mama Bear. What is it? Afternoon time for you now, right?
Yes, it is. It's almost 3 o'clock.
3 o'clock.
Yeah, almost 3 o'clock. We're all patiently
If
waiting.
you love Springfield, don't you eat my cat? Why don't you
We're all
eat
patiently waiting
something
for
else?
P. Diddy to come out of the federal courthouse. Because P. Diddy was
Eating the
arrested.
dogs, eating the cat of the people that live there.
Diddy was arrested in New York.
Springfield, don't you eat my cat?
Well, they say the roasting cats on the streets of New York City was
No,
along with rats. The roasting cats
He's,
and
he's gonna pull
rats.
Daisy out of his foreskin. What are you talking about?
The roasting cats and rats on the streets of New York City. You know that, don't you?
if you love New York City, don't you eat my cat?
No, freaking, I appreciate it really. In fact, up until a couple of days ago, I actually thought comedy was dead.
Yeah, according to news reports, they're roasting cats and rats in the streets of New York City.
Big up Mitch as well.
You know, my Asian neighbor has a cat.
I was
His name's
watching
Orange
Mitch.
Chicken.
You better watch it. You better keep an eye on that cat.
I was watching Mitch this morning, and he was playing some tunes.
Yes, he plays our tunes from BNC Records.
Yeah, man. Promote him.
Out of it. Mitch has been promoting the hell out of BNC Records. Every day he promotes it. Big ups to Mitch for promoting BNC Records.
Every day you're gonna eat my cat.
He has been promoting BNC Records to no end.
Car Randall, pull up on the paddle, bud. We got some ghosters as well in the chat, man. Don't be shy, man. Don't be shy. Leave a comment. Get involved.
Here is the link.
Pull up.
There is the link.
I'm quite surprised. I think he's banned though, but I'm quite surprised my friend Bruno hasn't pulled up.
I unbanned.
Here's what I want to know.
Oh, I'm very surprised he ain't pulled up. Shit.
You guys hear that? You guys are here. Do you feel?
Oh.
Do you feel that if us small people, if we band together, we demand some sort of change, do you think it's gonna happen?
No.
You couldn't stand together for 5 minutes, bro.
This is what I'm asking for. Okay.
That's the truth.
Every time you come up on panel, you ask that question, and you get the same answer.
I do. I'm not gonna stop asking it.
No, because there's too many people with different opinions.
Opinions is not the problem. You know, a million opinions is not the problem. The problem is
people can't work together.
Yeah.
Well, the problem is the truth. Can we agree what the truth is?
Well, you can agree with somebody. They can tell the truth. Just because you don't like them, you won't stand with them. It's as simple as that. And that's life. Everybody.
So are we going to find a point? Do you think that we're going to find a point? So we're going to
we had a similar conversation earlier. And I said to Mama Bear one word: we are doomed.
Yep.
So you think the 1% is going to rule no matter what?
I think we're fucked. Because our side, even though we've got the majority, It's filled with.
So, like every other society on the face of the earth, we're going to fall again.
We are fallen. We've fallen. This is too late.
If you look at the history of the earth, every society has fallen between the divide between the rich and the poor.
Yeah.
And that's every society in history has fallen because the divide between the history. If you look at it, it's the rich versus the poor, and it falls.
Yep.
So that's what's going to happen again.
Yeah.
This war, the next war, is going to be a war that will make the last previous world wars look like picnics, right?
So you think we're gonna fall for another world war?
No, we're going to get destroyed by another war. I mean, shit. What better way to depopulate the planet? I mean, you guys forgot that the Georgia Guidestones, where they carved in a big giant megalithic fucking block, right? That they fucking plan to reduce the population of the world to just 500 million. You think somebody who carves that shit and spends millions of pounds to build a fucking megalith saying that they want to reduce the population to 500 million? You think they're joking? You think they weren't serious about that? You think they weren't serious about that?
I think they were 100%.
It was their plan all along. Why? Because history tells us this is what they do, right? When we get too overmanageable, the people at the top, they're afraid of losing control, so they exact totalitarianism. And then the totalitarianism will eventually breed to rebellion, right, and revolution, and then war. You know, I mean, this is it. This is where it's a cycle that we refuse to learn from history. Because history's been rewritten, we never learn true history, you know, or we only take the time to read one-sided opinion.
Which is why they're rewriting it again now.
Yep.
They're literally in the process. They're literally in the process of like writing a whole new fucking script right now.
Those who refuse to learn from the mistakes of the past are doomed to repeat them. And we are fucking well and truly doomed.
Right, but we've never been 6 billion. We've never been this high.
And we've never been, you know, like hundreds of trillions of dollars in debt either.
But that's fake. That's fiat. That's not real. That's not reality.
It's very real to those. Let me tell you something about real. It's very real to those bankers. It's very real to Donald Trump and his friends, right, in Wall Street. It's
I know that. Yeah.
Yeah. So if it's real to them, it's going to be real to you, whether you like it or not.
Well, it's not real to me. You know, when I look at a dollar and I see, what does it say? Legal tender for all debts. It doesn't say payments. I want to pay off my house, but this dollar says for debts.
You know,
well, I want to make a payment.
JT, you do know money's not real, right?
That's what he's saying.
No, yes, that's what I'm saying. I completely understand.
Okay, all right. Sorry, yeah, we're on the same page then. Sorry, yeah. Ain't real, man. Like here in the UK, if you look at like a £5, £10, £20 or £50 note, right? It says, I promise to pay the bearer the sum of, and then the amount that note is worth. It's a promise to pay. It's not actually worth anything.
Okay, now in the United States it says legal tender for all debts, right? And it's a 1 to 5 or 10, 20 or 50 or 100. We're not allowed to have 500s or 1000s because we're irresponsible. So we're not allowed to have anything above 100, you know, because the niggas can't catch that. So, you know, we're only allowed to have debts up to 100. But yeah, but it just says for debts. It doesn't say for payments, right? Because what it takes for payment? It takes gold, right? It takes gold to pay something off, which we're disallowed to pay things in gold and silver. And at least in America, I don't know, how is it in the UK? Are you guys allowed to pay things with gold and silver?
No. Go and have a look at Bannerman.
Well,
He's trying to use legal tender in a petrol station, and they won't take it.
Yeah, you know
what it is. That's kind of like that's where the Royal Mint kind of fuck up, right?
Oh no, and I have lots of Britannia silver coins. I got a bunch of them.
You're right, but they're like you try and spend them in certain places, man, or most places, they ain't taking it, man. Even though it's
Oh
legal
no,
tender.
I'm not going to give them a silver Britannia that's worth what was it $31 today that I paid. It's just $2 on the coin. I'm not going to give them the coin that's for $2 that I paid $30 for. That's not going to happen. That's my bullion. I keep that under my bed. It's in my secret safe. Oh shit! I just gave it away. But but you gotta get past my Rottweilers first, okay? Yeah. And it's in my safe, and only my dogs have the combination for it. So you can
That's
come
why
ahead. You can go
people
ahead and give
don't
them away.
realize, man. You know that money, that money there, that fake money is what keeps us enslaved.
Right. And so
When you
what are we
think
gonna
about
do
it,
about that? Because if we do, and that's where people go, oh, let's elect Trump. Let's elect. Are they going to get rid of the Fed? Are they going to get rid of the bankers? Because you know what? In the Constitution of England and the Constitution of America,
eventually
there
there'll
is
be
no
one.
room.
Eventually,
There is no
Jay.
room for this bank. There is no room for it.
Eventually, Jay, there'll be one currency. If they have it their way, there'll be one currency. That's it. One
Well, yeah,
currency.
okay, for the
That's a
entire
digital,
world, yeah.
and that's called digital currency. That's it.
But yeah, and it was funny because when I first started becoming aware of this, there was 12 corporations that owned the world. Then went down to 7. Then went down to 5. Then we're down to 3, and now we're down to 2. 2 corporations that own the entire northern hemisphere, and 3 or 5 that own the rest of the world. And so I got kids in this game. I got blood in this game, and I want to see where we start to make things better. And that's all I ask for. Is somebody say to me where we make things better, and not all laughs and giggles, not all can we do something together, but can we?
You want the short answer?
No.
Well, you're gonna say no.
No, but that's not to be a dickhead. That's not me trying to shut you down and be like, no, and then like, open shut case. It's just like, be realistic, though. All we can do at this point is prepare ourselves rather than sit and be like, all shocked when it happens, right? Even though that still happens. All we can keep doing is opening conversations with each other and going out to these small protests
We can
sometimes.
hang
Peaceful
15. There are
protests.
15 men that we can hang from trees and end it all. Isn't that right?
But we're too far gone, man. This ain't just been happening overnight. This didn't happen overnight. This has been going on for
9 years.
Hundreds of years. Not 9 years. Hundreds of years.
No,
Hundreds of
90
years.
years.
We just know about it more now. We recognize it more now.
1933, HCR 192 in America. In 1933, HCR 192 is when they instituted, when they took the loan from the federal banks, right? That was in 1933 in America, which actually kicked off the rest of the Northern Hemisphere. Up until then, people were paying with gold and silver coins. That's why these these treasure ships that sunk, these steamboats that sunk in the off the coast of Florida and stuff. They were all had gold and silver. Why is it so valuable when it's not money? Because it was money then, but it's not money now, right? So why is it so valuable? There's a difference because gold and silver have intrinsic value because you have to dig it out of the ground, you have to refine it, you have to turn it, and then you have to mint it. You have to stamp it, right, and present it to people, and it becomes currency. It used to be a dollar bill. You could take it before 1903. You could take a dollar bill down to the bank, boom, and it would give you that much weight in gold, which at the time was what, $30. So if you gave them a 20 and a 10, you could get an ounce of gold. But now, what was it, $2,500? And $2,500 it's ridiculous what they've done. $2,500, they've inflated everything so much. They turned us into a class of beggars. There's no, you got to be a basketball player not to worry about paycheck to paycheck anymore. Now you got to be some sort of sportsman, and people think, oh, LeBron James is rich. He has $1 billion shoe contract. LeBron James is nothing but a mid-class beggar compared to these bankers, right?
Mm.
They think he's rich. He's not rich. He's completely dependent upon what they do with their policy. It's asinine. And so when you look at what is my dollar worth, how hard do I have to work for it? What is it I need to do to earn one? And what is it I have to do to spend one? I mean, when I was a kid, a candy bar cost 25 cents, and now they cost what, $2? That's ridiculous. That's freaking ridiculous. The same candy bar, and nobody wants to sit there and turn around and go, they don't understand a system of debt. They don't understand the debt system. They don't understand that when you buy a house, okay, they loan you money. They go to a computer. And they go, click, click, click. They loaned you the money. They created that debt, and then to pay the person that previously owned the house, they go, click, 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 and they paid him up. They double dipped. They just created twice the amount of money. Now our government has to pay the interest on that, but also you're paying the interest on it. So they're doubling the interest as well. And they think this fiat system is something like, oh, it's just okay. People don't understand what it is we're actually in for. They think it's just some sort of, it's money. No, it's not money. It's debt. It's debt. It's continuing debt, and it's doing nothing but devaluing your time and labor, and your children's time and labor, and your grandchildren's time and labor to pay this off. And when are we going to say no? When are we going to say no? When are we going to put a stop to it? When are we going to say enough is enough? And you guys want to laugh at me for it, right? You guys want to laugh at me and say,
the Marty's correctly, bro.
No one's laughing. No one's laughing, Jay. No one's laughing, bro.
And so when are we going to actually stand up and say, you know what? I just want what I earned. Give me the grams. Gold and silver. Give me the grams. Let's go back to money. Let's go back to fucking actual money.
All right.
Dig it out of the ground.
I've got a question for you.
You got any?
Obviously, we've established, listening to you, what you're saying, right? Let's agree with you and say that's right. How do we do that then?
Well, first off, I mean,
how are we going to do
trillions now? Well, what's for trillions now? We got to forget trillions because that's asinine. You know how much it takes to earn $1 trillion? You have to just get paid $1.
Well, technically, there's not $1 trillion air on the planet, not a registered one anyway. You can check that. That's a fact.
Do you know how the new BRICS currency?
Say it again, Britain. Say it again. There's not one what?
Registered trillionaire on the planet.
No, there isn't one trillionaire. You're right.
Of course there is.
No, there's not.
Yes, there is.
No, there's no trillionaires.
There's not. There's no trillionaires. That's
only trillionaire. You may be right. He died. Jacob C. Rothschild. He was the world's only trillionaire.
Oh, wow. I didn't know there was actual trillionaire.
He just recently died, actually. So you might be right.
Well, Rothschild is a banking cartel.
And because the Rothschilds is a huge family, when he died, his huge wealth would have been divided. So, although,
oh my God, wasn't there CEOs? Weren't there CEOs in Trump's presidential cabinet? Oh my God, that actually happened. Bob Ross, wasn't he part of the Rothschilds banking cartel?
Listen, the Rothschilds have been had their hand in firmly shoved up every puppet leader around the world. Right? And if the Rothschilds can't stick their hands up these puppet leaders in any particular country, let's just say Saddam Hussein wants to say, no, not here, mate. You know what happens to that country and to people like Saddam Hussein? Well, you know what happens to people like that. You know, his hanging is not just his hanging, but the fatal stabbings and where they dragged Colonel Gaddafi right across his city. Right, those videos are still on YouTube, although.
Well, who was responsible for that? Was it Obama or Trump?
Hey?
Who was responsible for Gaddafi?
What I'm saying is, that
if you
upload a picture, a video of something like that, you wouldn't be allowed to. But those videos are okay. You know, the shooting of JFK, for instance.
Well, no, because a lot of people think that the Gaddafi ended when Reagan bombed him, but that's not the truth. Gaddafi continued to rule his country, and he did it. He did very well.
They destabilized the country. They destabilized the country and turned his whole people against him.
But who did that?
Who do you think?
But it wasn't Reagan. It wasn't Reagan.
It was CIA, man. It's the CIA, bro. It doesn't matter what puppet is in there. It's the CIA.
No, but how long ago was it? How long ago?
CIA doesn't change. CIA doesn't change its directive when there's a new president, right? The CIA still doesn't.
No, what I'm trying to say, it didn't happen in the 80s. It didn't happen in the 90s. When was Gaddafi destabilized? You know, right. When?
That was 2000, early 2000s, isn't it? We'll have to Google it. Gaddafi. Died.
It was after Bush.
2011.
So it was Obama.
There you go. Obama, he got rid of a few of them, and the hanging of.
Well, the truth is, the only president that has bombed more than Trump was Obama. That's the truth. Trump bombed more
So
countries than
in
every other president
2006, who was
other than Obama.
who was in 2006?
But 2006 was Bush. That was Bush Jr.
Yeah. So Bush, it was Bush that presided over the hanging of what's his name?
Really?
Saddam.
That was later than that. Oh,
Well,
Saddam.
December.
Oh, yeah, Saddam. Yeah, Saddam. Yeah.
So and anyway, and that's what happens to people, right? Who think, right, that they can do what they want, right, with their country. They think they actually control their country, right? And what did Gaddafi want anyway? You know, he was trying to bring back the gold standard, right? He wanted to create his own
He wanted to have an economy and sell oil and
he wanted
lead his people to be prosperous.
He wanted to create his own currency so he wouldn't have to trade with the US dollar, and he wanted to have this currency backed by gold, right?
Right.
Right. So African dollar, basically. He ain't having that.
Who do you think you are?
Do you know anything about the BRICS currency, the new one that's rolling out in October?
Yeah.
We will be excluded from it. We will be excluded from it, and it will be illegal for us to use it over here. You understand that, right?
Okay. Can you explain to me Brexit?
Brexit?
Yeah.
It's where we leave Europe, but we're not actually out, but we're in, and we want to go in, but we don't want to go in, but we want out, and we want back in again, but we don't want to go in again.
The European, you left the euro, right?
We never took the euro. You took that.
Brexit wasn't leaving the euro.
We never gave up our currency. That ultimately would have been eventually that would have been the ultimate goal to give up our currency and adopt the euro, but we never got that far.
Right. So that's why you left the European Union. That's what Brexit was.
That's not why. That's not why we left, because we had special conditions where we didn't. In particular, we United Kingdom, because our currency was so strong and it actually underpinned the European currency. We were allowed to keep our currency going because it served their interests. You don't want to piss off the Queen. Do you know what I mean? And your whole family. Listen,
not that
you piss off anybody. You can piss off anybody in this world. You can piss off the President of America. You can piss off the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, but you cannot fucking piss off the Pope, the fucking King, right? And a couple of other fucking dickheads around the world, really big.
You know what's funny? Is why I watched a movie of John Paul Jones the other day, and at the end they showed the Treaty of Paris, and on the face of the cover of the Treaty of Paris it said, "A treaty for the United States of America to govern itself, and boundaries apply." And I tell this to people all the time. They don't believe me. We did not win the war by telling England we own the colonies. We won the war because we won a few battles that said, "You want to come back? We'll kick your ass again." But all we want to do is govern ourselves. Okay, and the king said, "So you just want to govern yourself?" We said, "Yeah." He said, "So I can still own the property?" And Ben Franklin and Thomas Jefferson and George Washington looked at each other and said, "Well, yeah, you can still own it." Right? And so England still owns the entire eastern seaboard of America. They still do. They still own from Maine, down to Georgia. It's still English property, and our American government still pays them rent. And that is actually on the books that we pay them rent every year. And people don't believe it. And I look at the Treaty of Paris, and it says a treaty for the American government, the United States, to govern themselves. It doesn't say to own themselves. It says to govern themselves. Right? The England still owns our entire eastern seaboard. And so you want to start with a fallacy. You want to start with something that everybody thinks is true that's not true. At the time, when the American government started itself, we didn't even own the land that they were governing, right? And so fallacy from the get go, right? We didn't know shit. So why do you think it was such a big deal? Louisiana Purchase, and the Oregon Trail. Why do you think it was such a big deal? Because we didn't own shit. We didn't own anything. There's the fallacy of the Louisiana Purchase from France, which actually Spain owned it. And then the whole Treaty of Guadalupe, where we, for Texas, we fought the Mexican government, which we supposedly then. But that was the way of the sword, We fought the Mexican government, we won. We paid them $10 million for California, and now we own it. But New England is entirely owned by England. New York City is owned by England. We pay rent for it every year. And that's true. You can look it up. See, what you want to start with fallacies. There's your fallacy. That America is America. See the sun is shining, see my ass. I'm sorry, I killed everything. As usual. Can you hear me, Mellows?
Yeah, I can hear you, man. Let's play a tune.
You think I'm wrong, though? You think I'm wrong?
No, you're not wrong, man.
But nobody wants to talk about this stuff. I need somebody to talk about this stuff, man. Because it matters.
Okay, you're wrong.
I don't want to argue about it.
Okay.
You're right then.
The city was under control. The city was under control until 1664, when it was temporarily renamed New York after King Charles granted land to his brother, the Duke of New England, before it permanently renamed New York in November of 1674.
We're talking about after 1786, which is when all the treaties were signed. I mean,
okay.
The Treaty of Paris. Look at the Treaty of Paris. Did we own the land after the Treaty of Paris? Did America own the land after the Treaty of Paris, or did we just want to govern ourselves?
Britain occupation of New York City. It was an occupation.
No, the Treaty of Paris. Did that give America ownership? Did that give the United States of America ownership, or did it give us the ability to govern ourselves? The Treaty of Paris. This is new. Is this new to you guys? Lamelo's going, frickin' JT, causing trouble again. Come on, Melo. I'm not trying to cause trouble.
So
I'm not trying to cause trouble, Melo. I'm just trying to say facts. The
I
Treaty
know
of
you're not.
Paris. Did it give us ownership
I'm
or
looking at
just the ability to govern ourselves? Treaty of Paris. Treaty of Paris would end the Revolutionary War, right? Ben Franklin was there. The French came over and blockaded the harbor. General, what was his name? General had to surrender.
It expired the 23rd of July in 2002.
The Treaty of Paris expired 2002.
It expired.
Wow. Now there's something. There's a good one. I haven't looked that up. I haven't looked at the expiration date on it either. So how could it expire if it gave us ownership? So we don't even have governance at this point.
It expired 50 years after it was wrote.
Well, 250 years. After it was written. (1776) to actually 1786 to 2002. The Treaty of Paris. It didn't grant us ownership. It granted us the ability to govern ourselves. Which is what they followed for Canada, for Australia, for Jamaica, right? For India. India won their own independence. You guys are busy Googling? Or what? I want to be disproven. I want to hear. I want somebody to fill in where I'm wrong here. I'm not looking to be right. I'm looking to be.
They don't own New York City.
The United States does not own New York City though. England does. We pay them rent. It's on the books. Every year, the United States government pays rent. You can look it up. We pay them. We pay rent. The UK, we do. We pay rent to the crown.
Then why am I paying taxes to New York City if I?
Why have you got anything?
Where's the proof?
Show you? Where's the link or something?
I don't right now. I've looked at it before and I've seen it.
Show me.
I've looked at it before and I've seen it, but I do not right now, Mellows.
Because I want to see the proof because I pay taxes to New York City. I live in New York. And my taxes are being paid.
Well, they're being paid, yeah.
And they're fucking being rent paid to New York City to UK. I want to know about it. So
because
the UK
goes the same banking system we are. So it's just a transfer of debt. Mellors knows that, right? Mellors, you know we have the same bankers, right?
Huh?
The UK has the same banking cartel that the United States has. We're the same fiat system, right? It's the same bankers, and so it's just a transfer of debt. Is all it is. It's a transfer of debt.
Yeah.
It's the same. It's the same thing as a home loan. It's the same thing as renting a house. You know, we never won land. That was how they stopped the war. Why didn't England come back and keep attacking us? Because Washington and Franklin and Jefferson looked at them and said, "Whoa, whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, look, you can come back next spring and attack us, but hey, look, we don't want to own it. We just want to govern ourselves. We'll pay you for it. We'll tax our people and we'll pay you for it. Are you cool with that?" And then King George said, "Well, okay, fine. But I don't have to police you. I don't have to send ships over. I don't have to defend you anymore. You can do all this shit yourself." Washington and Franklin and Jefferson, they looked at each other and said, "Yeah, we'll get our own navy. We'll get our own military. We'll get our own police. Don't worry about it. We just want to govern ourselves, all right? But we'll pay you the rent. We'll pay you rent." And the king said, "I guess that's cool. That's cool. You know, you want to govern yourself? Go ahead. Don't miss a payment." And they went, "Okay, well, we will miss a payment." And that's how it happened. Because why else would the king agree to not keep coming after what belonged to him? Why would the king stop? Because we won a few battles, right? Because we stuck our foot in his ass a couple of times. That would only piss him off. How could we kick the ass of the greatest military and navy in the world in a few little battles, but yet they stop coming after us? Are you kidding me? It's because we said, hey, you can own it. You can still own it. We just want to govern ourselves. We'll pay you rent. You pay me rent. Yeah, fuck off. We'll pay you rent. Okay, fine. You pay me rent. Fuck off. What'd you say? Fuck off? No. We said, hey, we'll pay you rent. Okay, pay me rent. And the king said, okay. So look at who owns the apartment building in Boston. It's some dude in England. Look at who owns. Look it up.
Can you play some music, Mama Bear?
Yeah.
You know I'm right, huh, Mellows?
No, you're not.
Okay. I'm never right. Independence, your ability to govern yourself, has nothing to do with who owns anything. I can ride a bicycle no matter who owns it. That's all I can say.
You believe that everyone is able to govern themselves?
No.
So how do you What's the word I'm looking for?
I'm saying, if you really look at the situation that
How
happened
how do you discriminate between the two?
The USA and France kick the Brits' ass. At what?
Right? There you go, buddy. There you go.
Hang on. You kick our ass at what?
I'll even do you one better. I'll even do you one better.
You
You
don't
know
answer
that
the question. USA and
Britain
France
made.
kick. USA and France kick our ass at what?
There you go. So you get it. France was involved. Now here's what King George did. Here's what King George did.
France have never won. Hang on. France have never won a war without us. Fact. And well, that's for yourselves. I mean,
here's what King George did. King George said,
"You're just good at starting wars and then turning up late for them."
King George told George Washington, if you want to continue your alliance with France, then you cannot be our partner. He put George Washington to it. And he said, either you align with England or you align with France. And so so George Washington had to decide, do I side with my French brothers who helped me win the war? Or do I side with England, who is my enemy, but is my partner? And he put George Washington to it, and George Washington had to side with England. He had to leave the French behind. That is heart-wrenching. Think about that.
If you go to the
man that helped you win the war, the French crown to help you win the war, you had to walk away from them. And that's why the French Revolution happened.
Oh, yeah, don't forget the French Revolution. Oh, yeah.
Think about it. That's George Washington had to walk away from the French crown, and embrace the English crown.
Okay.
And so then the French Revolution happened. There's reasons for everything.
You go to
if America had continued to trade with France, the French crown would have been strong. But America had to walk away from the French crown to side with England because England owned the entire eastern seaboard of the United States, which was all the colonies.
Okay, you go to the Treaty of Paris, and it breaks off into the peace treaty began in Paris in 1782. And then it breaks off into, it caused the French, Spain, and the Dutch Republic. And then it breaks off.
Was the same with ownership of the colonies?
Then
never says anything about ownership.
Then it breaks off into what caused. And then it breaks off into the side notes of what caused the American Revolutionary War. And it breaks off into the history of the United States.
Of course it should. It's the Treaty of Paris. It's what ended the American Revolution.
Of the 5 nations, and it breaks off into the Treaty of the Pennsylvania, and then it breaks off into what happened. And it breaks off into our Constitution.
That's not the Treaty of Paris.
You ain't going to listen to anybody because you think you're right about everything.
Okay.
Because our Constitution supersedes everything.
Mom, I love you, but you're getting a little emotional about something there.
And you think their law supersedes our law.
No, I didn't say anything of the sort.
But they can't come in and make laws for us.
I never said they could.
So what happens in New York City And I have never, ever heard, and I've looked at and I have gone over New York City budget more than once, and I've looked over New York State budget, and there is no taxes being paid to the UK.
It's not
no
taxes.
money being paid to the UK.
It's not taxes. It's rent.
And if rent is being paid to the UK, I would have seen it. So you're wrong, and you're spitting out.
Can any foreign person come into the United States and buy land? Yes or no?
Yeah, anybody
can. Any foreign power come into the United States and buy land? Yes or no?
In some states, they put a black
on the government of China owns a lot of land in the United States. Lots of investors from Brazil, lots of investors from South Africa own land in the United States.
I'm not going to sit here and argue with you.
That's the truth. So you're telling me that England can't own land in the United States?
You don't read the chat, do you?
Who, me?
Yeah. The British family, the British royal family does not own any land directly in the United States. The royal family's land holdings are primarily located within the United Kingdom. While the royal family may have some investments or property indirectly associated with the United States through financial holdings, they do not possess any personal or private land ownership within the borders of the United States. Does that clear that up?
Sure. I did say the Crown owned it. I did say that. So yes, that's cleared up. But as a nation, does the UK own it?
The fuck, man. Mama Bear, let's play some music, man. This guy's gonna fucking kill us, man. He's gonna go round and round in circles.
I'm just saying. Come on, it's a valid question.
Come on, man. You've been on here like fucking almost half an hour now. No one's
okay. I didn't know you guys were getting so pissed off about this. I didn't know. I know it was pissed everybody off.
It's like fucking, you know what I mean? I'm trying
I thought we were discussing things, man. I didn't know it was pissed everybody. If it was pissed everybody, you just said, "Hey, fuck all." We're pissing everybody off. I would have said, "You know what? Fuck it."
Shit, I don't need to go researching right now, man. Don't send me down no rabbit hole. I want to chill.
That's what you should have said to me, okay?
Look,
okay.
Bring up some receipts. Next time you come with some facts, right? Bring some receipts, so then I don't have to go looking, right? Because I
did bring receipts.
I'm not your researcher.
I didn't mean to say Crown.
Yeah.
I did say Crown. I did say Crown. And you're right.
The Crown, the royal family.
Yeah, but hey, this is just
holdings.
This is just Grim saying it, and that doesn't make it fact either.
Canada.
I said the Crown.
Canada, on the other hand, is another story. Now, America does pay rent to Britain, however, right? Because you currently rent some islands from us in the South Indian Ocean, I think, and also in the Pacific Ocean. You actually rent those islands and you use them as military bases, right?
No, it couldn't happen.
Diego Garcia, for instance, was ours. The Atoll Islands that you blew the fucking shit out of and destroyed was... Yeah, and a few other islands that you actually pay rent to the United Kingdom.
No,
so you
couldn't
have
happen.
Your bases on there.
No,
look it up. You want me to bring you some receipts? Because I actually do have some receipts.
No, I'm joking. I'm joking, man. I'm being business because I said the Crown owned it, and Grim says they don't. And so
it's not the Crown.
You know what? Fine.
It's the British
believe
Empire.
Grim over me, and you know what? I would believe Grim over me. So you know what? Believe him over me, okay?
It's the British Empire, basically, for the former British Empire, which basically these colonialists, right? They became the I don't know. I suppose the unified version of
But you have to
the
understand that over time,
European
things
and the
could have
British
transferred.
combined
Right?
with the corporate interests of America and created this new entity that we now know as the Federal Reserve and the
Right. So from
International
King
Monetary
George,
Fund.
what King George
It's
used to
the same
own could have
empire.
maybe
It's the same
transferred, right?
people. Let someone else talk for 5 seconds. Breathe. Do you know how to breathe?
Go on, mate. Just breathe.
Just breathe, man. I mean, please give us a second to talk. Oh, fuck it. Go on, keep talking. We've got another 10 hours of this. You can keep talking, man. Fuck it. I'm gonna smoke another joint. You know, the good thing is about a conversation, right? You can have a conversation with somebody, right? And then you can pause for a second and allow them to retort. But then when you ask them a question, you don't allow them to retort or give you a reply. It kind of gets frustrating, and then people have to shout over each other just to talk to each other, and you're not listening, so you never heard anything, making them repeat what they have to say like 5 or 6 times, and then you have no intention of answering the question that they give you, and then we go round and round in circles. It kind of gets frustrating, Jay, honestly. You're a fucking cool dude, man, but having a conversation with you is like a one-way street.
It's a lot of pointing fingers, man. Come on.
Just a FYI, man. But we're chill, man. I want to try and have a little chill session. Let's play some music, have a little laugh. Let's joke. Fuck these fuckers. There's nothing we can do about them right now. But I'm right. You're right, man. We should stand up. And this time we all fucking said no and all this shit. And, you know, fucking being an activist for almost 25 years now, you'd think I'd know something about fucking trying to stand up to my government. But unfortunately, we're doomed, right? And the reason why we're doomed is because the world, right, is filled with
I don't see that's what I don't
morons.
accept it.
The fucking
I
world
don't
is filled
take
with
being
fucking
doomed.
morons. And
But
because
I
the
don't
world
take
is
being
fucking
doomed.
jam-packed with total fucking morons, we're all doomed, right? And that's the reality.
See, now you want to talk
Grab a
over it.
beer,
I
some
don't
popcorn.
take being doomed. I don't
We're
take
doomed.
it, man.
We're doomed, mate. Those nukes are on their way, man. It's just a matter of time, honestly.
I don't take it. They
Do you
can
ever
nuke
watch
my
Doctor
house.
Strangelove? Do you ever watch Doctor Strangelove?
Yes, I have.
We're watching it right now in real time. They don't really
I don't
matter
take being doomed.
about the king, whether he owns shit or not, right? Because it's going to be a car park. The fucking thing's going to be a car park.
Then why do you bother?
Why am I bothering what?
Then why do you bother at all?
Did you see my avatar? It's a new avatar I've got.
Why do you bother?
Do you see my new
No,
avatar?
I looked at it and I can't actually. It looks like 2 middle fingers. I don't know. Is it bunny?
What does it say?
I don't give a shit. Show.
That's exactly right.
I've been there, brother. I've been there.
You know, me having an
I've been
argument
there,
with you
brother.
over this shit right now, right? Ain't
But
gonna
I've
fucking
been
make
there,
any
brother.
difference. It's just gonna raise my blood pressure for no reason.
You
Right?
hear Mama Bear? Do you think she don't give a shit?
Well, I'm trying not to right now. I'm gonna smoke another 2 joints and maybe I might get there. But we got some videos we can play if you want to give a shit show. Some good ones. I got a
I mean,
banner.
it's your channel. You can do whatever you like. I just,
I know I can. I could do whatever.
Why do you bother then? Why do you bother? Why do you bother?
What gets me up in the morning? You mean?
Yeah. Well,
Why
sure. What is it?
Why bother
What
doing
is
this?
it what is the ants in your pants that makes all this happen?
Let me understand the question. Is it what motivates me, or is it what? Why do I do this show?
Because I don't know what your motivation is. I don't know what your motivation is towards. We'll get you in the morning. I don't know. What is it about activism?
What is it? That's a good
What
question.
is it?
Yeah. What is activism?
Do you just want to feel better than other people?
Okay,
Do you want to say, I know more than you?
Okay, this is MP Diddy.
Okay, they've come out, yeah?
No.
We got any volume on this? There's no audio.
Hold on. It's unmuted.
It might be them, or it could be you're sharing a tab without audio.
Hold up.
Might be them muting the mic, not ready to talk yet.
You see the yellow fringe around the American flag? You see that?
Mike
That's
Test,
not supposed to be on there.
Combs press conference, September 17th, 2024. Does anybody need me to keep going? Is everybody set in the back?
Look at the American flag. You see the gold fringe around the American flag?
Hold up, Jag.
6. You just came in from the left. Are you okay? Okay. Thank you.
It was Beyonce's fault.
What's this we're watching?
P. Diddy. P. Diddy, they arrested him. He's in jail.
Was it Cat Williams? Cat Williams was the one that was saying all this shit, right? That P. Diddy was dirty.
So have they got shit on him or what?
Yep.
Well, they put the cuffs on and they dragged him away, so they must have.
It went.
They raided all of his homes, and they went through all his computers and his hard drives.
Federal indictment.
They questioned Beyonce and Jay-Z and Will Smith.
This guy's got a fucking proper nose, isn't it? Look at that.
I tell you, man, all these motherfuckers in showbiz,
dirty.
these celebrities, they're all fucking cut from the same cloth, man.
Amen. Blood drinkers, man. Blood drinkers, everyone. Adrenochrome, man. That's what they're doing.
What, is this live?
Yeah.
It just ended a few minutes ago. I just found out.
Oh, it's ended.
Yeah.
Your lives ended, but this is just starting for us.
It's TMZ.
Can we skip it forward till he starts talking? We'll have to wait for him.
2 minutes. If you have any questions about presentment, I'll come back out and we'll go over.
Today, I'm announcing the unsealing of a 3-count indictment, charging Sean Combs with racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, interstate transportation for prostitution. The indictment alleges that between at least 2008 and the present, Combs abused, threatened, and coerced victims to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, and conceal his conduct. As alleged in the indictment, to carry out this conduct, Sean Combs led and participated in a racketeering conspiracy that used the business empire he controlled to carry out criminal activity, including sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and the obstruction of justice.
Annette, who were the clients?
Let me say a little bit more about the charges.
I want to know the clients.
The indictment alleges that Combs abused and exploited women and other
You can't be
people
black
for
and do
years,
that.
and in a variety of ways. As alleged, Combs used force, threats of force, and coercion to cause victims to engage in extended sexual performances with male commercial sex workers, some of whom he transported or caused to be transported over state lines. Combs allegedly planned and controlled the sex performances, which he called freak-offs, and he often electronically recorded them. The freak-offs sometimes lasted days at a time, involved multiple commercial sex workers, and often involved a variety of narcotics, such as ketamine, ecstasy, and GHB, which Combs distributed to the victims to keep them obedient and compliant. As alleged, when Combs didn't get his way, he was violent, and he subjected victims to physical, emotional, and verbal abuse so that they would participate in the freak-offs, and that Combs hit, kicked, threw objects at, and dragged victims, at times by their hair. On one occasion in March of 2016, that conduct was captured on video and later reported in the media. Specifically, Combs kicked, dragged, and threw a vase at a victim in a Los Angeles hotel when the victim was attempting to flee. As alleged, these assaults often resulted in injuries to the victims, which took days or weeks to heal. In addition to the violence, the indictment alleges that Combs threatened and coerced victims to get them to participate in the freak-offs. He used the embarrassing and sensitive recordings he made of the freak-offs as collateral against the victims. And the indictment alleges that he maintained control over the victims in several ways, including by giving them drugs, by giving and threatening to take away financial support or housing, by promising them career opportunities, by monitoring their whereabouts, and even by dictating their physical appearance. Because of all of this, the indictment alleges that the victims did not believe they could refuse Combs without risking their security or facing more abuse. The indictment also alleges other acts of violence undertaken by Combs and others, including violence against witnesses to his abuse, kidnapping, and arson. The indictment alleges that on more than one occasion, Combs carried or brandished firearms to intimidate and threaten victims and witnesses. Now, Combs did not do this all on his own. As I mentioned, Combs has been charged with RICO conspiracy. He used his business and employees of that business and other close associates to get his way. Those individuals allegedly included high-ranking supervisors in the business, personal assistants, security staff, and household staff. The indictment alleges that those individuals facilitated the freak-offs. They booked the hotel rooms and stocked them with the supplies, including drugs, baby oil, personal lubricant, extra linens, and lighting. When the hotel rooms got damaged, they helped clean it up. They arranged for victims and commercial sex workers to travel for the freak-offs, and they delivered large quantities of cash to Combs to pay for the commercial sex workers. The indictment also alleges that they helped Combs cover up his crimes. During the March 2016 incident at the LA hotel that I mentioned earlier, a member of the hotel security staff intervened, and Combs attempted to bribe the staff member with a stack of cash to make sure that what happened was kept quiet. And as the indictment alleges, in late 2023, after public allegations were made about Combs's crimes, he and others pressured witnesses and victims to stay silent including by making phone calls to witnesses and victims and giving them a false narrative of what they had experienced. And as alleged, Combs used others to help conceal his abuse by monitoring and preventing victims from leaving a location in order to hide their injuries, or by locating and contacting a victim who had attempted to flee. As part of this investigation, in March of this year, special agents from HSI executed search warrants at Combs' residences in Miami and Los Angeles. They also executed a warrant for Combs' electronic devices. During those searches, agents seized evidence of the crimes charged in this indictment. They seized firearms and ammunition, including 3 defaced AR-15s and a large capacity drum magazine. They also seized evidence of the freak-offs, electronic devices that contain images and videos of the freak-offs with multiple victims. And they seized cases and cases of the kinds of personal lubricant and baby oil that Combs' staff allegedly used to stock hotel rooms for the freak-offs, more than 1,000 bottles altogether. Here are some of the items that we recovered during the searches. As you can see here, this is a drum magazine, large capacity, and it contains, I believe, 59 rounds. I mentioned as well, we recovered 3 AR-15s. This is a close-up shot of one
That's
of
not the guns
the
we're
AR-15s,
looking for.
and you can see right here, the serial number has been thoroughly defaced. Another picture of more ammunition and parts of 2 AR-15s right there. Now, I want to be clear about 2 things. First, this office is determined to investigate and prosecute anyone who engages in sex trafficking, no matter how powerful or wealthy or famous you may be. No one should doubt our commitment on that. A year ago, Sean Combs stood in Times Square and was handed a key to New York City. Today, he's been indicted and will face justice in the Southern District of New York. Second, we are not done. This investigation is ongoing, and I encourage anyone with information about this case to come forward and to do it quickly. Anyone with information can call 1-877-4-HSI-TIP. I want to express my deep appreciation for the victims and witnesses who have used their voices and helped bring this criminal conduct to light. We would not be here without them. I also want to thank the dedicated case agents on the HSI Trafficking in Person Squad in New York. They have been with us since day one and have worked tirelessly on this investigation. They will continue to be invaluable partners to us. I also want to thank the incredible agents and analysts from SCNY who have also provided tremendous assistance on this case. I'm deeply grateful for their continued work. And finally, I want to thank the outstanding career prosecutors from SCNY who are handling this case. Meredith Foster, Emily Johnson, Chrissy Slavic, Madison Smeisler, and Mitzi Steiner, and their supervisors, Jamie Backleepter and Jacqueline Kelly. They are members of the Civil Rights Unit in our criminal division. We created the Civil Rights Unit when I became U.S. Attorney. I'm deeply proud of their work on this and so many other cases. I'll now take some questions.
Aaron Katursky, ABC.
Thanks, Nick. Damian, thanks. The indictment describes aggressive, open, violent, hedonistic abuse that you say was recurrent and widely known. Why did it take law enforcement so long to intervene? How many women were victimized by Sean Combs and how many others were involved?
Look, our investigation is ongoing. We are committed to bringing justice to everyone who's been victimized by the defendant. I can't tell you why it took so long. I think the better focus is on the fact that we are here today. And we are committed to making sure that justice is done. Next question.
Thank you. Julia Ainsley, NBC.
Thank you for doing this. You said we are not done and that Combs did not do this alone. Do you foresee that there could be other charges related to this case?
I'm not taking anything off the table.
Janet Fisher, Newsday.
What's the difference between the sex trafficking and promoting travel for the
purpose of prostitution?
Well, there are different crimes with different elements. I don't think we should get into the nitty gritty of the legal discussion right now, but the sex trafficking, we believe, they're all serious offenses, but the sex trafficking conduct carries some significant penalties, and we are gratified that we were able to bring that charge.
One more coercive than the other?
I'm not going to be able to get into that, but you can look it up, and yes, sex trafficking, especially when it involves coercion or force, is a very serious crime, and it carries significant penalties.
Good afternoon, Darla Miles, ABC7 New York. Thank you for this press conference and for the details. 2 questions. In context of this indictment and the information that was presented to the grand jury, are you able to clarify the number of victims? It's mentioned plural in the indictment, but can you specify the number of victims just for this particular indictment? And secondly, can you provide details about the alleged arson?
Unfortunately, I'm not able to provide either. The number of victims, you are correct. We are intentional in saying multiple. The details of the arson incident are limited to what we have in the indictment and also the detention letter that we filed, which contains more details than the indictment does at various points, but we don't have anything more beyond that. Next question.
Lynn Tran, CNN.
Are any of his accomplices or associates under investigation? And additionally, could he face any more charges?
So the investigation is ongoing. That means both as to him and to anyone else who we believe committed the crime with him. Next question.
Juliet Papa.
Hi, good morning from 1010 Wins. Any indication that some of the women or victims here were imprisoned in his residences, and did he have locations where he kept them, and they were not allowed to leave? And also, he's indicted here, although there were searches and raids in LA, Miami. Why in New York?
Well, I'm biased. I'm the U.S. Attorney in the Southern District of New York. I think that we have an outstanding track record of bringing some of the most impactful, sprawling, complex, difficult sex trafficking, human trafficking, labor trafficking, you name it. The Southern District of New York can do it, and so we're very proud of that. And so the scope and complexity of this investigation isn't something that we ran from. It's something that we embrace, and we will continue to do that. As to your question about whether he imprisoned anyone, all I can say is that, I mentioned this March 2016 incident where something was caught on video where a victim was attempting to flee, and there was violence that was associated with it. That was at a hotel.
Matthew Lee, Inner City Press.
Thanks a lot. Does your office intend to seek remand, or are you reaching a bail package? And if you're willing, how would you contrast this with the R. Kelly case in EDNY in terms of the elements? Thanks.
So we will be seeking detention. We have filed a letter laying out our reasoning for seeking pretrial detention. I'm not going to be able to expand beyond what's in the letter, but it contains all of the reasoning, and it contains the law as well. There is a presumption of detention in a case like this, and we think that's warranted.
John Anise, New York Daily News.
Thank you. I was hoping to get some more detail about the searches of his residence, the guns, the cases of lubricant, and the videos. Where were they found amongst his residents? Were they all scattered around the houses in one place? I kind of wanted to just get a better picture of how that stuff was found.
Well, look, I think that some of the details that you're seeking are in the detention letter. So, for instance, some of the AR-15s, 2 of the 3 defaced AR-15s were found in his bedroom closet in Miami, broken down into parts along with magazines with ammunition loaded in them. So some of that detail is in the detention letter. Beyond that, I'm not going to be able to get into where other items were stored.
Ben Kochman, Post.
Hey, thanks for doing this. Your office was the office that had been prosecuting Jeffrey Epstein before he died in custody. I have not read your detention memo yet. It's the first thing I'm going to do after this ends. But does the memo address, or is your office concerned with Combs's safety in custody given given what happened with Epstein?
So we are concerned with anyone's safety whenever they are detained prior to trial. It's part of our obligations to keep people safe as well. It's part of the criminal justice system. So, but I do not draw any sort of connection between Jeffrey Epstein's suicide and what may or may not happen to any other defendant while they are detained pre-trial. And of course, the decision whether to detain the defendant will be up to a judge. Our position is that pretrial detention is warranted under the law and based on the facts of this case. And I'll leave it at that.
Are some of the prosecutors on this case some of the same prosecutors that had been handling that or that worked on the Maxwell case?
So I'm not going to get into the staffing. I will say that this team, this group of AUSAs, this incredible group has been working on this case around the clock, and they've had their hands full. Next question.
Gus Rosendale, NBC News.
Good morning, sir. Combs' attorney said that his client has been cooperative with investigators. He said that this morning. I was wondering if you would have a reaction to that.
Let me just say this. I think that generally and with increasing frequency, the word cooperative or cooperating has taken on tremendous elasticity and it no longer really bears any relation to what the word means when we use it in a very specific context. So responding to lawful process and the like does not qualify as cooperation when we use that term here.
Mike Sisak, AP.
Thanks. To that end, was there any discussion of Mr. Combs surrendering? I understand he was taken into custody at a hotel in Manhattan last night, and maybe that wasn't the plan. Can you elaborate on how that came about and why that was?
I'm not going to be able to get into any sort of operational details as to how he was taken into custody and when. He is in custody right now. He will be appearing in court later today.
Was there any discussion of him surrendering, given they claim he's cooperating?
I'm not going to be able to get into law enforcement tactics or operations. Well, I can't get into the charging decision. It is very meaningful to us that weapons were possessed, as we allege in the indictment. Part of the reason why this conduct was so pervasive and harmful was because victims and others didn't necessarily feel comfortable denying him his wishes, as we allege, because of the presence of firearms. I should leave it there.
Thanks. Last question, Jacob Shamison.
Jacob Shamsian, Business Insider. Thank you. Given that he's the sole defendant in this case and that you allege he's part of a conspiracy that involves members of his companies, do you anticipate a superseding indictment that bring allegations against other members of his companies or other co-conspirators as well?
Again, I can't take anything off the table. Anything is possible. Our investigation is very active and ongoing. And I think a lot of you who cover this office know that when we say such things, that developments are certainly foreseeable, but I cannot predict them sitting here today. All right, thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Wow. Okay, I did find a letter. His detention letter. Let me pull it up bigger. Can you read it, Mellows?
It's a bit small, but if you drop the link, I can zoom in on my side.
Okay, hold on. You dropped it in the back.
Hey, where'd Bear Britain go? Bear Britain, get your ass up here.
Today's his daughter's birthday.
All right. Dear Judge Tarnowski, the defendant Sean Coombs, aka Puff Daddy, blah blah, was taken into custody this morning after a grand jury sitting in this district returned a 3-count indictment charging him with crimes relating to his decades-long pattern of physical and sexual violence against multiple victims and his use of force, threats, and coercions to enact his will, protect his reputation, and fulfill his sexual desires. The government respectfully submits this letter in anticipation of the defendant's appearance before the court later today and in support of the government's request for the defendant's detention pending trial. As set forth below, there is no condition or combination of conditions that will reasonably assure the appearance of the defendant as required and the safety of others and the community, not to mention the integrity of the proceedings, as reflected by the gravity of the charges in the indictment of the defendant is dangerous and possesses an ongoing threat to safety of the community. If released, he remains a serious risk of flight despite the conditions offered by his counsel. Most glaringly, the defendant also poses a significant risk of obstructing justice. Indeed, as set forth below, during the course of the charged conduct, the defendant has attempted to bribe security staff and threaten and interfered with witnesses to his criminal conduct. He has already tried to obstruct the government's investigation of this case repeatedly, contacting victims and witnesses and feeding them false narratives of events, as described in detail below. There are simply no conditions that would ensure that defendant's efforts to obstruct and tamper with witnesses will stop. The defendant will, therefore cannot overcome the statutory presumption in favor of detention, and the court should order him detained.
Wow. No bail. They want no bail. There is pictures. I don't know what the pictures
Well,
are.
every prosecutor wants no bill, to be fair.
They want no bail. No bail.
Every prosecutor wants no bill or very high bill. That's the truth.
On September 17, 2024, an indictment returned by a federal and grand jury sitting in the Southern District, New York. The indictment was unsealed, charging the defendant with racketeering conspiracy from in or about 2008 through on or about the date of the indictment in violation of 18 U.S.C. 1962.
Yeah, racketeering. You don't compete with the government. Don't compete with the government.
Sex trafficking from in or about 2009 through to 2018 in violation of 18 U.S.C. 1591 and 2.
Yeah, he had that kid. What was that kid's name? The fucking that kid rapper. He had two of them actually. What was it? Tevin Campbell and the other kid. Yeah, he was after them kids. That fool. Yeah, that fucking yeah, that goes back to 2009. Yeah, he was after them kids, man. Everybody knew it too.
Justin Bieber.
That's one of them, yeah. And Bieber even said, you know, they did me dirty. They were like, oh, you know, did they? He was like, well, I'm not telling you what they did, but they did me dirty, you know. And the girls too, like even his girlfriend Selena Gomez, and they were after all of them. They're nasty. Will Smith and all them, they were all in on that shit. Kevin Hart, they were all in on that.
Allegedly, until they are indicted and proven, it's allegedly, Jay.
Well, they can sue me all they want.
Jay, it's not your show.
No blood from a stone.
Jay.
Yes, it's not my show. Allegedly.
Thank you.
They can sue me all they want, though. And Beyonce and Jay-Z, like, they're nasty. They're allegedly nasty. Allegedly nasty.
It's allegedly.
It ain't the old days, man. It ain't the old days. Like James Brown might have been a little nasty, James Brown, he might have got out of pocket of his pickup truck and went down and bet a waitress or two, but you know what I mean? It's a whole different world, This is a whole different thing, man. This is like, this is wow, This is a whole different thing. This is a world of
Oh, let's play a song, Mellows, because it's 420.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, it's morning, but the vibe's kind of bleak. Rolled out of bed,
you're in New York, yeah.
When I check my stash, it almost made me weep. Just a little bit left, ain't enough to get me deep. I hit up my phone to find some relief, calling all around, feeling like a straight up thief. First Northwoods, the mountain girl in the zone. What fucking will? But everybody's busy, so I'm feeling all alone. Woke up high on B&C vibes, low on THC. Only got a little bit of weed, that's my plea. Making calls around, yeah, like a mad decree. My guy Mellow, yo, you gotta come and rescue me. But the line's dead, feels like a catastrophe. Please don't be a scam, he's questioning my identity. I'm like, no, it's me, I swear, no scam, steady. But the silence speaks, Mellow hung up already. I'm yelling, hello, hello, why you leave me on red? I'm just here stressing, need some green for my head. Who's out there? Can you hear my plea? Need a hero now, with a little bit of weed. Now it's chaos, feeling like the end of days. No callbacks, caught in this forsaken maze. Shout out to the void, hoping it ain't just a phase. Got a little weed, need more, my continuous craze. Northwood said that's right, but Mellow didn't see. Caught in this suspicion, thinking it's a trickery. Now I'm all out here, voice on higher degree. Shouting please, just someone come and help me. Man, it's just a wake and bake. Why's it got to be hard? Trying to catch a break. Feeling like I'm scarred from the bottom of my heart. Echoing through my yard. What fucking what? I only need a little more. Don't let life be bought. Up high up, but why you leave me on red? I'm just here stressing. Need some green for my head. Who's out there? Can you hear my plea? Need a hero now, with a little bit of weed. I'm yelling hello, hello, hello. Why you leave me on red? I'm just here stressing, need some green for my head. Who's out there? Can you hear my plea? Need a hero now, with a little bit of weed. All we need a weed. Don't let life be bought. A little bit of weed. Don't let life be bought. A little bit of weed. Don't let life be bought. A little bit of weed. Don't let life be bought. Yeah, it's morning time, but the vibe's kinda bleak. Rolled out of bed for that wake and bake technique. But when I check my stash, yo, it almost made me weep. Just a little bit left, ain't enough to get me deep. I hit up my phone to find some relief. Calling all around, feeling like a straight up thief. First Northwoods, the mountain girl in the zone. What fucking will? But everybody's busy, so I'm feeling all alone. Woke up high on vibes, low on THC. Only got a little bit of weed, that's my plea. Making calls around, yeah, like a mad decree. My guy Mellow, yo, you gotta come and rescue me. But the mind's dead, feels like a catastrophe. Please don't be a scam, he's questioning my identity. I'm like, no, it's me, I swear, no scam, steady. But the silence speaks, mellow, hung up already. I'm yelling, hello, hello, why you leave me on red? I'm just here stressing, need some cream for my head. Who's out there, can you hear my plea? Need a hero now, with a little bit of weed. A little bit of weed, a little bit of weed, a little bit of weed. Please can someone give me some fucking weed? A little bit of weed, a little bit of weed. Please can someone give me some fucking weed?
Yup, yup, yup. Hey, good preview at 4 o'clock.
Another head hangs slowly, child is slowly taken. And the violence caused such silence. Who are we mistaken? But you see, it's not me, it's not my family. In your head, they are fighting. With their tanks and their bombs and their bombs and their guns. In your head, they are crying. In your head, zombie, zombie, zombie. What's in your head, in your head? Zombie, zombie, zombie. Another mother's breaking heart is taking over. When the violence causes silence, we must be mistaken. It's the same old thing since 1916. In your head, they're still fighting. With their tanks and their bombs and their bombs and their guns. In your head, they are dying. In your head, zombie, zombie, zombie. What's in your head, in your head? Zombie, zombie, zombie.
I like it.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that singer, she's well missed. I'm talking about Molly, right?
In your head, zombie, 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 zombie. What's in your head, in your head? Zombie, zombie, zombie. Oh, yeah, yeah.
All right. What else we got?
Well, did you hear about that Lee County Sheriff? It's under investigation.
No, I think I got to see that one.
Yeah, it was on Here's the Deal.
Not had a chance to watch it yet.
Yeah, it's big. Pull it up.
Interesting for his department, so he could go out and get the bad guys. That's all it's going to be used on, is the bad guys. Well, let me give you an excerpt of that, and then I want to give you an update on what's going on concerning the FBI investigation into Carmine Marcino for money laundering and misappropriating taxpayer funds. Check this out.
First door, Lee County, many more to come.
And that'll put Sheriff Marcino himself to figure out why they spend so much money, where it goes, and if it keeps people more safe. Oh, this is your office.
Look at these guys. Yeah, let me just continue playing this. You got to check out, if you have not seen this video, I'll leave the link in the description for you, but you got to look at the type of equipment, the technology. They have robotic dogs. They've got drones in the air. They've got micro drones. They've got Bearcats. Look at these guys. They got the military in Lee County coming up against you. They got robotic dogs. We're going to see the drones that they put in the air. We're going to see the combat micro drones that they launch against us.
People more safe. Oh, this is your office. Oh, look at this. We will have law and order. That's your mantra.
We will. That's right.
And seemingly a rare mantra these days.
Who's law and who's going to initiate the order? Check out this office.
It's the proliferation of the police state in America.
Mansion, right?
Look at this nerve center. Crazy. So let me just show you right now. It says Lee County Sheriff Carmine Marcino is accused of laundering money and misappropriating funds. Let's watch 2 news segments.
Tonight, Lee County Sheriff Carmine Marcino is facing serious allegations of money laundering and inappropriately spending taxpayer money. Thanks for watching ABC7. I'm Megan Miller.
And I'm Christy Soto. 2 former paid staff members say they've reported the matter to the FBI. They claim they were questioned and are ready to see this to the end.
So the corrupt officials of the Federal Bureau of Investigations are going to investigate and see whether Carmine Marcino has been doing anything wrong. Good job, folks.
And wants someone to be held accountable. ABC7's Dave Elias started working his sources Thursday and hasn't stopped since.
Michael Hollow was a 17-year veteran of the force and now a write-in candidate for sheriff in November. He says with permission, he recorded honorary deputy Ken Romano, who was being paid a hefty salary as a consultant. But Romano claims that Marcino wanted some of that money to be funneled to his family to pay for lavish gifts.
I don't know if these allegations are true, and I'm not saying in this video that these allegations are true. But if we find out one day that they are true, I won't be surprised. Why? Because power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. And more importantly, power attracts the corruptible. And it just seemed like it's all gone to Marcino's head.
Every month I would just give his father the money and take cash. Ken Romano is the former consultant and honorary deputy who claims Marcino paid him $5,700 a month and then instructed him to take $1,700 of that money and help pay for some lavish gifts.
I gave him tons and tons of jewelry. His grandmother, a $45,000 ring. I did a lot of good things for him.
Then Romano says he realized things didn't seem right.
I said, can that be considered money laundering or misappropriation of, taxpayer dollars? And Bob was like, yeah. I said, that's great. Now the kid just involved me in a crime.
17-year deputy Mike Hollow says he legally recorded the conversation, then turned it over to the FBI.
Eventually, Mr. Romano and I sat down with the FBI in May of this year, May 21st of 2024.
The FBI telling NBC2 they will neither confirm nor deny an investigation. Meanwhile, former Sheriff of Lee County Mike Scott telling me today these are serious allegations and Sheriff Marcino is best suited to address them as if he...
Guys, all these individuals are corrupt. all of them are on the take. They've got the ring of power. They're abusing their authority. They've been in the fraternal order of police and the National Sheriff's Association for a long, long time. They've seen corruption. They've committed crimes against humanity and against Americans. And now they're going to wax virtuous on a news story saying, now, these are some pretty serious allegations. How many people has this particular sheriff, Mike Scott, I don't know if you can see his name right there, Mike Scott, how many people has this person particularly put into jail cells? Sitting in jail cells, innocent people that have done nothing wrong. How many people have been left as victims in his wake of terrorism?
Chooses to do so. I prefer not to speculate. Marcino was first appointed to that seat by then Governor Rick Scott, whose office had no comment today. There are people on social media that say they don't believe this, and you are doing it simply because you have an axe to grind.
I don't have an axe to grind.
Well, that's a good point. It's a conflict of interest because he is running as a sheriff against Marcino in the next election.
I'll tell you right now, if the governor were to remove Carmine, I will pull myself out of this race so that the residents of the county can actually hold a special election.
Now, I have reached out to the governor's office about this matter, and they have not returned my calls. Sources close to the governor's office, though, tell me they are aware of it. And just moments ago, the attorney general's office saying, quote, the Office of Statewide Prosecution has no involvement in this matter. The sheriff has asked for $315 million next year from the county budget. That's $38 million more than last year. In the studio, Dave Elias, ABC 7.
And we should note we did ask Sheriff Carmine Marcino to speak with us today on camera, but he declined.
Basically, Marcino's like, give us $38 million more dollars and we'll keep you safe. Don't you worry about it. We're going to take care of business. Of course you can. With that kind of money, $350 million. I would not doubt if he's on the take. And if this guy's going to make accusations, surely he can bring the receipts. Everybody's got a cell phone. They can be recording. You know, there's voice recordings. They can have documentation. So if the allegations are true, I have no doubt that it's going to be easy to prove.
Let's get you more on Sheriff Carmine Marcino's history in law enforcement. Marcino first began his career in Suffolk County, New York in 1998. He worked for Suffolk County Park Police. He then moved to Southwest Florida and joined the Naples Police Department in November of 1999. He joined the Collier County Sheriff's Office in 2003. This is video from our ABC7 archives showing Marcino working as a patrol deputy in 2006. He worked with several specialty units during his time in Collier County. Sheriff Marcino then joined the Lee County Sheriff's Office in 2013. He was appointed sheriff of Lee County in 2018 by Governor Rick Scott. In 2020, Marcino was elected Lee County's 13th sheriff.
Good evening. I'm Peter Bush. Tonight, Lee County Sheriff Carmine Marcino is facing serious accusations of money laundering and inappropriately spending your taxpayer money. Two former paid staff.
I'd say buying a robotic dog or a couple robotic dogs, micro drones, helicopters, Bearcats, armored personnel carriers, militarized equipment for the local law enforcement agencies. I would say that was a misappropriation of funds. But hey, that's just me.
Members say they have reported the matter to the FBI and they have already been questioned.
So they say they're going to take these allegations seriously. I don't know. I don't live in Lee County. If you live in Lee County or near Lee County and you have any insider information on this, let us know. Make sure that if you say that you do, bring the receipts. Make sure you have the documentation. Make sure you can substantiate the claim. Leave your thoughts about this. What do you think? Do you think Marcino is guilty of misappropriating funds and laundering money and funneling money so that he can lavish gifts on his family members? Leave your thoughts about this in the comments below. If you haven't done so already, subscribe to the channel, hit the bell notification icon, give it a thumbs up, share it with everybody you know. Don't forget to subscribe to my email list through my website, highimpactflix.com. If you want to support the channel further, grab a shirt, become a channel member, but more importantly, understand that in times of universal deceit, telling the truth is a revolutionary act. I will see you in the next video.
Interesting, huh?
All right. It's time. You got any more for us?
Oh, I got lots. Lots happening in the state of Florida. Lots happening in the state of Florida. Florida's being a hot spot lately. Florida is a hot spot lately. It is a hot spot lately for news. Did you hear about what's happening with the 11-year-old in Florida?
Oh, you got a video?
Yeah, I do.
Let's go.
Hold on. This one shocked me.
An 11-year-old who detectives say had an arsenal of airsoft guns, knives, and swords, arrested and perp walked after investigators say he threatened to commit a mass shooting. He was one of 2 students arrested just today, accused of making school threats. Thank you for joining us tonight. I'm Matt Austin.
And I'm Lisa Bell in for Ginger Gadsden. The Volusia sheriff says the boy threatened to shoot up Creekside or Silver Sands Middle School. And a 13-year-old Flagler County girl is accused of threatening Buddy Taylor Middle School in a social media post. Both kids told detectives they were joking, but tonight they are both facing some very real charges. News 6's Treasurer Roberts spoke with a criminal defense attorney who explained why a lot of cases like these do not go to trial. Their conversation.
It's a really unfortunate thing.
Alton Edmond, founder of Edmond Law in Brevard County, reacts to yet another school threat.
I definitely think that schools should teach students about the consequences of carrying, mishandling, and using firearms.
So what we're going to start doing Monday is, since parents, you don't want to raise your kids, I'm going to start raising them.
Volusia County Sheriff Mike Chitwood shared this video Monday. The table filled with airsoft rifles, fake ammunition, knives, and other weapons. Sheriff Chitwood says the 11-year-old suspect showed them off to students on FaceTime and threatened to carry out a school shooting at either Creekside or Silver Sands Middle School. The sheriff said the boy, who we won't name because of his age, also had a list of names and targets. He faces a felony charge of making a written threat of mass shooting. A new 6 investigation uncovered Florida prosecutors haven't reported one conviction for bringing a weapon on school campus over the last 5 years, even though law enforcement made 40 arrests. What would be your reasoning as to why none of them would lead to convictions?
A lot of times you wouldn't see convictions unless a child is charged with a crime like this and they're older. Let's say they're 16, 17. At that point, they're more likely to be directly charged as an adult. I think part of the reason why you don't see convictions is because a lot of the children that participate in these actions are younger, more immature kids.
Edmond says an 11-year-old may not be advanced enough to be held responsible for their actions in criminal court. The attorney is also the board chairman for Emma Jewell Charter Academy in Cocoa. He has handled multiple school threats, including this alert from a parent. Her kids told her a student planned to shoot up several schools. Even if the threats don't lead to convictions, Edmond says it doesn't mean there aren't consequences, like expulsion.
To prevent some of these issues, attacking the root causes might be helpful.
And so, Treasurer, did he say what some of those root causes might be?
Yeah, the attorney said a lot of times the kids that are making these threats have either been bullied or harassed by other students. Now, he's not saying that makes it okay to threaten anyone, but he is asking school staff to take it seriously and find a way to prevent bullying.
It's just insane the number of threats that school districts across Central Florida have been dealing with, especially in the past couple of weeks.
We have seen a lot lately, an uncomfortable amount. Treasurer Roberts, thank you.
Interesting. How the sheriff is taking that perspective. How about some community meetings? How about the schools dealing with the bullying issue? Get to the problem. What's going on? It's interesting what the way they're dealing with the issue. Hey, Inferno, how are you? I see you snuck in. I was playing videos. How are you today?
Inferno, come up. How is that fire in Texas? It's still burning? Or is that a forgotten story with everything else going on? Is the fire been put out yet? Okay, 5 minutes. Okay. Let's play a couple songs. I know here in just a few minutes, we've got another song getting ready to drop. On BNC Records.
Yeah. I'm cruising these UK back roads, gas in the air and pedal down. Riding solo, cranking up that BNC sound. Got my mind on the wild and my eyes on the moon. Lit up like the cornfields in the late afternoon. Headed to a party where the BNC music just won't stop. It's a UK bash, we gonna raise it up top. BNC trucks in the streets lining gold. The speakers bumping, tales of the rhythms tall. Mix of twang and flow, merging two worlds as one. See the Queen's Guard, nut in his head as I pass my middle finger wave. Fuck the crown, but tonight we won't sink. So I get to the party and 4 sexy women is at the front door. They say come with me my lord, I said woo, fucking woo. This wild night in a beautiful UK scene. Doors all locked, I was living a dream. The room clouded up, ladies dancing, smoke thick and mean. Gassy tendrils climbing, the vibe serene. Mellow with beautiful women on the left, the joints in rotation. Pass one to me without hesitation. My head was buzzing, feeling that elation. Caught in the haze, a sticky situation. I said, oh no, but oh no, ooh, it took me so high. Now I'm floating, feel like I could fly. In that smoky room, everyone lost track of time. Blowing that gas, we crossed the line, ooh. I got stoned, well I'm wasted, like what the fuck? Coma bound on a cloud, man, just my luck. On my way to a dream state, tucked in a smoky wrap on that fiery muck. I'm on my way to my coma, ooh, it took me so high. Now I'm floating, feel like I can fly. In that smoky room, everyone lost track of time. Blowing that gas, we crossed the line, ooh. From a whisper to laughter, the night slid by. Each puff, each pass, we touched the sky. Mellow dug deep, poured out more to fry. The ladies yell, woo, fucking woo. I'm like mellow, woo, fucking no, not this again. But you already know, the fire got lit. 2 joint after 2 joint, we savored every bit. The room spun around, euphoria hit. Ladies dancing, fingers to lips, we smoked it legit. Ooh, stone wasted, chaos and delight. Peace fella, she turned out the light. Too glued to move, couldn't fight the might of that potent cloud. That perfect night, I got stoned while I'm wasted, like what the fuck? Coma bound on a cloud, man, just my luck. On my way to a dream state, tucked in a smoky wrap on that fiery muck. I'm on my way to my coma, ooh, it took me so high. Now I'm floating, feel like I could fly. In that smoky room, everyone lost track of time. Blowing that gas, we crossed the line, ooh. As the dawn crept in, the quiet got deep. Slid into a coma, a peaceful sleep. Fucking woo. I'm on my way to my coma, I repeat. Night wraps around the silence complete. Coma deep in the zone. Whispered goodnights in a tone all our own. Smoke stuff into a hum. A gentle moan in that UK party where nothing was known. Ooh, I'm wasted, what the fuck?
It's of Sean Combs is held without bail. They swooped out very quick, very fast. I didn't even have time to present it.
We watched the whole thing. We watched the whole indictment.
No, this is after court. This is after court. Hold on. This is after court. This is after court. Outside of court.
My soul feels like the way he walks. I know.
That establish his innocence. He's not afraid. He's not afraid.
These are some of those guys for sure. I can't see the signs exactly. Some of them true.
This is the guy.
P. Diddy is not afraid. P. Diddy is not afraid.
So this was the first step. We have a bail appeal scheduled for tomorrow at 3:30 in front of Judge Carter, the district judge assigned to this case. I think that we made the points that we've been wanting to make. I think it came out. Mr. Combs is a fighter. He's going to fight this to the end. He's innocent. He came to New York to establish his innocence. He's not afraid. He's not afraid of the charges. There's nothing that the government said in their presentation today that changes anyone's mind about anything. He's been looking forward to this day. He's been looking forward to clearing his name, and he's going to clear his name. And we're going to stand by his side as he does. We believe in him wholeheartedly. He didn't do these things. This was a 10-year relationship. There's no coercion. There's no crime. There's basically just, someone who brought a civil case and now is finding themselves as a witness in a criminal case. And we're going to fight this case with everything we have, as is he. And eventually he's going to be shown to be innocent. And so tomorrow we fight again, and we'll fight every day until we don't have to fight anymore.
Why did the arrest happen last night instead of today as planned?
I don't know. The question is, why did it happen last night instead of today? I don't know the answer to that question.
Are you going to be
I just want to make one point very clear. We have no power. All we can do is show good faith. He got on a plane and he came here. And if he stayed here for one day before the case started, or for 1 year before the case started, he was going to stay as long as he needed to stay. It ends up being only 12 days. That's fine. That's what the government wanted to do. The government didn't want it to turn himself in. He came here to turn himself in. Why doesn't the government want it to turn himself in? Because then they can't ask for detention. So they go and they arrest him. They arrest the guy who came to New York to turn himself in. But we're going to make all these points again tomorrow, and we'll make it as much as we can until we get him out.
Will you appeal the bail?
So that's all I have.
How is he feeling? Will you appeal the bail?
Yeah, tomorrow. What was the question?
Will you appeal the no bail? Will you appeal the no bail?
Yeah, we're no bail. Okay.
Where are you appealing?
Oh, I'm sorry. We're appealing the decision to hold him without bail.
What is the next court hearing?
Tomorrow at 3:30.
Otherwise,
3:30, same place.
Bail.
It's like Pulp Fiction, man.
Tomorrow at 3:30, same court, different judge. He's doing fine. He's a fighter. He's a fighter, and he's going to fight this. All right, I'm going to go.
Where is he getting held?
I don't get into that stuff.
Okay. How would
Give us some space.
Where's the support?
Guys, you gotta move it. You gotta move it. Use your legs.
Where's your support for your father?
Are you expecting him to be released today, or are you surprised?
Well, so they fight again tomorrow. That'll be interesting. Hey, support. Did you see we dropped another song today? Did you see the premieres?
I'm looking for a love gangster, someone to be my master. I'm looking for a grave maker, a lady killer soul shaker. It's not that I want him to die, dying's just a slow way to live. Just wanna choke on his tie, one sip away from the gift. Ain't nobody's gonna love you like I do. Ain't nobody gonna ever love you like I do. I want him bad as they come, easy is easier for some. I'm in the mood for some fun until the damage is done. I want him hard as he came, wearing a bone for a cane. Nobody dares to complain, he owns your soul in your name. Ain't nobody gonna love you like I do. Ain't nobody gonna ever love you. Ain't nobody gonna love you like I do, like I do. Make him criminal, evil, beautiful. I can hear disaster calling, innocence wistful. Mother's broken doll, I can hear disaster calling, baby. I can hear you, master, calling me tonight. Love gangster. Ain't nobody's gonna love you like I do. Ain't nobody gonna ever love you like I do. I want it bad as they come, easy is easier for some. I'm in the mood for some fun until the damage is done. Ain't nobody gonna love you like I do. Ain't nobody gonna ever love you. Ain't nobody gonna love you like I do, like I do.
Thank you, support. Second one just dropped. Yeah, second one just dropped. Yep. Inferno, you're in Texas. How's that fire going on down there? Oh, you didn't know about the second one. Yeah. Yeah, the second one dropped. Ah, we got one up on you. Got one up on you today.
All right.
We got one up on support.
There's a monster under my bed and at my window there's a dragon. I accepted the challenge, it turned me into a savage. I broke a promise to myself again, I don't know why I am so vulnerable. They try to help but I won't let them in, I guess rock bottom's where I'm comfortable. Both my feet planted when most people would have panicked. I embraced the storm, I found beauty in what was damaged. I'm not afraid of the boogeyman, instead I look at him like he's a friend. There's not a monster out there in the world that's scarier than the one that's within. There's a creature in my closet, I can hear him mumbling around. The demon screaming in the distance creates such a humbling sound. The monster that's outside my window, he's like family to me now. The things that people are afraid of never let me down. I'm not a sadist, no, but I'm hated so. The religious freaks say I'm the biggest beast, and that I've made it grow. When I spray this flow, I created more. Creatures alike when I heat up the mic, I'm a blade of the night, but I'm tainted though. But the darkness I'm finding, I spark it and shine it, they find it, this mine is woe. What if they label me a demon seed? Wanna disable, now I see him bleed. Injures me fatally and see them grieve, no. Yeah, I would not believe the creature inside me. If you deceive belief, it's alive. Let me disagree when people define me or trying to take his. Whatever the fuckery told him, you don't wanna break this. You forsake his, what is sacred, then it's over no matter what your faith is. I'm a creature. There's a creature in my closet, I can hear him rumbling around. The demon screaming in the distance creates such a humbling sound. A monster that's outside my window, he's like family to me now. The things that people are afraid of never let me down. Yeah, I managed to get myself in trouble, all of this pain. Yeah, I'm down in the double dose and liquor's always to blame. If I could keep myself sober, I keep my hands to myself. I take a shot and it's over, that's how I end up in hell. I do. I hope I don't pass it down to my offspring. They get everything from their daddy, feel like I'm addicted to all things. Yeah, there's no reason to change, I've gone too far now. I'm stuck in my ways, back at the bar now. They said I'm a flirt, they right, I ain't perfect guy. So I'm thirsty and perking and purposely searching for something that's hurting me so I can skip back up and go. I just back out of it slow, that's how it go. I'm not the back out of her, and next night act on no. Okay, they be laughing at me, hands be grabbing at me. Feel like God let it happen to me. That be black, be blasphemy, beats bad desperately. Okay, yeah, I think I better let it go. Either that, or I gotta let it know that I can't do that. There's a creature in my closet, I can hear him rumbling around. The demon screaming in the distance creates such a humbling sound. The monster that's outside my window, he's like family to me now. Body moves, heartbeat slow. Feel the rhythm, let it flow. Whispers in the night they call. Feel the pulse within us all. Touch the sky with fingertips. Feel the magic through your lips. Every beat a new unfold. Feel the fire in your soul. Body and soul, we dance tonight. Lose control in the moonlight. Body and soul, feel the vibe. Let it roll, stay alive. Heartbeat racing, breaking ground. Feel the passion all around. Every step in time we swim. Diving deep, we jump right in. Loving life with open stars. Feel the wonder making scars. Every note of life untold. Feel the music lose the hold. Body and soul, we dance tonight. Lose control in the moonlight. Body and soul, feel the vibe. Let it roll, stay alive. Heartbeat racing, breaking ground. Lose control and all around. Every step in time we swim. Diving deep, we jump right in. Loving life with open stars. Feel the wonder making scars. Every note of life untold. Feel the music lose the hold. Body and soul, we dance tonight. Lose control in the moonlight. Body and soul, feel the vibe. Let it roll, stay alive. Yeah, it's morning time, but the vibe's kinda bleak. Rolled out of bed for that wake and bake technique. But when I check my stash, yo, it almost made me weep. Just a little bit left, ain't enough to get me deep. I hit up my phone to find some relief. Calling all around, feeling like a straight up thief. First Northwoods, the mountain girl in the zone. Well, fucking will, but everybody's busy, so I'm feeling all alone. Woke up high on B&C vibes, low on THC. Only got a little bit of weed, that's my plea. Making calls around, yeah, like a mad decree. My guy Mellow, yo, you gotta come and rescue me. But the line's dead, feels like a catastrophe. Please don't be a scam, he's questioning my identity. I'm like, no, it's me, I swear, no scam, steady. But the silence speaks, Mellow hung up already. I'm yelling, hello, hello, why you leave me on red? I'm just here stressing, need some green for my head. Who's out there? Can you hear my plea? Need a hero now, with a little bit of weed. Now it's chaos, feeling like the end of days. No callbacks, caught in this forsaken maze. Shout out to the void, hoping it ain't just a phase. Got a little lead, need more, my continuous craze. Northwood said that's right, but Mellow didn't see. Caught in this suspicion, thinking it's a trickery. Now I'm all out here, voice on higher decree. Shouting please, just someone come and help me. Man, it's just a wake and bake. Why's it got to be hard? Trying to catch a break. Feeling like I'm scarred from the bottom of my heart. Echoing through my yard. Whoa, fucking whoa. I only need a little more. Don't let life be bought. Up high up, but why you leave me on red? I'm just here stressing. Need some green for my head. Who's out there? Can you hear my plea? Need a hero now. With a little bit of weed. I'm yelling hello, hello, hello. Why you leave me on red? I'm just here stressing, need some green for my head. Who's out there? Can you hear my plea? Need a hero now, with a little bit of weed. All we need a weed. Don't let life be bought. A little bit of weed. Don't let life be bought. A little bit of weed. Don't let life be bought. A little bit of weed. Don't let life be bought. Yeah, it's morning time, but the vibe's kinda bleak. Rolled out of bed for that wake and bake technique. But when I check my stash, yo, it almost made me weep. Just a little bit left, ain't enough to get me deep. I hit up my phone to find some relief. Calling all around, feeling like a straight up thief. First Northwood's the mountain girl in the zone. Whoa, fucking whoa. But everybody's busy, so I'm feeling all alone. Woke up high on vibes, low on THC. Only got a little bit of weed, that's my plea. Making calls around, yeah, like a mad decree. My guy Mellow, yo, you gotta come and rescue me. But the line's dead, feels like a catastrophe. Please don't be a scam, he's questioning my identity. I'm like, no, it's me, I swear, no scam, steady. But the silence speaks, Mellow hung up already. I'm yelling hello, hello, why you leave me on red? I'm just here stressing, need some green for my head. Who's out there? Can you hear my plea? Need a hero now, with a little bit of weed. A little bit of weed, a little bit of weed, a little bit of weed. Please can someone give me some fucking weed? A little bit of weed, a little bit of weed. Please can someone give me some fucking weed?
In a little room down Switzerland way, Jenny shared her space where she did stay with Mellow and two females. They live in sync in that crowded nest. What do you think? Mama Bear always curious about their spree. The herbs they shared as free as can be. Mellow smoke 2 joints in the morning. Mellow smoke 2 joints at night. Mellow smoke 2 joints in the afternoon. It makes him feel alright. Mellow smoke 2 joints in times of peace and 2 in times of war. Mellow smoke 2 joints before he smoked 2 joints, and then he smoked 2 more. Small room stories under the sun, tales of the smoke and all the fun. spliff passing left and right. In the haze, their hearts take flight. Daddy said, work hard, my son, but Mello's lessons, they ain't just one. Talk about life, talk about living, talk about the taking, talk about giving, talk about the good split, the sense Emilia, fueling the beast like a righteous guerrilla. Mellow smoke 2 joints in the morning, Mellow smoke 2 joints at night, Mellow smoke 2 joints in the afternoon. It makes him feel alright. Mellow smoke 2 joints 10 times a piece, and 2 in times of war. Mellow smoke 2 joints before he smoked 2 joints, and then he smoked 2 more. Wisdom passed down from the old to youth. Mama bears words full of truth. Mellow, do your best, as clear as the day, but remember to chill in your own way. Met my guy for the first time who made it clear. Hard work's fine, but first steer clear. Mellow smoke 2 joints in the morning, Mellow smoke 2 joints at night, Mellow smoke 2 joints in the afternoon. It makes him feel alright. Mellow smoke 2 joints 10 times a piece, and 2 in times of war. Mellow smoke 2 joints before he smoked 2 joints, and then he smoked 2 more. Whoa, smoke 2 more for the soul. Keep the vibes, let the good times roll. Leaving that tiny room where the tales unfold. Jenny and her crew are heading to Davos. As Davos nears, we shift our gears, but the rhythm stays the same. Every joint we've shared, each moment there, playing life like it's a game. So here's to the highs and clearer skies, where our dreams they dare to flock. In this ride, we find our vibe, and together we rock the block. So as we roll, let the story be told of laughter, love, and song. Jenny, Mellow, and company, where the high and the mighty belong. In every smoke, every toke, we find our freedom's door. To Davos we head, with our spirits fed, always ready for peace and war. Mellow smoke 2 joints, 2 more. Mellow smoke 2 joints, 2 more. Mellow smoke.
Yes, we have redacted. Exploring the Middle East, Diddy's arrest, and Trump shooter groomed.
Wake up, everybody. Welcome into Redacted on this Tuesday. I'm Clayton Morris.
I'm Natalie Morris.
And on this show, we cover the stories the mainstream media largely ignores, or we have to sift through a big pile of propaganda on a lot of it. We've got a lot of questions today, and this may be one of our busiest shows we've ever had today on this Tuesday, because just a few hours ago, a massive launch of pager explosions across the Middle East that tore through the hands and heads and hips of thousands of individuals in Lebanon and other areas, which we're still accounting for. Is this the first salvo in a massive escalation of war in the Middle East? We will talk about that.
Plus the Diddy indictment. It's gross. It's deep. You're going to have to sit through it because these are things we need to know. How deep does it go in the entertainment industry? We're going to take a look, you guys. Hold on. We're going there.
And new details in the Trump shooter and the CIA connections. This guy did not act alone. I think that's abundantly clear. We're going to look at some of the major new revelations as to how this guy was groomed, potentially by the intelligence state, whether it was the FBI, the CIA. How was this guy groomed? How was he there with thousands of dollars, being able to fly around in first class? How was he tipped off, right, with information on the Trump golf course? All of that, of course, is missing. Trump released a huge tax plan that no one is talking about. We're going to talk about that a little bit later in the show today. But also today, just Kamala Harris doing an interview with Association of Black Journalists talking all about her tax plan. So no one, again, no one's covering Trump's economic policy, which I think could actually be considered revolutionary. We'll talk about that. But now the mainstream media trying to turn the page as quickly as they can away from Trump, get it focused on Kamala with only 48 days left until Election Day. So welcome in, everyone, on this Tuesday. Busy show for you. David Rauch in our chat. I like him. David says, my house is where several of my friends come together to watch Redacted every Monday through Thursday. We have a game we play where we all put our bets on what color shirts you guys will be wearing. I'm sure it's going to be easy for you to pick what shirt I'm going to be wearing.
For Clayton, it's usually black. It's almost never not black.
That's right. So it's pretty easy. Hopefully I'm not the one that you're putting your bets on.
But I can help you game it. What do I get? I'll give you an inside track if you want. Tell you what I'm going to wear next.
Let us know where you're joining us from around the world. Hello over on Rumble. Hello on YouTube. Hello on X. Hello to our friends on BitChute as well. Good to see you. We've got a lot of news to get to today, but first,
we want to tell you about our friends at 5G Free, because with global tension rising and nuclear safety concerns,
Lebanon, with pagers exploding in the hands of Hezbollah officials, fighters, even ambassadors. And we're trying to piece all of this together right now. How was this pulled off? A massively sophisticated operation with thousands of people being injured, at least 8 killed as of right now that we know about. How did this happen? And what is going on in the Middle East with Israel and Lebanon? This is a tinderbox. We wanted to ask former UN Weapons Inspector Scott Ritter for his assessment on all of this, and who's been watching this very, very closely. Scott, first, just your reaction to this developing story.
Well, what did Hezbollah think was going to happen? I mean, we're in a situation where Hezbollah and Israel are in a war. We can call it a proxy war. We call it a hybrid war, whatever you want to call it. It's a conflict. Israel carried out an attack earlier this summer against a senior Hezbollah official in Beirut. Hezbollah responded by attacking Unit 8200, Israel's top secret signal intelligence unit, electronic warfare unit, cyber unit. According to news reports, they may have killed the commander of this unit and killed up to 26 others, wounded over 70 others. This attack against the pagers of these Hezbollah officials is an attack carried out by Unit 8200. That's the unit that does this. What did Hezbollah think was going to happen? You attacked Unit 8200. You think 8200 is just going to sit there and let nothing happen? They have responded in a dramatic way, in a decisive way. We don't know who, I think the reports are 1,500 casualties so far. Maybe the number will increase. These are, probably senior command and control people, mid-level command and control people. Who carries a pager? Not a fighter at the front. The people that carry pagers are people that need to be contacted, need to respond. Logistics people, communications people, command staff. This is devastating for Hezbollah. But what did they think was going to happen? But that's not even the question we, the audience, should be asking ourselves. How did this happen? And I'm not talking about, the way that Israel pulled this off in terms of, infiltrating these pagers. These pagers apparently were just recently swapped out by Hezbollah.
Right.
Who was the purchasing agent? I mean, first thing I would ask Hezbollah is buy better pagers. Know your sources. But they, we know historically 8200 has used high explosive planted in cell phones to assassinate people. In 1996, one of the more dramatic examples of this was when a Hamas bomber known as the Engineer, they got a phone into his hands. He answered the phone, confirmed he was the guy. They blew his head off. Hamas, in attacking on October 7th, overran an Israeli intelligence base where they oversaw the technical penetration and the human penetration. They got the list of the Hamas people who were Israeli operatives. They were executed in the streets by Hamas. But they also found out how Israel was listening to the communications, how Israel had inserted cell phones into Hamas leadership. They swapped out their cell phones. This may have led to Hezbollah swapping out its pagers, realizing the potential of compromise. But now the pager type. I think it was a Motorola pager everybody's talking about. Does that mean that Israel was able to put high explosive into each one of these? The answer appears to be no. This appears to have been a much more sophisticated attack, meaning that Israel has singled out this kind of pager in a way to exploit it by getting the lithium battery to blow up. Some sort of hack. If this is the case, that means Israel can kill anybody, anytime, anywhere in the world. Not just Israel, but the United States. Any nation that figures out this hack can now make the lithium battery in this device blow up as I'm on the phone. This is the kind of stuff that should send shivers down everybody's spine, because it's not just about 1,500 Hezbollah operatives that were hit. This is about every single human on the face of the earth that uses electronics that have a lithium battery. Because if you can hack a Motorola pager into blowing up, you can certainly hack an Apple iPhone or anything else. That means none of us are safe.
What Edward Snowden just tweeted coming in just moments ago, because these pagers went off in London. It wasn't just Lebanon. They were attacked all over the world. Edward Snowden tweeted just moments ago, what Israel has just done is via any method reckless. They blew up countless numbers of people who were driving, meaning cars out of control, shopping with your children or in the stroller, standing behind him in the checkout line, etc., indistinguishable from terrorism. He says, as information comes in about the exploding beepers in Lebanon, it seems now more likely than not to be implanted explosives, not a hack. Why? Too many consistent, very serious injuries. If it were overheated batteries exploding, you'd expect many more small fires and misfires. So, and sources I've spoken to this morning have said that could have been in the works for a long time to get these types of specific pagers in the hands of these individuals with explosives built in. So that doesn't make me feel any better, but
well, it makes me feel a little bit better, to be honest. Because,
I mean, I guess to know that they can't launch a lithium-ion battery attack at a whim,
now we
can bring down air.
We go back to the old Israeli practice. Now we're seeing, again, that's how they assassinated the engineer. They put explosives in his cell phone. That's how they've assassinated people over the ages, to get a device in the hands. But this shows something far more sophisticated. This isn't about inserting an individual device where you need it. This is about infecting the entire supply chain. This means that in order to do this, Israel was either at the source of production or somewhere in between. Because normally speaking, when you ship things out, there's going to be some sort of product control. How do you gain access to all of these pagers in a way that allows you to implant explosive in them and then have them disseminated on the market? This is a very serious thing. And the other thing I'll say is that for Israel to do this attack, it's exposing a capability. It's going to mean that everywhere around the world, supply chains related to electronics in the Middle East or around the world are going to have to be reverse engineered. Israel probably won't be able to pull this off again in terms of this scale. So this was a political decision by Israel to expose this capability. And it's a very crude one. And if they were blowing up in London, I mean, as you said, this is so early, I don't know what the hell's going on. But if they're blowing up in London, this is a terrorist attack against the United Kingdom. I can only pray that one blew up in the United States. I hope that whoever it happened to wasn't affected by this, but then the United States has to start treating Israel as what it is, a terrorist organization. The irony here is that Israel launched this attack against Hezbollah that it considers to be a terrorist organization using the tactics of terrorism. This is a flagrant crime. It's indiscriminate in nature, and we'll see if Israel will ever be held to account.
Earlier, you said, what did Hezbollah think was going to happen after it struck this group 82? Well, what does Israel think is going to happen now that it has launched this attack and hit thousands of individuals in Hezbollah? What will the response look like?
Well, the response needs to be not just with Hezbollah, but as you said, this was an indiscriminate attack against non-Hezbollah targets. What did Israel think was going to happen in its response to October 7th? Do you think that the Israeli leadership sat there and said, by going into Gaza the way we're doing, we're going to trigger a massive international condemnation that turns world opinion against us, that enables the Houthi to carry out a blockade of our southern ports, that destroys our relationship with the world, that weakens us militarily? No, that's not. The Israelis don't think strategically like this. This attack, this pager attack, is going to have global consequences that are going to come back and haunt Israel down the road. This was a feel-good moment for Israel, but I can guarantee you, within a week, within a month, Israel won't be feeling good. First of all, Hezbollah is going to respond militarily. There will be an escalation that is designed to bring about pain and suffering on Israel, the equivalent of that which Israel has delivered on Hezbollah. Israel killed a senior Hezbollah leader in West Beirut. Hezbollah responded by attacking Unit 8200. Israel responded by blowing up the pagers of 1,500 Hezbollah officials. Hezbollah will respond by hitting Israel in a proportional manner. Proportionality means that 1,500 Israeli intelligence operatives, military people are going to have to be put at risk. It has to be a response of this nature. Meanwhile, the world is going to rally against Israel even further. Israel will be further down into the abyss of its own construction by the time this is all said and done.
The numbers right now, 2,750 people wounded as a result of these pager explosions across Lebanon, and 9 killed. So this number keeps going up.
Keeps going up.
This number keeps going. Yeah. I'll get you out of here on this, Scott, which is over the weekend, we saw the Houthis fire a hypersonic missile at Tel Aviv. They could not shoot this down. They didn't shoot it down. They were incapable of shooting it down. The Jerusalem press comes out and says that it wasn't hypersonic. Of course, it begs the question, then why didn't you shoot it down if it's not hypersonic? But I think all evidence to the contrary that it was a hypersonic missile fired at Israel. What do you make of the Houthi side of this and the hypersonic missiles fired into Tel Aviv?
Well, the Houthi announced that they had acquired hypersonic capability a while ago. They had done a series of tests, static tests and other tests associated with a hypersonic missile, which they then declared to be operational. I think this is that missile. It was fired. One, Israel didn't shoot it down. Now, Israel can play semantic games for its own domestic consumption, but the bottom line is the Houthi hit Israel with a missile possessing technical characteristics which make it impervious to Israel's air defense system. I don't believe that the Houthi built one missile. I think they have dozens, scores, maybe hundreds of missiles waiting. This was a signal to Israel because its technology is not unique to the Houthi. In fact, I believe that the Houthi missile probably is a reflective of technology that the Houthi acquired via Iran, the same kind of technology that was provided to Hezbollah. Hypersonic solid rocket-fueled missiles with precision guidance capabilities that defeat the Israeli air defense system. The Houthi sent a signal on behalf of Iran and Hezbollah that should this conflict continue and should it escalate, that these are the missiles that will be hitting Israel in the future, and Israel has no defense against them.
Well, just when you think the news cycle couldn't get any crazier, here we go. Scott Ritter, thank you as always for joining us. We appreciate your insights and analysis. Thanks, Scott.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Scott. And Dan Cohen just tweeted moments ago, Jewish journalist and friend of the show, Dan Cohen, he just actually returned from that war zone, said Israel is pushing for the U.S. to join an all-out war against Lebanon and Iran. Overnight, Netanyahu added to the list of war goals, quote, the safe return of its citizens to their homes near the border with Lebanon, end quote. Hours later, thousands of beepers exploded in Lebanon in a massive terrorist attack targeting Hezbollah fighters and civilians alike. He says a close associate of Netanyahu credited Israel for the attack before quickly deleting his post. An Israeli group called Fighting for the North credits Israel for the attack and demands Netanyahu launch a full-scale war on Lebanon. We expect this to be the opening blow of a war in the north and not another one-off operation. However impressive it may be, this is an opportunity that must not be missed under any circumstances. So to launch a full-scale war against Lebanon and to push the United States into a war against Lebanon and Iran. So I'll ask you, Americans, do you want to go to war with Iran? Do you want to be involved in a Middle Eastern war where Americans will die? Israel is pushing for all-out war.
I mean, no, because look how dirty this can get. That means all of us at risk for our mobile devices blowing up while we drive, while we're in the grocery store, while we're walking around, not just bad guys, but collateral damage too. Who will raise their hand for that? Who says, yes, I feel motivated to make that kind of sacrifice for innocent civilians? Okay.
Let us know in the chat. Actually, maybe we put up a poll here. How many of you think Americans should die in the Middle East right now in a war against Iran or in a war against Lebanon? I mean, this is exactly what they're pushing for.
What's the point of Israel denying they did it? I mean, like, who are going to blame them? Like Motorola? Of course they did it. Like,
well, Israel. I mean, Netanyahu's own associates came out and said that, yes, Israel just carried this out, then deleted the post. So, I mean, look, any idiot out there knows who carried this out. So,
right, who else is motivated to do that?
Yeah.
So, okay, well, this is a wild story. It's awful, and that's all I have to say. So we're going to go on to the next wild story that's awful, which is the Diddy indictment. It's
much bigger than just Diddy, right? I mean, this is when you see, we knew once this was all starting to unfold that this is really, he's like the Epstein of the music industry, but it's much, much deeper than just Diddy. It's how many people are involved in this with the sex trafficking ring, bringing, children in as like a honeypot to use against these producers and other individuals and athletes in order to blackmail them and so forth. But at the heart of it is children too. It's the sex trafficking of children coming across the border, being used for these purposes.
Incidentally,
allegedly.
Minors were not mentioned in this indictment, but the Southern District of New York says they're not done yet. So we're going to look at what this is their opening salvo, you guys. They say they have more. So we're going to take a look at, and also take a look at journalists who say, wait a minute, we've been following it. These pieces are missing. So we're going to look. I have sort of a silver lining take on it. It's a glass half full.
That's how I'm usually a glass half full kind of person. So let's see if that.
Okay, let's see what you think of my theory on this. But first, we want to tell you about our friends over at American Financing, because interest rate drop day is supposed to be tomorrow, you guys. Rates are now dropping into the
more involved in the and now it keeps going between 7 and 8%. Who is the 8% that wants Americans to die in the Middle East?
That's our CIA audience.
That's our CIA Mossad audience. Yeah.
Okay.
You always get about 8% Mossad.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. But maybe they are. Maybe there are people out there who legitimately think Americans should die in the Middle East. It'd be interesting dinner conversation. I don't, everyone's entitled to their own opinions. I just would be really curious what justification you have for the Americans dying in the Middle East. It'd be interesting to hear.
All right. Here's dinner conversation we won't be having tonight when our children get home. We're going to talk about the Diddy story. I think I should put a disclaimer on this. I didn't want to do it, and Clayton made me do this story. So
yes,
we're going to do it, and we're going to take a look at it, and it's yucky, you guys. So you got to put on your big boy pants to see this stuff. I'm ready for further questions of what's left out, what the government knows and doesn't know, but we're going to go through it. So here we go. Sean Diddy Combs was arrested by Homeland Security agents at a New York City hotel on Monday, and the indictment was unsealed this morning. Today, that's Tuesday. And you guys, this stuff is dark and it runs deep, as in every song you may have ever liked in your life that you listen to on the radio may be connected to a demonic sex ring. Yes. So brace yourself. This is the worst case scenario. Okay.
Okay.
All right, you're upset about this, that maybe there's music that's not connected to this. You think that your taste is not engineered.
I listen to a lot of 80s music. I listen to a lot of jazz. So hopefully there's not crazy.
Okay. I mean, I like a lot of polka. Hopefully there's no demonic polka rings, but we'll see. That's actually true.
I love Pink Floyd. I hope they're not associated with this in any way.
Okay, well, we're going to see. So brace yourself. The government has thrown the book at Diddy for prostitution, coercion, enticement to engage in prostitution, narcotic offenses, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and obstruction of justice. All of that is listed in this indictment. Here's what it looks like if you want to take a look for yourself, so you know I'm not making anything up. Now, not listed here is anything related to minors, and we're going to get to that in a second. Worth mentioning, though, that this is what the government alleges. This is what they think they can successfully prosecute. They present evidence to a grand jury, and the grand jury decides if they can arrest this person and move the case forward. Now, Combs will have the chance to defend himself, and his lawyer says that he's innocent of all of this. So if he fights this and says, I didn't do it, the government will say, well, here's a big steaming plate of evidence. And so will he actually do that? The lawyer says he will fight like hell to get his client released on bail. That's not likely, but we'll see. I mean, it would be a bajillion dollars. I would think they've already taken his passport. The government says they have copious amounts of evidence since their extensive raid on his properties and his electronics. Here is prosecutor Damian Williams summarizing that evidence.
During those searches, agents seized evidence of the crimes charged in this indictment. They seized firearms and ammunition, including 3 defaced AR-15s and a large capacity drum magazine. They also seized evidence of the freak-offs, electronic devices that contain images and videos of the freak-offs with multiple victims. And they seized cases and cases of the kinds of personal lubricant and baby oil that Combs' staff allegedly used to stock hotel rooms for the freak-offs, more than 1,000 bottles altogether. Here are some of the items that we recovered during the searches. As you can see here, this is a drum magazine, large capacity, and it contains, I believe, 59 rounds. I mentioned as well, we recovered 3 AR-15s. This is a close-up shot of one of the AR-15s, and you can see right here, the serial number has been thoroughly defaced. Another picture of more ammunition and parts of 2 AR-15s right there.
So people in the chat are saying freak off. What did he say? Freak off?
Oh yeah.
So
okay.
that's
I'm
in the
gonna
indictment.
show you what that is right now.
At first, I heard free Goths, and I was like, is that like Visigoths or I was like literally thinking like Germanic tribes of medieval, but okay, freak off.
Yeah, freak offs. And
freak offs. Okay, here we go. Let's let him explain it. You don't need to. The prosecutor does a pretty good job. Go ahead.
As alleged, Combs used force, threats of force, and coercion to cause victims to engage in extended sexual performances with male commercial sex workers, some of whom he transported or caused to be transported over state lines. Combs allegedly planned and controlled the sex performances, which he called freak-offs, and he often electronically recorded them. The freak-offs sometimes lasted days at a time, involved multiple commercial sex workers, and often involved a variety of narcotics, such as ketamine, ecstasy, and GHB, which Combs distributed to the victims to keep them obedient and compliant. As alleged, when Combs didn't get his way, he was violent, and he subjected victims to physical, emotional, and verbal abuse so that they would participate in the freak-offs, and that Combs hit, kicked, threw objects at, and dragged victims, at times by their hair. On one occasion in March of 2016, that conduct was captured on video and later reported in the media. Specifically, Combs kicked, dragged, and threw a vase at a victim in a Los Angeles hotel when the victim was attempting to flee. As alleged, these assaults often resulted in injuries to the victims, which took days or weeks to heal. In addition to the violence, the indictment alleges that Combs threatened and coerced victims to get them to participate in the freak-offs. He used the embarrassing and sensitive recordings he made of the freak-offs as collateral against the victims. And the indictment alleges that he maintained control over the victims in several ways, including by giving them drugs, by giving and threatening to take away financial support or housing, by promising them career opportunities, by monitoring their whereabouts, and even by dictating their physical appearance. Because of all of this, the indictment alleges that the victims did not believe they could refuse Combs without risking their security or facing more abuse. The indictment also alleges other acts of violence undertaken by Combs and others, including violence against witnesses to his abuse, kidnapping, and arson.
Okay. So
the least of it seems to be the guns. Like, who cares about the guns at this point?
it was just the method to which he kept all that going. I mean, when you have so many sex orgy parties that you have a name for them, like, do you put that in your calendar? Like, hey, I'm going to clear a few days for a freak off. Can you please? And it was so organized that he had his staff setting it up.
Yes.
Like, I need all the baby oil.
Well, that's
and
my
the
thing.
wipes.
Who on his staff is like in charge of the cases of baby oil?
And then they would go in and clean it up afterwards. Now, it was such an exertion for these
victims.
Victims that they were just, I guess, continually graping without a G, that they had to have IVs. In fact, here's what the government says is that after these freak-offs, Combs and the victims typically received IV fluids to recover from the physical exertion and drug use. So not only did they have all this set up, they had a freak-off kit that included IV for Combs himself because it was such an Olympic event. It's wild. Now, the government says that they have seen this for themselves. We heard about these in other court cases, but the government says they've seen it based on what they seized in the raids. Now, as a taxpayer, this is when we need to acknowledge that we appreciate law enforcement because they watched this and they took action. So at least we can give credit where credit is due. They say, again, that this is the stuff of nightmares. But important question is, how long have they known? Because this has been going on allegedly since at least 2008. Someone in the chat brings up a good point. Remember when J-Lo says she didn't know that he was involved in gang activity, but she was in and around a shooting when she was dating him in the 1999 and 2001 to 2001, I believe. So some people knew he was involved in some bad stuff for a very long time. Who, why, and who was kept from it? Now, interestingly enough, he was arrested on September 15th, 2024. 1 year ago, September 15th, 2023, he was in New York City getting the key to the city from Mayor Adams. Watch this.
He already has the keys to some pretty exclusive places, and now Sean Diddy Combs can add New York City to that list. It's Diddy Day in the city. Videos have been playing on the Jumbotron for TSX Broadway, and the crowd waited. Then around 11:30, the doors opened for the mayor and the artists.
The bad boy of entertainment is getting the key to the city from the bad boy of politics.
I want to thank y'all for this honor and just recognizing me being from New York, giving me the key to the city. Diddy finally has the key to the city.
Today's event coincides with the release of his new album, The Love Album, Off the Grid.
Okay. I wonder if that key works on jail cells. They might want to make sure that's not the case. That aged fast and rotten, didn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. On to the major piece of this. Who helped him? Because obviously you need a staff to hold freak-offs and to get people in there and to clean it up and give you all your props. Well, the government says he did have a lot of help from people, both known and unknown, they say, participating in unlawful and other activities related to his affair. Now, no one else is named in this indictment, not his sons, not his bodyguard or anyone yet. But they say they're just getting started. But we can put some things together based on other cases against Combs, most famously the Lil Rod case, Rodney Jones' lawsuit against P. Diddy. Now, his bodyguard, Fahim Muhammad, is referred to many times in that case, which is still ongoing. He was the head of Combs' security, and he was known as his fixer because he had connections within law enforcement. Now, what they said is if someone got killed, if someone got abused, if someone got hurt, if someone got in any trouble, Mr. Muhammad could fix it, they say, because he had the power to disappear people and problems. Well, who was this Mr. Muhammad? Ian Carroll, friend of the show, has been looking into this for months, and here's how he describes this.
One of the ways that Diddy had law enforcement under control was through his chief of security, Fahim Muhammad, who the whole staff was allegedly told to contact if anything ever went wrong with police or law enforcement, and he would be the fixer that would make it all disappear. Well, Fahim Muhammad is the former head of security for Michael Jackson. This kid had just graduated college with like a business degree, and he became the head of security for the King of Pop at age 21 or 22. And then, whoopsies, that same year, head of Pop died. This guy was second on the scene. And then his very next job after failing was to become the head of Diddy's entire operation. Think about it. The head of security in a blackmail ring needs to know all the dirt. Otherwise, he's not securing shit. Diddy formed his record label in the first place with a lot of help, basically being selected by Clive Davis, who's got a lot of mob ties and other stuff in his history. But he's been running huge portions of the music industry before we were all born. We're talking back to signing names originally like Janis Joplin, Pink Floyd, Aerosmith, Earth, Wind, and Fire. I say all of that to just show you the scope that this is not just one rapper doing bad things. This is the whole music industry. This is how it runs. Diddy is not an isolated incident. He is the status quo. And chances are he was not the only blackmail ring operating in the music industry.
You guys. Okay.
And there's a lot to dig into with Fahim as well.
Let's just go a little bit deeper, right? Because actually Ian Carroll's work on Fahim Muhammad, we're going to talk about that more, is how I became aware of his work, because his connection to Michael Jackson, which he lays out in this video. I just want to show it to you. Screenshot this and watch it later because it's wild. This was published in March and it raises more questions than we have answers to. Makes me want to apologize to Michael Jackson for believing smear campaigns about him. Now, more about this Mr. Muhammad. Diddy himself shared this last year. Mr. Muhammad bought land for his son on the southern border, right next to the border wall. Why? Because that's a good place to get people to participate in your freak-outs. Freak-offs, right. Presumably, right? We don't know. Now, here was a local CBS station in San Diego covering it last year. Now, keep in mind, what they're saying is Diddy told us that this guy on his staff bought this southern borderland, and they're like, let's go take a look. Watch how this video ages, which is still live on the CBS station. Watch. We're going to watch it in its entirety.
40 acres of land in San Diego County. That's what one dad gave his son for his 13th birthday.
He posted about it on social media, and their story went viral. Rapper Sean Combs even posted about it. CBS 8's Anna Laurel went to Boulevard, that's about an hour east of our newsroom, to see what they're going to do with all that land.
We're not just out here in the middle of nowhere. Look how close we are to the border wall with Mexico. Now, when we were driving out here, all I saw were a bunch of boulders and a few trees. But when Fahim Muhammad came out here, all he saw was potential.
We see clear space that we uninterruptedly we can enjoy nature.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Uninterrupted.
Growing up in the city, a congested city like LA, when we're out here, I mean, it's totally different.
Fahim Muhammad bought 198 acres out here in Boulevard to get away.
It's real quiet.
The border wall is right behind them, you guys. The border wall.
He lives in Los Angeles and runs a real estate business that buys and rebuilds properties in the south side of Chicago. He says to create a better living situation for the Black community there.
Based on what's happening with this renovation right now.
His company, Oasis Investment Group, even teaches people home ownership.
These are people that have had families on government assistance for years, and now they're actually enrolling in courses to learn how to buy their own homes.
Fahim says his mom taught he and his siblings how important it is to own your own property and to help their community. So when his son Fahim recently turned 13, he gave him 40 acres.
I thought it would be a great opportunity to teach him a life lesson about the value of land.
And they're teaching other kids from LA these lessons too.
So all them regular rock
that you picked?
They bring inner city kids out here to hike, ride ATVs, and build campfires. You can tell how much their family loves it when I ask them what it's like out here at night.
Amazing.
It was fun.
You get full view of the stars. It's like
Because like there's no city
air.
lights out here, so you
Yeah.
get to no pollution, stuff like that. So you get to see like clear sky. You can see all the stars. And stuff. It was fun.
13-year-old Fahim has some ideas for his property.
You can build like ATVs like around like, the whole thing. It's like once you build a zip line from the mountain.
And even though they're right beside the border wall, they've had no problems. Out here, these city kids
No
enjoy their
problems.
own private
Getting victims.
You got fresh water, you got clear skies. At night, you can see all of the stars, the moon, the sunrise is beautiful.
in Boulevard. This is Anna Laurel for CBS 8.
So, I spoke to former 24-year veteran of the Customs and Border Protection who was stationed right there. Okay, and JJ Carroll told me today. He said no one lives in Boulevard except longtime border residents and people wanting to be criminals. He said, "Quote: Would you ever buy your son land on our border? Crime, violence, rapes, murders, drug cartels, human smuggling cartels, all day, all night on your property."
No, not unless you like those things.
Right, unless that's part of your business plan.
Right.
Right?
I don't
Or
think
really
so.
hate your kid.
Right. You want a timeshare in Boulevard, California, right on the border wall, where cartels are bringing kids across right there for you? I mean, it's a perfect opportunity. Buy up the land.
Now, that video is still live on CBS 8's YouTube page. I feel like I could show it to you. I should show you the landing page in case you want to find it yourself, because they presumably have not realized what they have there as a feel-good news piece is probably evidence of human trafficking. If they were good reporters, they would know that the man they just featured here is named in the Lil Rod lawsuit for being Diddy's fixer in a sex ring. So maybe they should at least put some kind of note on that video or follow it up. I left a comment
I'm
there.
glad it's still there. Most of the
alerting
time,
them to it.
Most of the time, these news organizations try to hide the fact and they delete it and get rid of it.
Oh, I
So-
downloaded it. So
we have
there
it.
we
have
go.
it saved yet.
Okay, so what we're dealing with here is deep and extensive and an old conspiracy, not a theory, a real conspiracy to sell your soul to the devil to become famous in the music industry. And who else is connected? Well, Lil Rod's lawsuit names Cuba Gooding Jr. as an active participant in the freak off parties. Yeah, it also mentions Usher. We also know that Combs has produced other big acts such as Mary J. Blige, Lil Kim, Biggie Smalls. We know that he dated Jennifer Lopez. Maybe that's why she's so keen to get her divorce in the headlines right now, to sort of divert from the fact that she was associated with him over 20 years ago. Now, Lucian Grange and Universal Music were originally named in the Lil Rod lawsuit, but they were removed as defendants. And the government in the federal indictment does not mention them. But Prosecutor Williams does say that the government is not done here. In fact, he makes it seem as though they are just getting started. So perhaps they will. The government says they have enough here to keep Combs behind bars for a lifetime. They're asking him to forfeit pretty much all of his possessions. The big question here is, how deep will this go? And will Combs live to tell? Will he live to name names? Since he is essentially the Epstein of the music industry, will we ever get a client list? Or will that, like the Epstein list that is buried with him, fizzle out and die? Now, my sort of silver lining here is that maybe this is the government trying to make it right. Maybe if we can find a connection between Epstein and Combs, which it seems like won't be too hard to find, then we get it all. Maybe the bad guys sort of took it from the good guys, and the good guys are saying we get another chance with Diddy. How about that? Maybe right?
Maybe.
This is a big fat maybe. Combs's lawyer says that he's going to fight for his release, but if he does not get released, he should insist on round the clock cameras in his holding cells. Maybe we should all want to watch that just to keep this guy alive. The rest of us should want this too, because we need to see how deep it all goes. And in the meantime, I'm driving in silence. I never want to listen to commercial music again. I don't know what to do with this. This is just dirty and awful. And you know that what we get to see is only a sliver.
I'll sing you a song.
I mean, I would be surprised though if anything happened to him, because he's quote unquote new money. and where Epstein was dealing mostly with like the old, like the more like political influencers and power, where like the entertainment industry, like it could very well be that they're gonna throw the book at him and make sure he goes to jail and be like, see, we do go after these people, so that they don't have to go after the people that actually have the power, so they can just go after, you know, these guys and make an example of them rather than have to deal with the Epstein blowback.
Yeah, that's
and the much deeper connections here. Like I'm not saying that he's a good guy, but that he would become the fall guy in this, the sort of the scapegoat. And then all of the other people that we were wondering if they'd be a part of this indictment are not. Yeah. They're not listed here. So does he take the fall for this? And is this like a CIA operation? They're like, oh, we're going after this guy so that this story gets buried.
Right.
We're able to bury all the rest of this information, especially if there's some kind of a deal worked out. Then this stuff will always be buried.
Well, yeah, I mean, I do actually want his lawyer to keep saying he's innocent and we're going to fight it so that we see everything that the government has found. Then the more they fight, the more we get to see. If he takes a plea deal, we don't get to see that evidence. This doesn't play out in front of us. So, you know, I'm going to hold out that this is the tip of the iceberg, and we do have good forces trying to root this out and save people from this ever happening again. But I mean, I don't know, like, who comes up with the idea for a freak off? Is that something that's been passed down from previous generations that have sold their soul to the devil in order to be famous? Right. And so, and there are a lot of people that their names come up as they were made famous because they were connected to these dark force type ceremonial. I read this whole thing today about, I don't want to name, I'm not going to name names right now because I don't want to allege anything else. But you think about how these people are given fame and other people who are just as talented working for it, but will not sell out. And in all industries, you know, how deep does it go? Does it go into, you know, movies, TV, music, news industry, that kind of thing? It's deep and dark. And so, okay, we got some of it. Some people have been waiting for years to see this. And so this is what we got right now.
Well, and also, you know, it could be seen as a distraction, a sudden distraction from like looking more deeply into the CIA connections of the Trump assassination, the second round of the Trump assassination, and all of that, trying to distract you from that. So we're not going to be distracted from that. In fact, we're going to talk about that next here on the show, because there's some stunning new details about the shooter, the alleged shooter in this second round of Trump assassination plot attempt at the golf course. We're going to look more deeply at that. We're also going to take some of your super chats here. We'll talk a little bit about that coming up here in just a second. But hey, tomorrow is a huge day because the Federal Reserve set to cut interest rates. How much will it be? We don't exactly know. Will it be the first of 4 rate cuts this year? This will devalue the U.S. dollar. We are at a tipping point moment right now for the U.S. dollar. That's why we're big proponents in owning actual things like real estate, gold, silver, tangible items like that. I know we talk a lot about gold on this show. Gold just hit a new all-time high on the threat of a rate cut. We didn't even see the rate cut yet. And then suddenly we see a rate cut. We saw the ECB rate cut. So again, just the threat of a rate cut sent gold skyrocketing. Silver, though, also a fantastic investment and relatively inexpensive compared to gold right now. But we just bought a bunch of gold and silver. About 60% silver, 40% gold right now. And it's a hugely important industrial metal. Silver is, of course, it's everything from phone batteries to electronics, solar electrics, but of course, it's also a commodity. Our friends over at Lear Capital can help you get set up right now and actually investing in precious metal. Morning, including that he had a book out that you can read if you'd like, his self-published book. It's called Ukraine's Unwinnable War, in which he urged Iran to assassinate Donald Trump. But that's just the tip of the iceberg. The very first Twitter account that followed his Twitter account is an ex-CIA agent. Was this his handler? We don't know. The deep state constantly uses useful idiots like Ryan Routh. So what do we know about the CIA and how the CIA deploys these useful idiots? Let's ask a former CIA agent. Michael Scheuer spent 22 years working at the CIA. He's written 4 books on how America needs to get out of these conflicts around the world, including Ukraine and the Middle East, and focus instead on the United States of America. That has to piss off a lot of people at the CIA. And that's why we'd love to have Michael on the show. Michael, welcome back. Good to see you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for having me.
So just when you started to see these details emerging about Ryan Routh, he's not some just random lone gunman guy with an axe to grind. All of these connections are starting to emerge. Did that surprise you, and what do you make of it?
Well, I don't think it can surprise us too much, and I think most Americans may be surprised by it, but it's simply because the media doesn't cover it. Both the United States Special Forces and the CIA's paramilitary groups one of their major jobs is training foreigners who we want to help win or want to do a particular job for us. There's a lot of hoo-ha about special forces, paramilitary forces in the United States. They can't win wars. Their fighting is important in certain tactical instances, like killing bin Laden, if that happened. But what they mostly used for is for training foreigners in the Ukraine, in Vietnam, everywhere in the world, that there is a chance for the federal government in this country to get us involved in somebody's cause that they like. Those people are there. And grooming is mostly just, training. They become proficient in arms, proficient in tactics. But personal friendships is an enormous amount of espionage. And you recruit people as your agents at the agency, at the Defense Intelligence Agency, at Special Forces. One of the characteristics you're looking for is an ability to project themselves as friends, as colleagues. And so it's not all that a complicated process. It's expensive. And sometimes it doesn't work. If you bet on the wrong horse, like this character in Florida, you put a whole lot of money and a whole lot of time into something that didn't work. But that's basically the way it goes. Grooming, I guess grooming is a good enough word for it. You're grooming people to be fighters first, clever people tactically, and most of all, loyal to their backers. So it's kind of an espionage development of a person, but it's also a military one. And, languages are always a problem. You're never quite sure about what's going on around you. And so the idea that people can become investors in their own work is possible. But also someone you trained 3 years ago, you may run into a situation where you have a use for them now. And with the money that any U.S. government agency can offer for a job, whether it's gathering intelligence or killing somebody, those people generally are going to be it's going to be hard for them to refrain from doing our bidding.
One of the things that emerged with this guy almost immediately was the scrubbing of his social media accounts. They were removed, edited, deleted, and then we found information that was then added to certain articles from weeks ago. And you can see this by going through the Wayback Machine, that things have been manipulated about his record and his history. It's all very interesting. And would that be something the CIA would also do and be a part of when you're grooming someone, using someone like this, is really try to use the internet and make sure that the narrative is out there correctly?
Well, certainly they would use it, yes. I have to say I left in 2004, which was a little bit before the devastatingly effective way people can control your thoughts or your ideas or project a picture of you on the internet today and social media. So I would think today that would not be a problem. It's a little bit hard for me to believe that someone traceable to the agency would use their name or a name that's known to be used by them in terms of going to social media. But I can't say that couldn't happen. I just would find it surprisingly bad tradecraft.
One of the other things that has emerged that they know, according to sources, Ryan Routh visited Fort Bragg dozens of times in the past few years, which is where the U.S. Army Psychological Operations Unit is located at Fort Bragg. What do you make of that?
Well, I'm not sure this guy is very much engaged in psychological operations, but what he went there for was that's the home of our special forces. And he might have trained there with them, or a refresher course perhaps in the last several years. but he's clearly on the side of what the Defense Department and the president want, which is the war in Ukraine. And so he probably would have been welcomed there. I think, the other thing you should think about, not you, but I mean generally people should think about, is that the man claims to have an income of only $3,000 a month, and yet he flew first class from Hawaii to Florida, which is about, I heard this morning on the radio, about $7,000. He was arrested at one point for controlling an undefined weapon of mass destruction, and the judge gave him a misdemeanor for that, which is it screams that someone from Washington intervened in the thing to say, he's our guy, we need him, don't put him away forever, which probably would have been the punishment. So there's red flags all over the place. I think it's a disgrace, but it's appalling but not surprising, Clayton. It's the way the game is played these days.
Deeply disturbing on a day when we have this major attack against Hezbollah in Lebanon and the United States agitating for war both against Russia and Iran. And then conveniently, over the past few weeks, we've heard in the mainstream media that they've broken up a cell that was trying to assassinate President Trump. These were a Pakistani who had ties to Iran. And now we have a book that he's written where he's asking Iran to assassinate Trump. It just all sounds so convenient.
Oh, it is. Don't think for a moment that it's all coincidence. The one thing you learn, I learned in my life at least, and I learned especially at the agency, is coincidences are very, very rare. You have a coincidence in your life where you forget to put the coffee pot under the perker, and so you get it all over your floor or your counter. But in the real world, coincidences are not very common. This thing was played through. He had a car with stolen plates. He had a rifle with an obliterated identification number on it, and he was not from Florida. Serial number, yes, sir. And he was not from Florida, so he could not have bought that rifle in Florida, being an out-of-stater, unless they had given him Florida documents, which is not impossible. And he could not have brought it on the airplane. So he had lots of help. And he also had, apparently, I would guess, I think the strongest guess is he had someone in Trump's entourage, because they say the golf date was kind of a spontaneous thing, early in the morning or early in the afternoon, and so there was not a lot of time. So somebody close to him
leaked it,
or leaked that it was going to happen at some point tomorrow, and then they refined the time when they found out exactly when he was going. But it's there's CIA people probably around Trump. There's FBI people around Trump. There's good and bad about that. If they're loyal, it's fine. If not, they're an enormous danger. There's politicians around the time, and a lot of politicians say they like him, but they just as soon see him dead, because if he gets into power, it's going to upset the gravy train for them. And we have almost unlimited numbers of Democrats who have called for, Jamie Raskin says we have to have civil war conditions if Trump wins. One of them called today, and I don't remember the man's name, but that it needs to be eliminated. There's been this has been a current refrain in the Democratic Party and in the mainstream media since Trump entered the race in 2016. So it's hardly surprising. What is surprising is the failure to protect him. Not only is he a presidential candidate, but he's the presumed next president at the time, given the information we have from polling and that kind of thing.
The polling right now looks absolutely like a landslide in the Electoral College right now for Trump, in Trump's favor. They are deeply scared about this. There are,
and as they should, they are an evil criminal bunch, and the price for that should be prison, and in some cases, if you can prove treason, which is hard to do, hanging. I would prefer public hanging to make the message clear to a lot of people that we don't fool around with overthrowing presidents or killing presidents or overthrowing governments. It's we're in the middle, Clayton, in a way of a very fine civics lesson for the American people about how this system needs to be cleared up. And whether that message comes through loud and clear, I don't know. But I think this is a key break in the deep state's armor, because the signs are everywhere. It's going to be hard to corral them first and then bury them, because they seem to be popping up with some regularity. And I have to say, the policeman and the police officer, the chief in Florida, really called, without being very blatant about it, really called the tune, that there's too many things here to make it a lone gunner.
Right. I think it's clear. You know, when we first started reporting this story, someone in our chat room said they're going to make it a conspiracy. So we're not making it a conspiracy. All of these signs point that it is a conspiracy. And the real concern
to know what's going on here, sir. You know, you don't have to be Sherlock. It is clear as hell. And one of the reasons they're screaming about it so much is because they know it's clear as hell.
And I'm concerned as we head into October that they're not finished yet trying this. They've tried it in Butler.
They may be finished, Clinton, with shooters, but not with a truck bomb or an aerial weapon of some kind. And they can blame it on anybody. They've got all the gangsters in the country they need, and they can set them up. The FBI specialty is setting up Muslim terrorists. They get one not very bright Muslim suggest an operation. He goes out and gets some dumber Muslims, and then at the last moment, the FBI picks him up and calls it a victory against terrorism. So there's lots of other options out there, and it depends on how many people they're willing to kill as to what option. Right now, they seem focused just on him. But if it's his family, if it's his children, if it's a bunch of people who just work for him, I think there's no hesitation on the part of the Democrats to preserve what they have, to killing more than one person.
It's deeply disturbing. And when you know the history of what they've done to JFK and what they've done to Martin Luther King, you know, the list is fairly endless at this point, and they will not stop. I hate to keep saying it, but you're seeing it. The evidence is overwhelming at this point that they will do whatever they can to keep Trump from winning. They're going to pull out all the stops.
It all flows, Clayton, from the decision made after the Second World War that we were going to control the affairs of the world, and that we were going to call the tune for third world countries and European countries. It all comes out of war. Americans are so used to war that they allow the government to do whatever it says is necessary to do overseas. Ukraine, we don't have a single interest in Ukraine except for what the elites want. They want what the guy from South Carolina, the senator, said, $12 billion worth of rare minerals in the ground there. We want to push the Russians into starting a war, and we succeeded in doing that. So the American people really have to get the idea that we don't have presidents anymore. We have warlords. Warlords who can take this country, all 360 million of us, into a war, a little one or a huge one, anytime he wants, because the Congress has abdicated its sole responsibility under the Constitution for declaring war. They pass a bill that says we give you the power. Well, that's not delegatable according to the Constitution, but it allows the Congress to say, well, we warned him against it, but he did it anyway. Or if we win, the Congress can say, hurrah, we supported him and he wouldn't have done this without us. No good. We have not had a constitutional conflict in this country since December the 8th, 1941. They all have been anti-constitutional, non-constitutional, in fact. Much more dreaded power than a simple, a corrupted policeman or a corrupted general or whatever, or something like that, a normal everyday thing. When you have a president that can take you to war without any checks or balances, and to accelerate that war as Biden and his people have done gradually in the Ukraine, you're not a free country. You're in the chains of a warlord. And it's time that Americans face it.
and hope Americans wake up. I hope people vote. I hope we can make and effect a massive change in this country. Michael Scheuer, we appreciate you joining us. I think your expertise in this is second to none, and we are in very, very scary times as they try to drag us into war with Russia and Iran simultaneously. Michael,
you're right.
Great to see you.
A pleasure, sir. Thank you kindly for having me.
My pleasure. Thanks so much, Michael. Appreciate it. And I guess we could bring up the poll here. We still have it going for after just talking to Michael here. Do you support the U.S. getting more involved in the Middle East? 92% of you on our YouTube poll say no. 8% say yes. So you guys can still vote. About 8,400 votes right now. Still 8%. You're always going to
have to think those are trolls. Some of them, like people are just like,
maybe someone just being like, I'm just going to be a dick.
I mean, but I don't know, because it's like, is with people like, they're just people that will support Israel no matter what. And I think that's those people. Like, it just wouldn't matter what they did.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, there'll be people like a story that really is not about, it's about going into a massive war, but they'll still say, you need to get the other side of the story out there, of course, which is what we do. But what other side is there to a massive war? I mean, we've been covering it for years on this show. I mean, it goes back to 1947. This is a tinderbox waiting to happen. And do you want the United States has no vested interest in that area at all. There's none. And you can't point to any. Just read John Mearsheimer's great book on the subject. There's none. He couldn't find any. If you can say that there's a vested interest that Americans should go die in the Middle East, I'd like to hear it. Like, what is the incentive for that to happen? American sons and daughters right now, $35 trillion in debt. By the way, did you guys see this today? So CNN today, of course, there's been no coverage of this by the left-wing media. None at all about Trump's tax plan and his new economic plan, because they've all been focused on Kamala Harris, which is expected, right? It's a liberal media. So today on CNN, they had a whole panel discussion, the Association of Black Journalists asking Kamala Harris. She rolls out her tax plan. She waited today to announce like big pieces of her tax plan, $6,000 family tax credit, like all of these things. Of course, it's all over CNN. They're carrying this live, and that's what they do. Do you guys know anything about Trump's economic plan? Well, it's actually pretty stunning. And I spent the weekend going through these notes. I co-authored a new report on this. You guys, it's totally free. You guys can go download it. I encourage all of you to read it because it's actually really stunning. The Trump economic plan and tax plan, how the Bretton Woods system has collapsed. And what we are seeing tomorrow with interest rates being slashed by the Fed is that moment, is the decline of the US dollar. And really, it's going to, if we go through these 4 or 5 rate cuts that start tomorrow with the Federal Reserve, we are at the end of the US dollar hegemony in the world as the world's reserve currency, as the leading dollar, as the leading power in the world. The US dollar will decline in value. Inflation will continue to go up. And we are sitting in a really, I think, a really interesting moment as the Bretton Woods system starts to collapse right now in front of our eyes. The rise of the BRICS nations. But again, liberal media won't cover it at all. They're not going to give any praise to Trump's tax plan at all. It's actually a pretty, I don't want to say genius because I hate to throw that word around, but when you look at the details of this and what it does with tariffs, it's actually really interesting, really, really interesting. But I bet no one's even reading it. No, CNN's certainly not covering it, and they're not going to look at it. But anyway, check it out. Hey, we're going to do some super chats here in a second. Grover's excited up there. And let's see here. Noel says Trump is not going to lower taxes if it does get past Congress and abolish the IRS, Federal Reserve, and income tax. We'll see. Well, if he can get it past Congress, we'll see what kind of Congress he has. We'll see about that. Eric says, unless there's no taxes on my wages, period, removal of the illegal Fed and IRS. Yeah, remove the Fed and the IRS. Can we abolish the IRS? We'll see. Tariffs always fall on the customer. But if it's a lot of Chinese imports, right now we're running a massive trade deficit, massive. So we are we are taking in way more than we're sending out to these other countries. So if we can reverse that in any kind of appreciable way and bring manufacturing up to par with the rest of the world, that would be incredible. So more on that. Anyway, let's do some super chats here in a second. But first, I'm going to tell you about our friends over at the Wellness Company. America, listen up. It's no coincidence that we're seeing a surge of new health crises just as critical decisions need to. Were you prepared for the last pandemic? 48% of Americans don't have any emergency supplies ready in their house, according to the National Center for Disaster Preparedness. We saw how the medical and pharmaceutical industries failed us the last time. They left us to fend for ourselves. Do you really want to count on them again? And where can you check on super chats? I always can't find it in here. David, do you know where that stuff is?
Yeah. So if you go to pull it up here in the dashboard, go to YouTube Studio, and then click on there's a little like go live up in the top right on the dashboard, the little circle.
Yeah.
And if you go in there, yeah, you should see viewer activity.
Okay.
They're in there.
Got it here. Let's see. See if we got any super chats here.
Yeah, I got one from Smokey SGT, $20. Says, we are not free. Freedom is an illusion that we are allowed to think we have.
Thank you for that. Screwy Louie says, go after Tom Hanks next. Wouldn't you love to know, like that whole story with Tom Hanks?
We're not going to go through their super chats. That's their business, not ours. But interesting redacted today. Wouldn't you say, Mellows? About the pagers blowing up. That was an interesting redacted. I didn't know about that. I didn't know anything about that one. I didn't know anything about that. I'm doing good, Deb. How are you today? Those songs that were put up today, those were inspired by Mellows. Those were inspired by Mellows. Did a very good job. I am going to look and see what I can find out about those exploding pagers.
These are the first pictures into us showing people's pages exploding in Lebanon. Now, the government is urging people to get rid of their pages after this bizarre attack. Sources say pages belonging to members of the Iran-backed Hezbollah began exploding in areas where the group operates. Let's just watch this video again. This is video just into CNN. It shows the moment where pages exploded. This is in one of the markets, as you can see. All right, Ben, we're listening in on all these new lines that are coming in. Iran's ambassador to Lebanon injured in this attack, according to Iranian media. We are hearing Lebanese health department really asking for all health workers to report back to work. We don't know what the target is. We don't know who the target was. We're getting more information on this front, Ben. But as this is all coming to a head at this stage, I wonder from your perspective, and this is the big concern, what it means for the region from a security perspective, from an escalation point of view as well, Ben.
Well, this certainly represents a serious escalation because what we're talking about is, according to these Lebanese security sources, hundreds of people being injured. And by all accounts, they seem to be all Hezbollah members. And probably these are Hezbollah members who are not sort of rank and file. These are probably local commanders, people who are in charge of units, lead units from Hezbollah. And the fact that Mushtaba Amani, the Iranian ambassador to Beirut, may be among the injured sort of brings it up another level, because you are talking about an Iranian diplomat being injured in this. Don't forget that on the 1st of April of this year, there was it's what's widely believed to have been an Israeli strike on an Iranian diplomatic complex in Damascus, which that set off a series of strikes and counterstrikes, raising the temperature even further. So this may be a similar sort of event where not only are there perhaps hundreds, perhaps more casualties among Hezbollah members, but also a senior Iranian diplomat as well. So certainly this sets the stage for a major escalation between not only Hezbollah and Israel, but perhaps Iran as well.
All right, Ben Wiedemann, thank you so much. Joining us now, we've got Firaz Maqsad, who is the Director of Outreach at the Middle East Institute in Washington, as we're getting this breaking news in with hundreds of people injured, specifically Hezbollah members, after their pages exploded. Firaz, great to have you with us. What is your initial response to this news?
No doubt a major operation and a wonderful, maybe wonderful is the wrong word, but an exceptional breakthrough for Israeli intelligence there to be able to penetrate Hezbollah's telecommunication network and blow up hundreds, if not thousands, of pagers all at once.
So Firaz, just to interject there, you mentioned Israeli intelligence being behind this. Is that what you're characterizing this as, that Israel was behind this? We don't have confirmation of that, and of course, we're getting information in real time. Why do you assume it's Israel?
Absolutely. In the context of all that's happening, there is very little doubt in my mind, and I think in the mind of most Middle East watchers, that Israeli intelligence is behind this. Now, Israel does have a long track record of sometimes, quite often, actually not claiming its operations to allow for some plausible deniability and perhaps allow the other side to de-escalate and not feel that they are compelled to retaliate. But for all practical reasons, everybody here would probably suspect Israel as being behind this operation.
As we're getting more information in, and the other piece of news from Iranian media is that the Iranian ambassador to Lebanon was also injured. How significant is this?
Well, this is very significant because we currently have the American envoy in Israel and in the region very much for the purpose of de-escalating and preventing Israel from broadening this war, pulling Lebanon into it in a major way, and also in a manner that can also bring in and drag in Iran, Hezbollah's main patron, which perhaps and has threatened before openly not to stand by if Israel launches a major operation in Lebanon. So yes, this has the hallmark of an Israeli operation. It has the propensity, the potentiality to broaden in a way that the American administration has been pushing and trying to thwart through diplomacy for quite some time now, almost a year since October 7th.
Juliet, in terms of Iranian's ambassador to Lebanon being part of the injured as well, we've spoken about this for the last few minutes to sort of get a sense and understand what this means in terms of escalation. You've just heard from Firaz. He says this has got the hallmarks of an Israeli attack. We just don't know yet. But how are you going to read into this in terms of what it could mean regionally?
Yes. So we don't have to be blind to the idea that, of course, this is Israel. I know it's not proven yet, but there's no other entity that has the desire and capability of doing something like this, and they hinted at it yesterday. So this is the Iranians will see this as a direct attack on one of their senior government officials. So one could imagine how Iran is going to react. It would be no different than if their ambassador, in their mind, was shot at, assassinated, kidnapped, or whatever else. Now, they make the irony here, of course, is, and the question I ask out loud is, what is the Iranian ambassador to Lebanon doing with a network of communications that is limited to Hezbollah? This is we know why, and this is but they're going to have to fess up to that. I think the Iranians will claim that he was on just a usual beeper network, but it's clear the ties between Hezbollah and Iran and leadership flowed through an ambassador or others who had direct ties with Hezbollah. But this is the regional conflict we've been worried about. Every time we get to a moment where things could be triggered into a greater, I'm not minimizing what's already happening there. It's a regional conflict in some respects, but it's not a regional war. This is the question is are we over the brink now, or can all entities bring it back?
All right, Paula, what more are we learning?
We know from a Lebanese security source that hundreds have been injured. We know that this is a pager system, if you like, that is used by the militant group Hezbollah. We don't know, though, how many Hezbollah have been injured, how many civilians have been injured. That's simply not information we have at this point. So potentially in an hour's time, we will get a lot more clarity on what has happened. We do know the public declarations from the Ministry of Health at this point have pointed to the fact that it is a significant event, the fact that they're calling health officials back to their hospitals, saying everybody has to go back to work so that we can cope with the sheer number of injured that are coming into the hospitals, calling for civilians to be giving blood to help with those injuries. So presumably they are significant injuries in some occasions.
Yeah, and we're waiting for that number, but we do have some video just into CNN just showing some footage of health workers arriving at hospitals. We'd just like to share that with you. This is what we have right now, and you can see. Okay, Faraz, I want you to give me a sense of, because we've got the immediate impact. So people that are injured, the health department trying to get people back at work immediately. We again trying to confirm the number of injured. We know that it was Hezbollah pages for now, still waiting for that. But there's a political element to this. And it's a really big one at a time where you've got incredible tension in the region. You have a war that is raging between Hamas and Israel, and of course that's spilling over into Lebanon, and the huge ramifications of an attack of this nature.
Yeah, no doubt that today's attack is a watershed moment in this conflict that's been raging now for almost a year between Hezbollah and Israel. But it's not disconnected. There's a broader context here. We all recall back in August, the assassination of Hezbollah's chief of staff in the heart of the Hezbollah-controlled southern suburbs of Beirut. There's been a series of attacks against Hezbollah by Israel that can be designed to spark a major war, to be a pretext for broadening this war. And I think Hezbollah is very much being put in a difficult situation, a policy dilemma, if you may. If they respond forcibly to such attacks, this being the latest and perhaps arguably the biggest, then it risks giving Bibi Netanyahu, the Israeli prime minister, the pretext he is looking for to broaden this war with Lebanon and potentially pull in Iran. But if they don't, they lose and hemorrhage their deterrence, inviting Israel and Netanyahu to conduct further operations as we see today. There's a third option, and really, my sense is, particularly with US diplomacy active on this and the presidential envoy in the region, Hezbollah can very much make that decision still to unbuckle the Lebanon front from the Gaza front. That support front, which Hezbollah launched in support of Hamas in October 8th, has run its course and really has very much yielded very little in terms of returns for both Lebanon and Hezbollah and the Iranian axis. So there is a third path here to de-escalate. I'm just not too sure Hezbollah will take it.
Good, John.
Thanks, Green. A couple follow-ups. Is the White House, is the president concerned about additional escalation in the
Wow. That's interesting. I wonder how they were able to activate so many pagers. It's kind of interesting, wouldn't you say, Mellows?
I be so sick of you niggas, I contradicted. I be so broke myself, can you come and fuck me? I feel so ordinary, sad when you around me. Treat me like corduroy, wear me out. Arguments, you wear me out. Tripping about your whereabouts. I can't keep no conflict with you, boy, can we just rub it out? I don't want no static with you, you know you my plug. And I can't shake this habit, no. I've been up, baby. Heavy reminiscing, heavy on the missing you. Wish it was different than what it was. I've been up, baby. Lost in a lie of us, lost, ain't no finding us. I've been up, baby. And if you wonder if I hate you, I do. Shitty of you to make me feel just like this. What I would do to make you feel just like this. And if you wonder if I hate you, shitty of you to make me feel just like this. What I would do to make you feel just like this. Used to be too solid till you scramble me. Used to be alright or you mishandle me. Used to be non-violent till you ambush me. Now I'm out here wildin' with you. Now I'm out here silent treatment, that mean no permission. Missionary getting boring, can you switch positions? Hard to save your soul, you don't ever listen, no. I've been up, baby. Heavy reminiscing, heavy on the missing you. Wish it was different than what it was. I've been up, baby. Lost in a lie of us, lost, ain't no finding us. I've been up, baby. And if you wonder if I hate you, I do. Shitty of you to make me feel just like this. What I would do to make you feel just like this. And if you wonder if I hate you, fuck you. Shitty of you to make me feel just like this. What I would do to make you feel just like this. The highest tried to cut me down to size, telling dirty lies to my friends. But my own father said, give her up, don't bother, the world isn't coming to an end. He said, walk like a man, talk like a man, walk like a man, my son. No woman's worth calling on the earth, so walk like a man, my son. Bye-bye, baby, I don't mean maybe, gonna get along somehow. Soon you'll be crying on account of all your lying. Oh yeah, just look who's laughing now. I'm gonna walk like a man fast as I can, walk like a man from you. I'll tell the world, forget about it, girl, and walk like a man from you. I'm begging you, put your loving hand out, baby. Begging you, put your loving hand out, baby. Riding high when I was king, played it hard and fast 'cause I had everything. You walked away, want me then, but easy coming, easy going, it would end. I'm begging you, won't you give your hand out, baby. Your loving hand out, baby. I need you to understand that I tried so hard to be a man, the kind of man you want in the end. Only then can I begin to live again. Empty shell used to be, shadow of my life is hanging over me. A broken man without a throne, don't even stand the devil's chance to win my soul. Begging, begging you, won't you give your hand out, baby. Begging, begging you, put your loving hand out, baby. Put your loving hand out, baby. I'm begging, begging, begging you. Put your loving hand out, baby. Riding high when I was king, played it hard and fast 'cause I had everything. You walked away, want me then, but easy coming, easy going, it would end. Begging, I'm begging you, won't you give your hand out, baby. Begging, begging, put your loving hand out, baby. I need you to understand that I tried so hard to be a man, the kind of man you want in the end. Only then can I begin to live again. Empty shell used to be, shadow of my life is hanging over me. A broken man without a throne, don't even stand the devil's chance to win my soul. Begging, begging you, won't you give your hand out, baby. Begging, begging you, put your loving hand out, baby. I need you to understand that I tried so hard to be your man, the kind of man you want in the end. Only then can I begin to live again. An empty shell used to be, shadow of my life is hanging over me. A broken man without a throne, don't even stand the devil's chance to win my soul. Begging, begging you, won't you give your hand out, baby. Begging, begging you, put your loving hand out, baby. I'm fighting hard to hold my own. No, I just can't make it all alone. I'm holding on, I can't fall back. Now that big brass ring is a shade of black. Begging, begging you, won't you give your hand out, baby. Begging, 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 put your loving hand out, baby. Begging, begging you, won't you give your hand out, baby. I'm fighting hard to hold my own. No, I just can't make it all alone. I'm holding on, I can't fall back. Now that big brass ring is a shade of black. Begging, begging you, won't you give your hand out, baby. Begging, 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 put your loving hand out, baby. Begging, 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 won't
Won't you give your hand out, baby?
That was a cover song by the Four Seasons Begging.
How could we know that there wouldn't be tomorrow? No birds will sing, but the bells will ring for you. So far to go, but you've already reached the light. Your new beginning, chapters are written out for you. Down here they're hurting from a broken heart, trying to figure out how this is real. 'Cause they're never coming back down. They belong to the stars and the clouds. Goodbyes, good times, L-O-V-E was all for you. If you didn't say goodbyes, don't worry, love will power through. 'Cause they're never coming back down. They belong to the stars and the clouds. How do we grow if you're not moving with us? Constantly dark, time will move in our favor. They'll never know, but they just keep on asking when. We're down here hurting from our broken heart, trying to figure out how this is real. 'Cause you're never coming back down. They belong to the stars and the clouds. Goodbyes, good times, L-O-V-E was all for you. If you didn't say goodbyes, don't worry, love will power through. I'm sorry that I never replied. How was I to know this would be our last goodbye? We can't look at the world with tears in our eyes. Don't cry, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry. Just think of the good times you've left behind. L-O-V-E was all for you. No, no. If you didn't say your goodbyes, don't worry, love will power through. No, no, no. 'Cause you're never coming back down. They belong to the stars and the clouds. I don't wanna put my faith in fate. It's like salt in a wound, salt in a wound. Life throws me shit that it knows I can't take. It's like salt in a wound, salt in a wound. I've learned my lesson, burnt out and stressing. Nothing comes easy, nothing comes easy, nothing comes. Oh, I've learned my lesson, burnt out and stressing. Nothing comes easy, nothing comes easy, nothing comes. So I keep my head down, bare feet on cold concrete, can't slow down. All the wolves, they start to creep like, you ain't out of the woods yet. You ain't out of the, all these chemicals in my veins, gotta ring them out, ring them out. Self-sabotage ain't okay, I'm begging you to ring me out, ring me out. I've learned my lesson, count all your blessings. Nothing comes easy, nothing comes easy, nothing comes. Oh, I've learned my lesson, count every blessing. Nothing comes easy, nothing comes easy, nothing comes. So I keep my head down, bare feet on cold concrete, can't slow down. All the wolves, they start to creep like, you ain't out of the woods yet. Get out of the, you ain't out of the woods yet. at the graveside. Wish that I could say it was the first time. Gotta run, gotta run, gotta run, gotta run. Wolves are all around me now, I can't be done. Gotta run, gotta run, gotta run, gotta run. Wolves are all around. So I keep my head down, bare feet on cold concrete, can't slow down. All the wolves, they start to creep like, you ain't out of the woods yet. Get out of the, get out of the, yeah. You ain't out of the woods yet. Call me on my knees at the graveside. Wish that I could say it was the first time. Gotta run, gotta run, gotta run, gotta run. Wolves are all around me now, I can't be done. Get out of the, yeah. You ain't out of the woods yet.
Is just how tyrannical is it going to get here in the United States of America, the land of the free, home of the brave, before it's all over. The FBI just today visited one of our fellow Americans simply for a post that he submitted online. Came to his house, guys. If it can happen to this guy, it can happen to anybody. This guy's name is Jeremy Kauffman. You might wonder, who is Jeremy Kauffman? He is the one, this is him right here. There's a picture of him. And he's the one who created the Odyssey open source video sharing website that uses the library network. I am on library/Odyssey under High Impact TV. If you want to visit me, I'll leave that link in the description below. But I want to show you this interaction between these two supposed FBI agents and one of our fellow Americans. And I want to follow it up. You're going to want to stay tuned because you're going to want to see what the implications are here. Check this out.
Hey, how can I help you?
Hey there. Hey, Jeremy.
Yeah.
How are you?
Who are you?
I'm Agent O'Donnell with the FBI.
Can you give your full name, please?
I'm Agent O'Donnell with the FBI.
Is that sufficient to identify as the only one O'Donnell affiliated with the FBI?
In New Hampshire, yes.
Could you please state your full name, sir?
Could you please stop recording?
No. It's First Amendment right.
Okay.
What's your name, sir?
Could you stop recording, please?
Absolutely not. You can show me your name and identification, or I'm going to go back inside my house.
Okay.
I don't really want to broadcast my.
Oh, this is going out right after you guys walk away. So you can show me your name or ID. You can walk away.
Yeah, so right now, Jeremy is being completely transparent, but the FBI agents want to walk in darkness and they want to infringe upon his First Amendment right. You know, unless I'm wrong, I'm not sure about the FBI. I know about law enforcement. I know about Secret Service. I know about Sheriff's Department, that they have to take an oath to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States of America, which includes the Bill of Rights, which includes the First Amendment, which includes freedom of speech. Do the FBI agents also take that same oath? I think they do. And if they do, they're in the process of violating their oath by telling Jeremy to turn off the light because they want to walk in the darkness.
Which one are talking?
I'm not going to talk to people who claim to be federal agents unless they can show me identification.
Okay. Well, you see our badges.
I need to see. Is your full name on that badge?
No.
I'd like to see something with your full name, or I'm not going to talk to you.
I prefer you not to broadcast it.
This will be going online as soon as you walk away.
Well, all I want to do is talk to you about a post that was made, and if you
Well,
happen to be the one that made
I want to talk.
The 9 most terrifying words in the English language are, according to Ronald Reagan, I'm from the government and I'm here to help. Now he's saying, all I want to do is talk to you about a post that was made. Those are the most shameful words in the English language, coming from law enforcement agents, the FBI, who are supposed to be protecting the rights of a person they're trying to infringe upon.
to you about you guys coming here. Say you make a salary of, I don't know what, low 100K? You guys making six figures? Factor in 50% expenses, overhead, maybe 100% expenses. Talking about burning a couple $100 an hour just here, let alone all the time you guys are spending to investigate something that you know is not against the law, right? Like you're familiar with. So then why would you come?
Because we wanted to make sure that there weren't any.
No, you're coming because you're part of a regime that does this kind of thing when you know laws aren't being broken, and that's an embarrassment, man. Didn't you guys read the Constitution? Do you not believe in America? Like, how do you do your jobs and go home?
We appreciate it.
You're walking away because nothing we did is against the law, and you guys are heads that try to act like bullies. And I hope you go home and are embarrassed. You can't even say your name on camera because you know that what you're doing is embarrassing.
By the way, is this one of the long lost Krasenstein brothers from Twitter? I don't know. Maybe. I just learned today that they're agents. They're being paid. They're paid shills to stir up division and strife.
And of course we get paid, you know? Of course those higher ups pay us.
So you're paid for this? It's not just like something you do because for your love of country?
Yeah, I mean, people pay us. They want us to help sow the division and to take over Trump's Twitter feed. When he makes a post, they want our tweets to be up there. They don't want other people to, like Trump supporters, to be seen.
You know, Americans that believe in the Constitution think you're laughable. And you go home and you think about what you did today. Go home and think about it, you cowards.
And think about this. If it was really that important for them to travel however far they traveled, you know, they probably got a hotel stay. They looks like they rented this vehicle. We're going to look at the license plate in a second. There's not federal plates on it. But think about it. If it was really that important for them to spend this much time and resources to go to Jeremy's house, it was that easy to get rid of the FBI. They were investigating and they're like, oh, I guess we're not going to investigate now because we got just a little bit of pushback from a guy who doesn't want to comply with tyranny.
Drive away. Drive away.
Thank you for your time.
You're not welcome. You should be embarrassed. Embarrassing. You guys are embarrassing.
No federal plate, so maybe it was a rental vehicle. 292-5231. Internet, do your magic. 292-5231. That was easy. Keeping America safe, one violation at a time. Jeremy says the FBI visited my house today for free speech acts they knew were not crimes. You can see the shame on their faces. This is the Democratic regime manifest. Gunter Eagleman says our FBI is pathetic. Hodge twins say that's how you handle tyrants. I like this post right here. I haven't seen this in a long, long time. Ron Paul warned against losers like this in 1988. The FBI is so beyond reform and isn't even funny.
You want to destroy the FBI, for instance. Why?
Well, we could point out first that the first 125 years of this country existed without an FBI. You know, that came about, I believe, during the First World War. The FBI is not a perfect institution, and they've also been known to violate civil liberties. They run sting operations, and of course, they spy on citizens. I think of what the FBI did with Martin Luther King, which was strictly an unconstitutional act to develop all this information on a lot of private citizens where there's no threat.
Now, you might wonder, what was the post that Jeremy released out into the ether that got the attention of the FBI? And that's the question of Andy No right here. What post or posts do you think they wanted to speak to you about? This person says that he posted, it's weird that no one ever tries to, you know what, the actual president. Isn't that the guy in charge of everything? Somebody else said apparently it was these posts, because I don't know if he does or not, but people are saying that he posts under Libertarian Party New Hampshire. It says anyone who, you know what, Kamala Harris would be an American hero. And this one right here, when Kamala Harris put out a tweet saying Congress must renew the assault weapons ban, which means Congress must create a criminal class out of innocent Americans who happen to own firearms that psychopaths use to shoot up schools and post office and federal buildings. And Libertarian Party New Hampshire says Second Amendment problems require Second Amendment solutions. So people are asserting that those are the posts that got the FBI's attention. It's also interesting to hear the thoughts of Edward Snowden about the FBI.
They abused their powers repeatedly and continuously. They did active harm to domestic politics in the United States. The FBI was spying on Martin Luther King and trying to get Martin Luther King to kill himself before the Nobel Prize was going to be awarded. In fact, after MLK gave his I Have a Dream speech, 2 days later, the FBI classified him as the greatest national, or I think it was the greatest national security threat in the United States.
Some internet sleuths have already determined that this guy right here, this FBI agent O'Donnell, is Scott O'Donnell of Bedford, New Hampshire. Scott O'Donnell spoke to our Rotary Club about his history with the FBI and the FBI activities in New Hampshire on November 4th. Now, I know some people might not like this because of the way it comes across, or the way it makes people feel, but the spirit of America is the spirit of resistance and rebellion to authority, to people who want to control you, to people who want to say, you can't say that. And if you do say that, you're going to be punished. You're going to be under investigation. We're going to document you. One of the unalienable rights of Americans is the right to freedom of speech. If you can't say what you want to say, when you want to say it without being punished by the authorities, then this isn't the land of the free, home of the brave. So far, we haven't been able to identify this guy, but he definitely made himself a meme by saying, hey, need you to stop recording. And I just want to end with this. If we want to keep on tiptoeing down the totalitarian path, this is what's going to happen to America.
Is the message that got you into such trouble?
Zhang Aija, a former school counselor, showed us the message she reposted on social media, which cost her her job, even her home.
Now, I don't want to play too much of this because there may be a copyright on this from CBS this morning, but it says in China, a single social media post that criticizes the government can cost you 50 social credit points, leading to arrest and blacklisting. And even before it gets to the arrest point or blacklisting, you can have your utilities cut off. You can be shunned from society. You can lose your job. It can be very, very serious. And that is what they're trying to push us toward a social credit score system where if you say something the government doesn't like, you're going to be penalized.
It's incredible that these few paragraphs got you into so much trouble.
I was shocked, she said. Our country is going backwards. The post was an apparent jab at China's President Xi Jinping. Police showed up at her school to question her, and days later she was fired and forced to leave her school housing.
And that's how powerful governments can be. They want to force you into a box. And if you don't comply with them, if you don't act like a good little boy or a good little girl under their umbrella of protection, then you're going to be ousted some way, somehow. That's what they did with the Convid 1984 by George Orwell Jabberino nonsense. If you don't get this, first of all, they run their huge propaganda campaign. All the lemmings buy into it. And it's this fear-based problem, reaction, solution. They create a problem or co-opt a problem, wait for the fear-based reaction from the general public who's not thinking and shelved their critical thinking long ago. And then they step in to provide the pre-planned solution. This will happen if we continue to let it.
This is the 21st century, she said. So why does it feel like a society with an emperor? In other countries, people can criticize, even mock leaders.
This is why you want to resist with every fiber of your being totalitarian psychopaths who want to turn off their minds and just follow orders. The problem with this world are these guys. I'm not just saying just the FBI, anybody who's just going to follow orders, somebody who's going to turn their mind off and just do what they're told, regardless of what is right. That's what their job hinges on. Can you imagine having a job where you just follow orders and you don't sit there and go, wait a second, these orders don't align with my core values and my character, who I am in my very being. I don't want to do harm to anybody. I believe in freedom of speech. You have to shelf all that. You have to actually chuck it in the trash can and incinerate it to have a job like this. These FBI agents, no doubt, make six figures, over $100,000 a year. Not even counting the per diem, not counting the bonuses that they get. But because they're going to get a paycheck. They are not incentivized to tell the truth, to live in the truth, or to walk in the light. So if you FBI agents are watching, if you happen to be watching this video right here, you need to reassess your trajectory, your professional trajectory, and who you are as a person. Stop terrorizing innocent Americans who decide to exercise their freedom of speech, and maybe honor your oath. Leave your thoughts about this for the world and the global thought police in the comment section below. If you haven't done so already, subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell notification icon, give it a thumbs up, share it with everybody you know. Don't forget to subscribe to my email list through my website, highimpactflix.com. Remember, the price of freedom is now and will always be eternal vigilance. And indifference to this notion is the means by which the people have and will secure their own oppression. I will see you in the next video.
Wow. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
All right. What's the time now?
I guess they want to go after our rights too there, Mellows.
Of course.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. And that's why you have to know your rights. Here in the US, they're taking the rights, as we have seen in the UK. People are being arrested and jailed in the UK for posts on Facebook. And it's unbelievable. And now they're trying it here in the US. And unlike we have the rights here more than what they have in the UK. And those officers made the mistake of not even presenting their ID. That was one of the big mistakes that they made by not presenting their ID. They made the biggest mistake by not presenting ID. By not presenting their ID. by not presenting any ID whatsoever. By not presenting any ID whatsoever. No, Deb, they did not show any ID. He showed him his badge and he said to have them, that doesn't show your ID. And the other guy refused to show any ID at all. He refused to show any ID, didn't even give him his name. Didn't even give him his name. And yes, FBI agents are required to carry identification. You have the right to ask them to see it before speaking to them. You can request to see their badges, identification card, name, agency, and contact information. Little bit of information. You do not have to speak to an FBI agent without an attorney present. FBI agents do not have the right to enter your home without your consent and or a warrant. If an FBI knocks on your door, you can step outside and close the door behind you while you identify the agent and the reason they are there. So, an FBI agent has to show you ID. Just like a police officer. You ask them, they have to. So, if they come to talk to you, you do not have to let them in your door. You step outside and close your door. Know your rights. You do not have to speak to them unless you have an attorney present. You can film them. Remember, always, always remember, turn your camera on. Film your interaction with law enforcement, regardless of who they are. Turn your camera on. Film your interaction with them. Key thing, turn your camera on. They don't own your home. You own it. It's your castle, their castle. Remember that. If they have a search warrant in their hand, they cannot enter your home. Don't let them put a foot in that door. Tell them to take the foot out of that door. They have no legal right to enter that home. Do not invite them in it. Correct, Miles. They think they do. But unless they have a search warrant, they do not. Until they get a search warrant, they cannot enter that home. They can stand outside off private property. And also, always ask them for a card. Ask them for their card. Hey, Northwood. Always ask them for a card. They should have their card. It's a business card with their identification on it. And if they've tried it with him, how many others of us in the United States are they going to try it with? For making a post. How many are they going to try it with? If they tried it with him, how many others in the United States are they going to start trying it with for making a Facebook post, a Twitter post, a TikTok post, a Kicks, a Rumble, whatever post? Remember, it's an election year. So if they're starting it with one, they're going to start doing it with more. So remember that. Don't let them in your door. Turn on your camera. Ask for ID. Verify they are actual police. And remember, if you can, go live. Go live. Go live. Push that live button. Go live. Get people on that channel, on your channel. That's why we say get your 50 subscribers, be able to go live. That's why we push people here to get their channels and be able to go live. We've helped many channels here to go live. I didn't have enough subscribers when I started. I was able to get enough to go live. And I think Mellows, Northwoods, and everybody to help me get my 50. And I've gone above 50. Now I'm pushing to get 500 to get my channel monetized. So, you with us, Mellows?
Yeah.
So, you got anything to add to that? And always know your First Amendment, your freedom of speech, freedom of religion, your freedom to assembly. So, always know your rights. Hey, I learn my new rights every day. Every day I find out something new. Every day I find out something new that I didn't know. I'm always learning. Always learning something new. Still putting in that wood, North Woods. God, I can't believe we've already done 6 hours. Yes, we're all learning something new every day. Always.
I admit it, I'm afraid they gon' kill me for this. Probably put me in my grave for the lyrics I spit. Been exposing the truth and all the secrets they cover. And if I die, it was big pharma or government. Been putting too much truth in my songs. They gon' stage a suicide and say I chose to move on. Probably cutting my brakes, so when I tour too long, I'll die in a crash, say I was driving and drunk. Look, the Illuminati real. They're trying to make you dumb, trying to numb you out with pills, trying to make you broke, trying to tell you it's a deal. Processing your food, so now none of it is real. You eating super good, but you still be getting ill. You working super hard, but you still can't pay the bills. Silencing the visionaries, revising the dictionaries. Now you just can't find the right words to say and express how you feel. Target on my back, I think they're coming for my head. I know I recognize that vein, I bet they wanna see me dead. They're gonna kill me if I leave my room. They're gonna kill me if I go too soon. You should know, I said they would kill me. Target on my back, I think they're coming for my head. I know I recognize that vein, I bet they wanna see me dead. They're gonna kill me if I leave my room. They're gonna kill me if I go too soon. You should know, I said they would kill me. I admit it, I'm afraid they gon' murder me. Wouldn't be a problem if nobody ever heard of me. But I'm famous, so they'll probably try erasing me with urgency. Infect me with a sickness and deny me any surgeries. Stop me from exposing all the medicine and currency. And terrorism always been controlling us so perfectly. I'm telling you with certainty, they say it's for security. They monitor our lives like we live in Nazi Germany. They wanna microchip all the people, you don't believe it. Your fingerprint unlocking your phone, oh how convenient. They trick you to believe it, all the angels and demons, and say you'll go to hell if you ever go disappoint Jesus. I got a backbone and a platform and a tap phone, never asked for it to be that known. Take my passport to my dad's boat, use the back door to escape this place, it's the Truman Show. Target on my back, I think they're coming for my head. I know I recognize that vein, I bet they wanna see me dead. They're gonna kill me if I leave my room. They're gonna kill me if I go too soon. You should know, I said they would kill me. I admit it, I'm afraid they gon' kill me for this. I admit it, I'm afraid they gon' kill me for this. In this dirty old part of the city where the sun refused to shine, people tell me there ain't no use in trying. Now my girl, you're so young and pretty, and one thing I know is true, you'll be dead before your time is due. I know. Watch my daddy in bed and die. Watch his hair been turning gray. He's been working and slaving his life away. Oh yes, I know it. Yeah. I've been working too, babe, every night and day. Yeah, 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 yeah. We gotta get out of this place. If it's the last thing we ever do, we gotta get out of this place. 'Cause girl, there's a better life for me and you. Now my girl, you're so young and pretty, and one thing I know is true, you'll be dead before your time is due. I know. Watch my daddy in bed, dying. Watch his hair been turning gray. He's been working and slaving his life away. I know he's been working so hard. Yeah. Every day, baby. Whoa, oh, yeah, 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 yeah. We gotta get out of this place. If it's the last thing we ever do, we gotta get out of this place. 'Cause girl, there's a better life for me and you. Now meet me, baby. Somehow I know it, baby. Oh, yeah, I've been out of this place. If it's the last thing we ever do, we gotta get out of this place. Girl, there's a better life for me and you. Believe me, baby. I know it, baby. You know it too.
I was hung up on you day one. You had the kind of ride I could get on. You sunk your teeth into me, I was great on. It's been a year and I still leave the lights on. Oh, what a nightmare. And yet I still let you come back here. I'm screaming bloody murder at you 'cause it's not fair. It's not fair. I wish I could escape, but you really got me good. You really got me good. You're haunting me. I wish I could escape, but you know I never could. You know I never could. You're haunting me. You held me underwater for so long. Minnows in my stomach for fun. Such a vibrant thing, oh, I came undone. So many lows and highs that I could feed on. Oh, what a nightmare. And yet I still let you come back here. I'm screaming bloody murder at you 'cause it's not fair. It's not fair. I wish I could escape, but you really got me good. You really got me good. You're haunting me. I wish I could escape, but you know I never could. You know I never could. You're haunting me. Everyone I meet now seems so stable, but I'm bored by them all. Bored. Look at all these couples with their smiling faces. I wanna slap them all. I wanna be built up and pulled down. Magic wrapped in madness. I just love the thrill of it. I wish I could escape, but you really got me good. You really got me good. You're haunting me. I wish I could escape, but you know I never could. You know I never could. You're haunting me. I wish I could escape, but you really got me good. You really got me good. You're haunting me. I wish I could escape, but you know I never could. You know I never could. You're haunting me. You held me underwater for so long. Minnows in my stomach for fun. Such a vibrant flame, oh, I came undone. So many lows and highs that I could feed on. Oh, what a nightmare. by them all. Bored. Look at all these couples with their smiling faces. I wanna slap them all. I wanna be built up then pulled down. Magic wrapped in madness. I just love the thrill of it all. Look at all these couples with their smiling faces. I wanna slap them all. I wanna be built up and pulled down. Magic wrapped in madness. I just love the thrill of it all. I wish I could escape, but you really got me good. You really got me good. You're haunting me. I wish I could escape.
Yeah, shit's getting deep in New York City again. Yeah, shooting in New York City. Cop shot a guy over a $2.90 subway fee. He was shot in the head and he is in critical condition. And there is multiple protests around the city. Hey, Vinny. So now I see why. Now you're with us, Mellows.
Again?
Now I see why they raided Adam's house. The feds did. Because Adams gave Diddy the key to the city a year ago. Okay. Adams issued Diddy a key to the city. Okay. Interesting, huh?
Yeah.
Isn't that? Interesting, huh? Now I got to figure out how to tie the ex, because he is ex police commissioner now, into this. But did he? But if you realize, okay, the mayor has been on a lot of fashion shows lately. When he first got elected, he went on a lot of fashion shows. He flew to California. He flew to Miami. He all of a sudden got a lot of money for a lot of fake, good, trendy clothes. He got a lot of clothes. Interesting. He did a high lot of fashion clothes shopping. Something's not adding up about him. So now I'm wondering, now it's starting to put pieces together about why Adams and his crew all got FBI warrants. Interesting. 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 Starting to put pieces together.
Underneath the BNC skies, where our worlds collide, I found your eyes, sparks flew like the 4th of July. We were young and wild, hearts unchained and free. Nothing to lose but everything, you and me against the siege. Every kiss stole my breath, every touch was a win. We vowed to love and hold through thick and thin. With the battle lines drawn, it's you and I hand in hand, on this treacherous land where we stand. Cause all fair in love and war, we fight for the hearts we're yearning for. Bury us fallen spirits soar, when love is a battlefield, what are we fighting for? All's fair in love and war, in every tear, every smile, we know it's worth fighting for. Oh love, here we roar, like the thunder's mighty score. All's fair in love and war. The nights grew cold, enemies at our gates, but our love's a fortress, babe, they just have to wait. We dance through shadows, we burn dynamite dreams, laughing louder with every challenge, or so it seems. Every trial carved our names, every storm we would tame. In the echoes of whispers I still hear claim. In the chaos of the clash, and our hearts' reckless dash to love fiercely, deeply, unabashed. Cause all's fair in love and war, we fight for the hearts we're yearning for. Bury us fallen spirits soar, when love is a battlefield, what are we fighting for? All's fair in love and war, in every tear, every smile, we know it's worth fighting for. Oh love, here we roar, like the thunder's mighty score. All's fair in love and war, marching under starlit banners, undaunted by the fray. Every whisper of your love guides me through the grave. When the cannons fade and the smoke clears, it's your love, your heart, your fight I'll still revere. Because all's fair in love and war, we fight for the hearts we're yearning for. Bury us fallen spirits soar, when love is a battlefield, what are we fighting for? All's fair in love and war, in every tear, every smile, we know it's worth fighting for. Oh love, here we roar, like the thunder's mighty score. All's fair in love and war, marching on the starlit banners, undaunted by the fray. Every whisper of your love guides me through the grave. When the cannons fade and the smoke clears, it's your love, your heart, your fight I'll still revere. Because all's fair in love and war, we fight for the hearts we're yearning for. Bury us fallen spirits soar, when love is a battlefield, what are we fighting for? All's fair in love and war, in every tear, every smile, Now we know what's worth fighting for. Oh, love, here we roll, like the thunder's mighty score. Staring love and war. In the silence after storms, in the peace after the fights. In your arms I find the bravest light. Underneath the BMC skies, together we'll always soar. For all's fair in love and war.
Hi, Vinny. Hey, Izzy.
In the night we dream alone, battlefields we call our own. Whispers in the dark they call. Fight or fall, we give our all.
Hearts collide and spirits clash. Broken dreams in every flash. Tears like bullets hit the ground. In this war, love's courage found.
Love and war, they're all the same. In the fight we take our claim. Through the fire, through the rain. Love and war, no one's to blame. Each embrace a battlefield. Every kiss is like a shield.
Tender moments turn to dust.
Hold on tight to love we trust. Love and war, they're all the same. In the fight we take our claim. Through the fire, through the rain. Love and war, no one's to blame.
In the scars we find our own. Pain and passion undergrowth. Victory in every touch. Hearts entwined, they're all we clutch.
Love and war, they're all the same. In the fight we take our claim. Through the fire, through the rain. Love and war, no one's to blame. No one's to blame. Yeah. In the scars we find our oath. Hate and passion undergrowth. Victory in every touch. Hearts entwined, they're all we clutch.
Well, Florida people will be happy. There is a whole lot of less Burmese pythons in the state of Florida as of this week. Hunters removed 195 of them this week in a 10-day hunt. Among 80 people from 33 states. I didn't know there was such a big demand for it. I know there's a demand to remove the Burmese pythons out of the state of Florida, but I didn't know there was that many people wanted to go down there and hunt them, because I sure don't. Among the 800 people from the 33 states, including Canada, participated in the challenge. hunters removed 195 pythons from the wild. The largest python was 8 feet 11 inches. That's a big snake. Also, one was 9 feet 11 inches, 9 feet 7 inches, one female python that was caught had 50 to 100 eggs. So far, they have caught about 22,000 pythons since 2000. They have been on this ever since a hurricane hit, and back, I can't remember what year it was, a hurricane hit, and what happened was a research lab down there, a lab got hit, and all the pythons in the lab was thrown, and the pythons got loose, and they have become very aggressive. And since this program of having the trappers come in and remove these, Florida Water Management District has contracted with this and started doing this. They have successfully removed 14,000 of these, with these hunters participating in it and removing them. So this has been successful since 2017 in doing this program and removing these from the Everglades and getting them removed. So it's been a successful program in getting them removed out of Florida. So, hey, Northwoods. Your back a little sore?
Woo woo. Anybody hear me?
Yeah. How's your back?
Hey. What's up, everybody? Mellows, Mama Bear. Everybody
Hey.
doing?
Good. How's your back?
I'm Jack. I'm wrecked.
Kind
For
of
sure.
hurt.
Yeah. I am fucking wrecked. Can barely talk. Hey, Henry. What's up, brother? How's Mellows doing? My guy, what's up?
Kind of pushing him.
Yeah.
You know, he's getting ready to go to London.
Yeah. Ready to zonk out.
He's
Me too.
final arrangements have come through,
Oh, okay.
so he'll be heading to London the first of the week, next week.
Wow.
So
That's going to be a journey.
no, so he's getting prepared to go for that. So doing everything to keep him uplifted.
Yes.
And into this week, I have to say my goodbyes to my neighbor.
Okay. Yep. Yeah.
So trying to keep my spirits up with that. You know, we've done a lot of uplifting. You know, talking about him and keeping the family going. You know,
Right.
a lot of stories, a lot of good stories about him. So
Yep.
you know, keeping the good times rolling. Keeping the good. That's what he would have wanted. That's what he would have wanted.
Exactly. Exactly.
The good times rolling.
Exactly.
You know, keeping what she's seen and I seen, because we were the only two that seen it. You know,
Right.
we're trying to keep that out of our heads and out of our minds.
Yep. Good idea.
And you know, his daughter was the closest to it, and I was the second closest to it. And we're trying to keep that out of our minds.
That's right.
We're trying to keep that out of our minds.
And we lost Genuine Sterling too. So
Yep.
it's been quite a couple weeks, I will say.
Yep. We seen the live with his son. We seen the live in Four Corners was on chat earlier.
Yeah.
Four Corners was here earlier. He was here earlier. So, and we watched the live with his sons earlier.
Right.
So, you know, it's a time to support each other. Not bring
That's
each
for
other.
sure. Yeah.
It's all we can do.
That's right.
Oh. It's all we can do.
Well, we're finally getting some summer here.
You're getting summer now that it's winter.
Yeah.
Almost winter.
At least the wood's drying. Son of a gun.
And I'm sitting here with a blanket on because it's cold.
Right. Not bad here tonight.
I have been cold all day today. I don't know why, but I
What's
have
the
been.
temperature?
I have no idea. I haven't even looked. But I've been cold all day. Of course, I'm anemic again, so that's a big
Right.
part.
Yep.
That's a big part of it. So it's only 65.
Well, we got the last bucket up tonight, so I got 3/4 unloaded. But I'll have to stack some of it, restack some of it that I just put in front of the other piles.
Yeah.
And I got a little bit left in the bucket, so
Yeah.
that'll be the last one of that for now.
Yeah.
But I got all that moved down there, so.
Well, it's just been cold all day today. I have just been cold all day today.
Right.
Oh, here's another good song. I love this song.
Wild roses, morning dew, dusty roads I travel through. Mother Nature guides my way, mountain tops where I will stay. Meadows wide, fields of gold, clear mountain lakes, icy cold. Burning wood on a fire bright.
Oh yeah.
Whiskey warms this chilly night.
Oh.
Wild roses bloom a story new. Morning light and sky so blue. Dusty roads where dreams unfold. Fields of gold and secrets told. Wander through these timeless lands. Mother Nature holds my hands. From the peaks to valleys low, in her arms my heart will glow. Wild roses bloom a story new. Morning light and sky so blue. Dusty roads where dreams unfold. Fields of gold and secrets told. Running through these timeless lands. Mother Nature holds my hands. From the peaks to valleys low, in her arms my heart will glow, will glow. Burning wood a glowing ember. In my heart I will remember. Dusty roads and mountain air. Nature's love beyond compare.
You played the perfect song, Mama.
Yeah.
That's for sure. Sitting here having a sip of whiskey now, trying to ease my pain.
Well, how about this one then?
I'm sipping on some Whistle Pig.
I smoke 2 joints in the afternoon, it makes me feel alright. I smoke 2 joints in time of peace and 2 in time of war. I smoke 2 joints before I smoke 2 joints, and then I smoke 2 more. Oh, my daddy, he once told me, son, you'll be hardworking, man. My mama, she once told me, son, you do the best you can. But then one day I met a man who came up to me and said, hard work good and hard work fine, but first they care ahead. So now, I smoke 2 joints when I get up. In the car, I smoke 2 joints. I smoke 2 joints when I play video gaming and every 10,000 points. I smoke 2 joints. I smoke 2 joints in time of peace and 2 in time of war. I smoke 2 joints before I smoke 2 joints, and then I smoke 2 more. Oh, my daddy, he once told me, son, you'll be hardworking, man. My mama, she once told me, son, you do the best you can. But then one day I met a man who came up to me and said, hard work good and hard work fine, but first they care ahead. So now, I smoke 2 joints in the morning, I smoke 2 joints at night. I smoke 2 joints in the afternoon, it makes me feel alright. I smoke 2 joints in time of peace and 2 in time of war. I smoke 2 joints before I smoke 2 joints. And then I smoke 2 more, smoke 2 joints. That's what I do. Smoke 2 joints. Come smoke 2 joints with me in the morning. Smoke 2 joints. Come smoke 2 joints with me in the afternoon. Yeah. Smoke 2 joints. Smoke 2 joints. I'm gonna do your homework. Smoke 2 joints. I knew you were gonna say that. Smoke 2 joints. Smoke 2 joints. That's what I do. Smoke 2 joints.
Hell yeah.
Oh. Shit's hitting the fan in Canada.
Going on in Canada.
Trudeau, Liberal
Yeah.
loses a long-held seat.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. They're under pressure. Loses a closely watched Montreal by-election. Trudeau under pressure after his party loses Montreal election.
So is he out?
I don't know. I'm looking it up.
Hopefully.
Ooh.
Boy.
Well, let's see what they've got to say in the news about it.
Time in 2024, Justin Trudeau has suffered a crushing by-election loss. This time, the Liberals losing in downtown Montreal. It's a seat the Liberals have held for a number of years. It used to be former Justice Minister David Lamette's, but is now the Bloc Québécois. It was a tight three-way race. It wasn't decided until roughly 3 a.m. There were 91 people on the ballot. Protests over electoral reform saw many independent candidates sign up. That held Elections Canada up in counting the votes, but it was the Bloc Québécois who came forward with the victory. It was tight. The Liberals finished second. The NDP were a close third as well. But this is yet another crushing by-election loss for Justin Trudeau. In June, the Liberals lost in Toronto, St. Paul's, a downtown riding they had held for over 30 years. And this now begs the question. If the Liberals under Mr. Trudeau cannot win in downtown Toronto and downtown Montreal, two key areas for his coalition since he's been elected prime minister, where can they win? There was also a by-election in Winnipeg. The Liberals performed very poorly there as well, with roughly around 5% of the vote. But it was the NDP who held that seat in Elmwood, Transcona. Their vote held up very well compared to the 2021 election, retaining the seat. But it was the Conservatives who had a good night there, really pushing forward, gaining it over 10% of the vote, really picking up a lot of Liberal and PPC voters in Winnipeg. That was a seat, though, that Pierre Poilievre had been pushing hard to pick up. But the big questions on Parliament Hill today will be about Justin Trudeau and the Liberals. If he will see any more people, in particular anyone from his Quebec caucus, push back against him after a tough election result in Montreal, either calling for his resignation or watch for this too. Liberal MPs announcing soon that they will not run in the next election. Reading the situation, seeing that it is not good for the Liberals right now after both by-election losses in Toronto in June and now last night in Montreal. Mackenzie Gray, Global News.
Oh. They are getting sick of Trudeau in Canada. I got a feeling Trudeau is going down in Canada. I have a feeling he is going down in Canada. Feel that? I have a funny feeling Trudeau is going down in Canada. Slowly but surely, Trudeau is going down in Canada. Feel that?
Trudeau's got to go.
Huh?
Trudeau's got to go.
I have a feeling he is going down. I just got a funny feeling he's going down. They have been having hearings. I've been watching hearings on and off all day today. About the Titan. And I see Global News has an article about it. When I looked up that other article, and they have pictures on their ones I was telling you about earlier, Mellows.
Yeah.
They have pictures on there.
This is the haunting final image of the Titan submersible, its tail cone resting on the ocean floor, an image taken June 22nd, 2023, shared by the U.S. Coast Guard Monday, 4 days after the vessel and its 5 passengers went missing on their ill-fated deep-sea dive to the Titanic. Among the new revelations, text of the last communications from the Titan to its support ship, including this at 10:16 a.m. local time. All good here. The Titan's final message at 10:47 simply dropped 2 weights, then silence.
I stopped the 2019 Titanic dive because the data, and I was fired for it.
Tony Nissen is OceanGate's former head of engineering. He described founder Stockton Rush as hard to work for, a man who believed seeking industry certification for the Titan would stifle innovation. Rush would die on board Titan, taking 4 paying customers with him. Nissen says Rush ignored his warnings about Titan's carbon fiber hull. In 2019, it had cracked. He told Rush to cancel OceanGate's planned dive that year.
We didn't have a home.
OceanGate told the public it called off the dive because of a lack of secondary vessel support. A new hull incorporating titanium parts from that prototype launched in 2021. The U.S. Coast Guard found before its final and fatal dive The Titan had been damaged several times, suffered technical failures, and was even found partially sunk after a night of high seas the month before.
There is no regulation that prohibits an individual from designing an experimental vehicle.
This expert says putting passengers on board should require more oversight.
Their job is to create something so safe that nobody's life is at risk any more than it is when they ride a passenger plane.
The Coast Guard asked Tony Nissen, the former head of engineering, if he would have boarded Titan. His answer was no. Heidi Petracek, Global News, Halifax.
I don't know anything about it, Henry. I don't know anything about it. You know anything about it, Mellows?
No. Oh, I'm tired. It's time. I'm going to pass out on you, Mum, but
Huh?
I'm going to fall asleep.
Do you know anything about this road rager
No.
in Littleton?
Nope. Imagine that would be a daily occurrence.
Huh? No idea. Well, we've been almost live for 7 hours. We can call it now.
I'm ready to fall asleep.
Well, we've been live almost at 8 minutes to the 7th hour, so we can go ahead and call it.
It's up to you, Mum.
No.
No. What do you say? Yeah. You got. I'm afraid to play another video. I'm going to fall asleep before the end. Alright, let's call this day. Let's go there. Alright. We say more best requests today. Pick it up tomorrow.
Yeah.
Alright. Thank you everybody for tuning in. And we'll see you on the next one. Let's go.
This is your emergency broadcast system. All civil unrest has gone global. All capital buildings and cities are under siege by the United States government to quell the domestic terrorist threat. All residents of urban neighborhoods and cities are being ordered to stay in their homes until the threats are eliminated. If you disobey orders, you could be shot on sight by rogue agents, federal forces, and domestic terrorist militias. This is your emergency broadcast system. This is a national alert. Imminent threat is nationwide. You must stay in sight of your homes or risk being shot on sight. The conspiracy is upon you. Your conspiracy friends were right all along. Now you must learn to survive. If you hear this, you are the resistance. This is your emergency broadcast system. End of broadcast.